Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Both OFA and AFO? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. My name is Izuku Midoriya, and my dream is to be a superhero. I want to be somebody for people to rely on, to look up to, and to believe in, just like who All Might is to me. But to do that, I need a quirk, or rather, an amazing ability that'd bring my dreams to life. Super strength, super speed, hardening, telekinesis. The abilities that have appeared in our world were endless. Fire, lots of fire. If there was one thing Izuku Midoriya could note from the scene, it was the intense heat that burned the area. Pure, blinding red and orange glowed through the night sky. He wouldn't be surprised if the rest of the area crumbled and burned down before the sun rose. My world came shattering to the ground when the doctor told me I was quirkless. My dreams were crushed, and I couldn't find anyone, not even my own mother, to bring me the support I need, the words I desperately needed to hear to save my passion, before it was lost. You can become a hero. He held his ground in an alleyway located from a branching city, miles from Hosu City. His outfit once again ripped open despite the upgrades he and Mei Hatsum worked on. Sweat dribbled from his skin, battling the heat as he struggled to remain calm and focused. It took years of resentment, from my peers and grown-ups, to keep this dream from fading. Thinking about it now, I'd like to believe that I'm just very lucky, to be honest. Had I not met All Might, taken his training, and finally received his power, one for all. That was a joke and he knew it. Really, he was terrified. His mind running 1,000 miles an hour. After all, he knew who was after him. I wouldn't have my very own quirk appear in the first place. It was going to be hard, but I was very happy nonetheless. After all, my dream of becoming the greatest hero was slowly starting to become a reality. Deku, get back here and face me, you goddamn copycat. Flakes of fire blew in the wind, but that wasn't enough to distract Tamura Shigaraki from his mission. He stood on top of debris of a once-standing building, long since evacuated. Truth be told, he was mad, if the constant scratching on the underside of his neck was any indicator. Izuku, Midoriya. He whispered hoarsely, his neck slowly turning red from the constant scratching, as his shoulders starting shaking. You demon brat. You demon cheater. Can't even stand to face me. Stealing the bait and making a break for it. His scratching stopped. I'll break him. Tamura, Kurogiri, coming through his own warp gate, phased next to the man in question, arms firmly behind his back. Perhaps it'd be wiser to return back to base. Other heroes are making their way to this location as we speak. Tisk. If it wasn't fast enough, Tamura scratched his neck even faster, before finally blowing a fuse. Numo. On cue, 3 Numu of different shapes and sizes appeared. Some with wings, others with elongated arms. But one that stood out was an incredibly buff, all-black Numu that stood like an ape, almost like the same Numu that attacked USJ before. Tamura pointed towards the streets. Enough games. Find them. Instantly they launched out. Tamura, I insist that we head back. Going so far just for a kid is ridiculous. Tamura turned his body slightly towards Kurogiri. Any further and we will really risk exposure. Kurogiri, if you don't stop nagging, I will kill you on the spot. Tamura's intense glare held no room for argument. Kurogiri stood tense as Tamura pulled out 2 pictures, one of Izuku Midoriya, and another of him and... What are you talking about, Deku-kun? I think I quirk like that is super amazing. A weak voice was next to Izuku, and he looked down grimly at the figure next to him, his head pounding. Uraraka. Oh my god. Laid next to him was Ochako Uraraka, the girl that he's known since the first day at Udata High. Her hero outfit was battered and torn up, and her body was limp. However, the worst of her features was her arms, as patches of her skin were decayed as muscle was shown. Just looking at it made Izuku feel pure, cold rage towards his enemy, towards Tamura with his dreadful quirk. It wasn't unheard of for a villain to capture somebody close to a hero, just to spite said hero. Still, it was rare, and especially for both Izuku and Uraraka, who were still in Udata High, it was not expected. Trying to kidnap Uraraka, just to send him a message, made him rivet with disgust. At the same time, an unbridled amount of fear rose within him. Will Tamura do it again? And with whom? Another one of his classmates? Him, mom, of all people, could be the next target. Who? Ah. Izuku let out a sharp gasp. Was he mumbling again? Now was not the time. He moved immediately to her side as she tried regaining consciousness. Uraraka-san, please don't move too much. You really came for me? Huh? That's good. Ochako started to speak, and Izuku immediately cut his words short. Even though I told you that it was a trap. You really are stubborn, sometimes. Her body tensed as another wave of pain came over her. Of course, I'd come back for you. There's no way I would just sit around, and Ochako's eyes started watering up as she looked away. You've already done so much for me, Deku. Her eyes closed as faint memories arose. The entrance exam, battle training, and his support during the tournament being prime examples. But, Ochako shook her head, this time, you should have let the pros handle saving me. She lightly glared at him, choking any words that Izuku might have had to say. If this keeps up, you're really going to get yourself killed. Uraraka stiffened after saying this, almost out of regret. Izuku froze up. While she wasn't wrong, this wasn't like Uraraka. She was never this pessimistic, or at least, never in front of him. He would love to blame Tamura for it, but he was smarter than that. Uraraka, Izuku tried to speak, but Uraraka shook her head. No, don't apologize. I'm sorry. That didn't come out the way I wanted it to. Izuku blinked at her change of tone. Now come on, we have to find a way to Izuku immediately snapped out of it, and held Uraraka down. Hold on. Your wounds there. That's right, Uraraka winced, passing a glance at her damaged arms. I really can't move like this. He figured, looking down at the injuries themselves, his mind rattled once more. At any rate, the villains will reach this spot and catch us. I could carry her, but I'll risk injuring her if I use one for all. Saying one for all, almost instinctively his mind rested on his other quirk. All for one. Uraraka-san, please. Teach me how your quirk works. Young man, Yagi Tashinori, or rather well known as All Might, began. I was hoping to talk to you about this at some other point of time, perhaps when you held a better grip at using one for all, but seeing your new quirk in development, that is a route I simply cannot take. What are you talking about, All Might? Izuku spoke with bated breath, unnerved with how serious his tone is. Your new quirk. It already has a name, All for One. It's a quirk that gives you control over other quirks. Once you claim somebody else's quirk, that quirk is yours to keep. No strings attached. Or, at least, as far as I know, despite how powerful this quirk sounded, Izuku couldn't help but feel uneasy with All Might's conviction. That's amazing, Beeb. Izuku carefully tried to word what he was going to say next. How do you already know about this quirk? Does somebody have it as well? Who? Izuku Midoriya, your cunning once again surprises me. I'll be frank, Midoriya. Your quirk is the same as my arch-nemesis, the anti-symbol of peace. Izuku's eyes slowly widened at the news, as Yagi continues. He refers to himself by the name of the quirk, All for One. He is an incredibly powerful foe. He was the one who gave me, he pulled up his shirt, revealing his scar, this nasty wound right here. Yagi finished. Izuku reeled back at the revelation, and tensed at the implications. No way, then this quirk is the same as All Might's sworn enemy? To think I'd have a quirk like this suddenly appear, and then Izuku's eyes widened. Wait, does All Might despise me now because of this quirk? Izuku almost felt the need to jump out of his seat. All Might suddenly held up a hand, cutting the boy's apology short. Midoriya-kun, I can already tell what you're going to say. I'll be clear to say that, despite this new quirk you have, my opinion of you has not changed. All Might said proudly, and Izuku's face turned into that of comedic shock. Did All Might just read my mind? He exclaimed in his head as Yagi continued. Indeed, with this new quirk, you will turn out to be quite the disciple. One for All's power will crystallize like no other. Ahabwe. Yagi promptly puked out blood after his bellowed laughter, causing Izuku to panic. Still though, it's hard to believe how differently your quirk works compared to All for One's heir. Yagi quickly noticed how difficult it'll be to keep referring his enemy by his quirk's name, my nemesis's quirk. Young Midoriya, care to explain to me again how your quirk activates? Oh, of course. Although it's, a bit hard to word out. I'll try to explain the best I can. I feel like I'd just be taking everyone's individuality. Everyone will hate me. Uraraka-san. Izuku's tone had a bit of command into it, snapping Ochako into attention. Why yeah, she immediately replied, and the tips of Izuku's ears started heating up. Do you trust me? Izuku asked, and Ochako became confused. Deku, why are you asking that all of the sudden? Because I will be using my quirk, his eyes shone with confidence, to heal you back to health. Ochako became surprised at his statement. Can you really? She began, but realizing there was no time for doubt, she shook her head. Slowly Ochako's face turned confident, with a light blush and a bold smile to boot. I don't get it, but I trust you, Deku. Please take care of me. Alright, I will. Deku's face also turned red, but for different reasons. That's not true at all, Dekuen. Don't you know how the saying goes? Something like, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, right? One for All's power was personified by a single, glowing star, growing stronger with each passing holder, shining bright in a void of empty space. All for One was like a vast galaxy of stars, dim and glowing in the distance, just ways away for one to simply reach and grab hold, only to individually shine bright with each quirk acquired. Yagi turned surprised as Izuku explained, noticed the stark differences and parallels to how each variant of All for One worked. He began to wonder if the way his nemesis has acquired his powers, by forcibly removing their quirk, and with it, their strength, was just the easier route he took simply for being a villain. Or maybe Izuku just had his own way of acquiring quirks that didn't harm his peers in the slightest. Izuku's way, however, was undoubtedly harder. The challenge, however, was much more fitting for somebody that was growing to be a great hero. So, the way my quirk works, or rather, the way I make it work, is like this. He brought out one of his notebooks, titled Hero Analysis Volume 13, one that was battered and burned by Bakugo back before he made it to U.High. I've been writing books like these ever since I've wanted to be a hero, thanks to you, I might add, All Might. The hero in question was simply unfazed, so Izuku continued, anyway, I've been writing about heroes for so long that I've almost memorized every page up to this point. And even now, I'm writing about my classmates and their quirks, their abilities, and I feel their potential just buzzing in my brain. I'm not sure this relates to how your quirk activates, young Midoriya? All Might begins to wonder if Izuku's beginning to mumble again at this point, and Izuku shakes his head. No, I haven't got there yet. When my quirk activates, I just think about the page of the hero I want to be, and just rip the page right out of the book. Rip. Just like this. Yagi tries to interpret what he's saying, but ends up ripping one of Izuku's pages in his notebook. Izuku's body shakes at the sound, and tears immediately form in his eyes. No, not physically. All Might? Izuku cries out, snapping his book back into his arms, and Yagi, realizing that he screwed up something fierce, starts sweating. Ah crap, my bad. I'm really sorry, Midoriya-kun. All Might furiously apologizes, before rubbing his neck. Really, this quirk is incredibly important to understand, young man. Please understand how important this is. Right, I'm sorry. In the end, it was Izuku that ended up apologizing, before he glances at the page that was ripped out. A smile ended up forming in his lips. This'll be perfect. Izuku showed the page to All Might. All Might, can you see who this is? Yagi glanced at the page and noticed the figure's angry expression, and the way the costumes seemed to explode in different directions. Explode, huh? This is Katsuki Bakugo-san, isn't it? Yeah, that's right. This is Kaken. He and I were childhood friends for the longest time. Izuku twiddled with his thumbs as the page rested on his knee. I've followed him ever since we met, and he ended up with such an awesome quirk. I couldn't help but be awestruck at his ability, so I memorized his ability and wrote down the applications, the raw power it could bring, the source of where it comes from, so on and so on. Izuku then held out his arm, and thanks to that, Izuku's hand started crackling as small explosions harmlessly lifted off his palm. I have an easier time using Kaken's explosion quirk, more than anyone else's quirk, I believe. Oh! Yagi marveled at the display of the quirk that didn't belong to Izuku. Before looking up, why don't you use it more often if it's so easy to use? Izuku's expression turned grim. A long story. He shook his head. But anyway, like I said before, I just ripped the page of the book inside my head. Then the quirk will appear. There's a few more complications after that, but that's the gist of how all for one works for me. Heh. Stressing one part of his statement, he wraps up with an awkward laugh as Yagi processes all this info. You've done so much for me, Uraraka-san. At least, let me repay the favor. Briefly, an image of Recovery Girl passed Izuku's thoughts. As the page he held for her inside, Hero Analysis Volume 13, came into his mind, with her quirk and all its features. Grabbing hold of Uraraka's shoulders, he brought her up into a sitting position, despite her protests or her condition. Deku? What are you? Wordlessly, he moved closer toward Uraraka, or rather, leaned closer toward her face. Their noses briefly touched before. Izuku kissed Ochako on the lips. For a moment, Izuku stayed there, as the soft crackle of fire was the only sound both heard. Ochako's eyes were wide in shock, her mind unable to think, let alone back out of the situation. After what felt like forever, Izuku pulled away, and noticed the green aura around his partner, her wounds healing quickly. He breathed a sigh of relief, thank goodness. His eyes opened as he glanced at a blushing, almost furious Ochako who trembled ever so slightly. Deku. Only then did he realize his actions. He kissed Ochako. It's not what it looks like, Uraraka-san. I didn't kiss you for no reason. That was my first kiss, Deku. You big idiot. Ochako was blushing mad at this point, and only then did Izuku realize his awful sin. You? I'm sorry. Terribly sorry. Terribly, utterly sorry. Deku apologized profusely, bowing every time. It was the only way I could heal you. Please forgive me. You better wait, heal? Ochako passed a glance at herself to find out that, indeed, her wounds have healed. Wait, so that was Recovery Girl's quirk? Yes. Izuku muttered, still blushing over the incident. It was the only quirk I could think of that could heal you in a short instant. I could have kissed your wounds, but I didn't want to risk not healing them and only causing you more pain. Recovery Girl mentioned that kissing the person on the lips would have the same effect as kissing the entire body. Before Izuku could go back to mumble mode, he snapped out of it and bowed one more time. I meant nothing ill towards you, Uraraka-san. Honest. Deku-kun, that's amazing. Deku stammered from the total 180 Ochako has made. It really? Deku was taken aback from the sudden praise. Yeah. You could really save a lot of people using that quirk too. Uraraka went back to her cheering self, and Deku immediately hid from embarrassment. Just don't kiss everyone on the lips, yeah? You Uraraka-san? Deku cried out, but immediately went quiet and still when he heard the sound of flapping wings. Ochako also took notice of Izuku's sudden behavior change. Sure. She quickly held her breath per Izuku's request, only to hear the sound herself. Flap, 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 flap. Get ready. Izuku whispered roughly, and both of them stood up, getting into fighting poses. Flap, 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 flap. Izuku took the surroundings, before looking up. Okay. You've convinced me, Deku. Teach me how to improve my quirk. Please. Seriously, Once again Tamura was found scratching his neck, being near useless party members. Shouldn't one of them have found the brats already? Before Kurogiri could say anything, his instincts suddenly started screaming for him to move, and without thinking, he phased him and Tamura away from the debris they were standing on, right before. Smash! Izuku leveled the ground with a supersized punch, leaving a crater behind. I had a feeling you'd show up sooner or later, Tamura began, before glaring hard at the newcomer. You'd an all-might wannabe. Izuku stepped out of the crater, calmly assessing his opponents, before a soft thump landed next to him. Tamura looked shocked. You? But how? Those debuffs should have never worn off. Izuku smiled, knowing who was next to him. Would you like to know, huh? Ochako exclaimed loudly, before moving her arms together in a motion Tamura didn't recognize from the tournament footage. Release. Tamura immediately braced for a large car slam towards his side in an astounding speed, something which he was not prepared for as he flew towards a neighboring wall. That was for turning my arms into a horror movie, you demon brute. Ochako spoke afterwards, before preparing into a fight stance. Get ready, Deku. I think I've really crossed the line this time. Right. Deku simply spoke, but his mind was focused on keeping Ochako safe at all times. These two villains, while nothing like Stain in terms of killer's intent, still held up as villains. He had to be absolutely careful, else they fall into a trap and risk. The sound of metal crumbling apart distracted his thought process, as the car that entrapped Tamura began rusting and, eventually, decayed on the spot. Slowly, Tamura was in view once more. You demon kids. I'm going to enjoy this. Tamura walked over the decayed mess, one of his arms limp and lifeless as he walked to Kurogiri's side once more, strangely silent over the whole ordeal. Numu! He finally spoke, and both heroes tensed at the name. Two masses appeared, and Izuku immediately assessed their looks and strengths, only to rest his eyes on one of the Numus that looked exactly like the one at the UA. A sharp chill ran up his spine. That one? Looks like the one All Might fought back at the USJ. We need to. Hey, Deku-kun? Izuku immediately looked at Ochako, at his nickname being called. What is it? Izuku nervously replied, tense at the situation. Didn't it? Only two are here? Tamura started scratching his neck with the arm that he had still functioning. I'll kill you both, I swear it. You won't leave here alive. Think we can do the thing we've been practicing on for a while now? She asked, and Izuku's mind wondered what she meant, only for a little bit, until he snapped in realization. Yeah. Let's do it, Uraraka-san. Izuku, with rekindled confidence, shared a battered smile with the girl. I like the enthusiasm. Get ready. Ochako held her arms out, and so did Izuku. Mindless mobs won't stop talking. Numu, kill them. Tamura gave the order, and both Numus launched. Yagi could be seen, looking out the window after his conversation with Izuku. His mind was still thinking about the potential his disciple had as the symbol of peace, especially with the new quirk he had acquired, despite their initial interactions. Young Midoriya, we haven't even begun your training as the symbol of peace, and I've already seen a bright future that rests with you. If this school deserves a quirk as powerful as yours, it's you. Okay, focus on the paper cut, spread the feeling throughout my body. She looked at herself, and grinned as her body turned light pink. Pink lines curled throughout her frame. This is it, right, Deku? Still, the road will be tough regardless. I pray the day when villains aim for you stays as far away as possible. Despite the 10 months you took working to receive One for All, it will only get harder from here. One for all, full cowling. Izuku mumbled under his breath, and bites of electricity danced off his body. Along with that, zero gravity. Those strands of electricity became pink, as his body glowed a pinkish hue as well. But I have no doubt that you will succeed in every endeavor you encounter. I hope, in your hero academia, you find the support you need, the strength to fight, and the drive to keep improving both of your powers. And I hope that one day... It's ready! Let's do this, Uraraka-san. You can show me what it means to go. Improvised special move. Both Izuku and Uraraka shouted out loud, Gravity field. Plus ultra. It's hard to imagine how much of a change I've been through, meeting All Might, taking on his 10-month All-American training plan, and then finally inheriting his quirk. It really shines in comparison to the rest of life before now. My whole life I've been told that I was quirkless, that I was a loser, a nobody, a wannabe hero. But above all else, the nickname that Kaken gave me, Deku, seemed to have stung the most. Whoa, Kaken! I didn't know you can read. One of Kaken's random buddies exclaimed. Sure I can. And you know what this says, Kaken replied, pointing at the bucket labeled for Izuku Midoriya. It says Izuku's full name, but the very first letter can be shortened to Deku. With a sheet-eating grin, he looked over to Izuku, which had a smile of admiration towards Katsuki, and "the" is also another way of saying useless. Surprised at the sudden jab, Izuku lowered his head. Hey, that's pretty mean, Kaken. What? It's in your name, so it has to be true. Katsuki pushed anyway, rallying the rest of his buddies to do so as well. Yeah, Kaken's right, Since when is he ever wrong? One of them said. But Izuku motioned for them to stop. Yeah, what he said. What's wrong, Deku? Can't handle the truth? Another one of the kids laughed, and in turn they all laughed, making Izuku feel worse about himself. Alright class, can anyone come up and read the next sentence? A nameless teacher taught our class as she looked over to Katsuki. Kaken, would you do the honor? At first, he huffed and got up, but then heard the excited whispers of the other kids. Oh boy, Kaken's going to read the next part of the story. Gosh, Kaken's amazing. I'll just embarrass myself if I go up there. Way to go, Kaken. Kaken had a tick mark growing on the side of his head, before grinning. Sure thing, teach. But don't call me Katsuki from now on, K? The word, kakas. Turning to the class, his voice got louder. Getting on my nerves, he exclaimed. Even if he was only 6 and had the ferociousness of an angry chihuahua, his words rang crystal clear to the other kids. Call him Kaken one more time, and face the wrath of the exploding boy. Oh, of course, Katsuki-chan. And please, use your inside voice from now on, okay? Tisk. He clicked his tongue with dissatisfaction when he heard Katsuki-chan. Regardless, he made his way to the board as the kids watched him. However, Izuku had conflicted feelings about the matter. Kaken is what I called him when we were first friends, before the quirks and the peers showed up. We hung out with each other, just us two. We'd always explore our neighborhood, challenge each other by playing heroes and villains with our toys, came home late together. We had amazing times together before school started. At least, that's what I like to believe. If I gave up that name now, I'd lose the only real connection to the Confronting Bakugo I knew in my early years. My best friend, Kaken. Darn it, Deku, this is the last time I'm gonna say this. Katsuki roared, his small hand crackling with explosions as he looked down at Izuku. Izuku himself was scratched up and charred from the quirk, but his face still looked determined, even though tears were running down his face by the gallon. They were at a secluded part of the school playground, where teachers would have to walk out to see properly. This was the spot Katsuki decided to bring Izuku over to after saying, Kaken, in public, despite Katsuki's declaration in class. The rest of the kids listening froze and reacted as if Deku said a bad word. Did you hear that? He said the K word again. Oh no, Deku's gonna be in so much trouble. Which, from one's perspective, didn't seem to be too far from the truth. Back in the corner, Katsuki grinded his teeth. Do not call me Kaken again. You hear me? I'll make you regret it, he made his threat clear. No, I don't wanna. I could remember how I felt that day, both scared and determined. My legs were shaking, and I was terrified of what was coming next, but this was the one thing I absolutely could not lose. Lest I want to break the very hope of my childhood friend returning. That's it. Prepare to be cooked, Deku, he reached out for Izuku, and the boy backed away to a tree as he approached, until Confronting Bakugo. Another teacher yelled out, freezing the hot-headed boy before he could attempt to get Deku. What is the meaning of this? Bullying young Midoriya on school grounds? Teach. Katsuki exclaimed, But the teacher was having none of it. Go to the principal's office, young man. Now. Katsuki glared at Izuku, while said, useless boy was crying tears of joy. Katsuki huffed, before started walking toward the school. And you, young Midoriya? The crying boy froze up as the teacher looked at him. I suggest that whatever you did to anger Katsuki, you don't do it again. You should know better than this young man. Was I will. Izuku said that, knowing full well that he was lying, still determined on not giving his friend's nickname up. The teacher nodded, before heading back inside the building, as Izuku looked down to the ground, preparing for what was going to come after school after Katsuki got out of trouble. Oddly enough, Kaken never came back to hurt me for getting him in trouble like that. Even afterwards, when I continued using his nickname, he threatened me like usual, but never got to the point like before where he'd hurt me. A few months later, when everyone else would say Katsuki to call him, I would say Kaken, and he would be indifferent. A few kids would be confused at this, usually the other kids close to Katsuki. Heck, even I was a little confused at how nonchalant he was. If anyone asked though, he would simply reply, none of your business, usually followed by some knockoff nickname based on the kid's quirk, and that would be that. I would consider that to be my very first victory towards Katsuki Bakugo. He's won plenty of times over me on other things, but to call Katsuki Kaken was something I'm not going to lose sight over. He could call me useless, Deku, all he wanted. I won this, and I was going to make use of it. But after years and years of saying the nicknames back and forth, Deku, Kaken, it sort of became second nature to us. Or once again, at least to me. Never have we used each other's real names, and it's been so long since I've heard my real name come out of my childhood friend's mouth. My eyes widened immediately, my back went straight, and my hairs stood up out of my skin when I heard that voice. So if, and this is a big if, knowing Kaken's pride, but if he ever used my full name, Zoo. My head slowly turned behind me as I processed the voice, but my mind kept denying it. No, it's not him, he would never. It'd be so out of place, so out of his character, just completely. Kuu. And yet, there he was, the person he would have never, ever imagined saying my real name in public, Katsuki Bakugo. And he said that it would catch me off guard, to say the least. Catcha. Before Izuku could even say his name correctly, Bakugo went and grabbed hold of his collar and dragged him to the nearest alleyway. Izuku began tripping along the way, but he made no motion to stop him. After that was done, Bakugo slammed Izuku to the brick wall, making said victim wince immediately after. Kaken, what the heck are you? Don't you dare call me that after what you've done, Izuku. There it was, he said his real name again. And it did not help that he hissed out the name like the heat of a broken lava lamp. A cold shock went up Izuku's spine, as he recognized just what kind of trouble he got himself into. What do you mean I didn't do anything, Kaken, I swear. Don't you even think about bullshitting yourself out of this one, Izuku. Katsuki roared, part of his sentence sounding like a broken record, as small crackles of his quirk showed up in his other arm, before he quickly suppressed it. Izuku could tell he was itching, scratching to use his quirk on him. But for some reason he didn't. While a huge part of Izuku was terrified, a very tiny part of him was curious and confused as to why he wouldn't use it straight away. Whenever Kaken was even the slightest bit mad at him, he'd go ballistic with his quirk. Today was no exception. Katsuki was livid, furious with him, and yet he was holding his quirk back. How long? Kaken began, bringing even more confusion to Izuku. How long have you been lying to me, Izuku? Red, tiny, heated orbs stared back into his green ones, fury encompassed between them. How long have you been lying about not have a quirk, Izuku? And why the hell is it my quirk? And that was when Bakugo's free hand began exploding, but somehow Izuku noticed that they were out of his control. His entire arm was exploding almost, as if his arm was breaking out in a fury-covered sweat. Looking back at Kaken, Izuku immediately gulped his throat and made it clear. Izuku was prepared for something like this, despite praying to every god in the universe that it would never arrive, and yet despite that, it still happened. But Izuku prepared an answer. He had to make it clear and straightforward. He couldn't afford not to mess it up, lest he faced Katsuki's wrath. Izuku cleared his throat. I have a quirk that lets me use others' quirks, so long as I know about them well enough, Kaken. And your quirk, he glared back into Katsuki's eyes, making the hothead reel back, is the one that I know the best. I did what I could do what I need to do to pass the entrance exam. Izuku's eyes began tearing up as his glare softened to nothing. Because of your quirk, I did pass. It was thanks to you. So, thank you. Thank you so very much, Kaken. There he said it, got it out of his chest, and boy, did it feel good. A slight smile appeared in Izuku's face, despite the worried look that covered the rest of it. Then, anxiety filled him, as the boy holding him hostage began trembling, his muscles tensing. So, you're telling me that all this time, you bugged me to tag along, was so that you could copy my quirk? Izuku's face faltered, as denial filled his being. Wait, what no? No, it's not like that, Katcha. His mind was sending out strong warning signals and he immediately ducked under an outstretched hand that exploded right above him. Izuku's eyes went minuscule at the sight of Katsuki's face. Pure, unadulterated rage was expressed from Katsuki as he stared Izuku dead in the eye. Deku. Despite the situation he was in, Deku felt a tiny bead of joy being called his degrading nickname again. I'm really going to kill you now. That bead of joy was smashed to oblivion, as cold eyes looked towards Izuku when he said that. Deku immediately grabbed Katsuki's strong arm and used his own elbow against it. As a result, Katsuki reeled back his arm, incredibly bruised from said attack, finding it completely unexpected from the green boy. Ga. You Sanuva. Looking up only to see the brick walls staring back at him, he looked towards the exit to see Deku making a mad break towards it, then making a hard right. Waham an it Deku. Izuku started sprinting at his fastest, his mind giving no exceptions. That look, the one Katsuki gave, was one that screamed pain and wrath. He knew, especially being secluded in an alleyway like that, he was going to put his body in danger. While Katsuki bullied and pummeled him before, that time was different, completely and utterly different, and he could not afford to take chances with the devil named Confronting Bakugo. The look he gave, this look of completely engrossed anger, had no sight of his childhood friend anywhere. There wasn't a slight bit of Kaken in those eyes. He was a completely different person, focused entirely on ruining him. And Izuku couldn't afford to take the chance of waiting it out, just to see if he would return to the usual Kaken. Seems. Deku! Katsuki cried out in rage, catching any of the bystanders' attention, as Deku shut his eyes to stop the tears running down his face. Get back here and face me, you goddamn copycat. He really crossed the line on their friendship today. A few days ago, it was the final day of training for Izuku, as well as the same day he would be taking the entrance exam for High. Izuku could be found on the beach of Dagoba Municipal Park, stretching as he looked up the night sky, as the sun hasn't even arrived yet. Izuku could see it, the home stretch was coming close. He was almost finished with the task he was sent to do by All Might 10 months ago. After he was finished with this, he'd finally receive a quirk of his own, like he dreamed of for years. His eyes crossed onto the rusted-up truck, the one that's patronized him during the entire length of his training, from start to the very end. After this, Izuku thought, my training will be finished. So then, he began marching, his muscles already strained from all the trash he previously lifted away before, but his mind was engrossed into moving the truck. Sorry, kid, it isn't going to happen. He remembered the doctor that diagnosed his quirklessness, as memories flooded Izuku's mind, setting off adrenaline receptors in his body, as he placed his hands on the back of the truck. With this extra pinky toe joint, you're simply not going to develop a quirk. I'm so sorry. Izuku. His mother was crying, but even then, Izuku didn't stop. He started pushing, the truck dragging itself on the sandy beach causing added friction. He pressed forward, firmly placing each step in the slippery sand, as he pushed the truck towards the stairs leading to the entrance. Without a quirk? All Might could be heard in his head as he continued moving the car. Being a pro hero is risky business, kid. So no, I don't think you can be a hero without a quirk. Come on. Come on. Izuku hissed under his breath as the car began seemingly dragging more of its weight down onto the floor. Despite this, Izuku kept pressing. You're just a quirkless loser. A hero wannabe. Are you still thinking about applying to U.A? Get real. You're much better off going to some other course. Without a quirk, you're nothing. Just pray that you get a quirk in the next life, and take a swan dive out of the window. Izuku pressed the back of the truck firmly against the wall, and made his way to the front of it, looking up at the steps before noticing his vision was blurry. Izuku quickly wiped away the tears that seemed to crawl into his vision, probably from thinking about such painful memories. Regardless, he found a good spot to hold onto the truck as he made his climb, starting with the first step. Deku? What the hell are you doing here? I don't know. My legs, they've just started moving on its own. The memory of Izuku saving Katsuki from the sludge villain was first, the whole reason he was taking on this training in the first place. Kaken, I couldn't have just stood around and watched you die. With each step, his triceps felt like bleeding and breaking. Carrying the entire weight of the truck was a nightmare. The sounds escaping his voice sounded like gasps and cracks for air, but his face still held strong as he made the next step. Even though I said it myself, I wasn't following my own words. Pro heroes always goes beyond their limits to protect those that need. All Might yelled in his head, and Izuku felt the weight of the truck lessen from the adrenaline, the pain slowly diminishing. Young men, you too can become a hero. I can do this. Izuku made step after step as the truck behind him made loud thumping noises behind him against the stairs. I'm almost there. Ha ha ha. And out of anything else he could remember, it was the video he had his mom play repeatedly since his childhood. Ha 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 ha. Before Izuku knew it, he was climbing his man-made trash pile with the car, imagining himself carrying as many people as All Might was in the video. Fear not, citizens. Help has arrived. All Might's bright smile matched Izuku's heavily worn smile as he reached the top of the pile, truck in hand, as he firmly placed it on top of all the trash, making a loud thunk. Because I am here. Izuku snapped out of his daze when the sun began rising across the coastline, bringing a sudden brightness to the world that caught him off guard. As it rose, more of the beautiful, pristine beach that was once ruined by trash came into the light. Its previous beauty returned to it once more. I did it. Izuku whispered to himself softly, looking at the sight, the sound of the clear waters brushing past the beach, saying their own thanks to the boy. I finished my training. A sudden urge, straight from the very heart, began to quake under his skin, to scream, to shout, to finally rid of every doubt and fear in his body that was against his dream of becoming a hero. His body, shaking, unsure of whether to be angry at those that doubted him in the first place or excited to see that he had the power to prove those that doubted him wrong. A faint sound of a door closing was behind him, but it wasn't enough to stop the rupture in his body from coming out. Ha-wa-ea. He screamed, but even then, it wasn't enough. The sun beating on his face, the winding blowing all the way up on top of this pile, the once dark sky began turning blue. It all asked for more. Hi-a-a-a-a-a-a-a. A yell, almost primal, escaped his lips as his whole body trembled, releasing all the stress he built up these last 10 months, finally releasing at the feeling of finally accomplishing his goal. Izuku was finished with his training. Dagoba Municipal Park was restored to its prime. Oh my! At first, Izuku thought he heard All Might's voice, but with the ringing in his ears and in his head after screaming like that, he couldn't tell. Oh my! Goodness! That was indeed All Might. The very same person he was imagining in his head. This time he was here. And here he thought he had to wait for him to arrive. That's a relief. Before he knew it, Izuku's body started wobbling, as his legs finally ceased to function properly after the trial he put them through, as he fell towards the bright and sunny beach not before All Might caught him before he could hit the ground. All Might's beaming smile could be easily seen in Izuku's eyes. Good work, he said firmly, and a smile made it on Izuku's face. I did it. All Might. Relief cracked the young boy's throat, his smile weak compared to the hero holding him. I finally did it. Yeah. You surprised me, young man. You've done much better than I could ever hope to imagine. Placing Izuku back on his 2 feet, he reached inside his coat pockets and pulled out a smartphone. Here. Take a look at this. Izuku looked at it himself, crying up a storm as he tried to pull some piece of trash. A small laugh escaped his lips, finally understanding the meaning of those photos All Might took on his first few days training. It wasn't some mean stunt, testing him to give up on the training entirely. It was those before and after shots that people who were training to lose weight and gain some muscle take at the very start of the journey. And look at you now. Izuku looked up at All Might, his face screaming with pride. You've made yourself into a work of art. There's a bunch more work ahead, but you're starting to look like the perfect vessel to become one for all's next wielder. Alright. The quirk that he worked so hard to get. Now's the time he can finally receive it, right? Somehow, a somber feeling welled inside Izuku as he thought of the times he was told quirkless, and how he thought that would never change. And yet, starting today, that would become a thing of the past. All Might, this is almost like a dream, he whispered as tears began welling up in his eyes. I feel like I'm the luckiest man alive right now, with you, All Might. Man, the waterworks on this kid. It's been you who did all the hard work, you know. All Might, if he wasn't so impressed with his work on the beach, would have been seriously impressed with how much muscle his tear ducts would have by now, crying so much. All right, enough crying, young man. It's time for your reward. Izuku looked up as All Might pulled a bit of his golden hair out, a single strand blowing in the wind. Midoriya, there is a clear difference between being lucky and being deserving. One's an accident, and the other, a reward. Never get the two mixed up, you understand? Puff out your chest and be proud, Izuku Midoriya. With All Might's words, a strong wave of determination filled Izuku's being. You've earned my quirk fair and square. Now, holding out that same strand of hair in front of Izuku, he continued, eat my hair. The atmosphere, the mood of pride and reward, was destroyed when he said that as Izuku looked at him, incredibly confused. Huh. All Might, noticing the young man's shock, immediately stood straighter. Why you have to eat my hair in order to ingest my DNA? It's the only real way to acquire my quirk. And look, we don't have much time, Midoriya. Your exam is in 3 hours, so we can't let this drag on much longer. Just eat the hair so we can get a move on. Alright. Not really thinking about it, he snatched the piece of hair and threw it in his mouth, before his mouth puckered fiercely. Sour. Why the heck is a piece of hair so sour? Great job, my boy. See, hair's not so bad, just an acquired taste. Ha ha ha. All Might laughed it off, and Izuku nodded, before firmly swallowing, trying his demon hardest not to hurl it back out. Now listen, you've taken this quirk under a seriously short notice. I can't say you can use this quirk and come out without a scratch. He turned around and made his way to the stairs, so in the exams, be prepared for some kickback, okay? Alright, but wait, how do I even use the quirk in the first place, All Might? Izuku cried out. Oh yes, silly me. It's quite simple actually. He flexed one of his arms as he spoke. When you're ready to use my quirk, clench your butt cheeks as tight as you can manage, and scream from the bottom of your heart, smash. All Might did not follow suit with one of his signature punches after saying that, to Izuku's slight disappointment. It's as simple as that, actually. Ah, I see. So just like that, I'll be able to. Izuku immediately shook his head repeatedly. I can't think about stuff like that right now. I need to head home and change, get a shower study for the exam that's in 3 hours? And then, the realization that today was exam day finally struck Midoriya, as he was tearing up again. All Might, the exam is in 3 hours. I don't think I can. Have faith, young Midoriya. He spoke proudly, halting Izuku's tears. You followed my training regime to a full. Besides you overworking yourself 3 months ago, but that's not the point here. I have no doubt that you will make it to a high. Just believe in yourself, and everything will follow through. All Might. Izuku smiled widely. Indeed, having All Might as your trainer was an incredible blessing to have. Now jump in my truck. We have to get you back home, Ihi. Izuku hurried along with All Might, despite the protests his body made, with a big smile on his face. Jumping in the car, he already began counting with his hand. Okay, 3 hours, 3 hours. If I come home in around 10 to 20 minutes, I can shave some time by preparing my clothes before showering, giving me an extra 10 to 15 minutes to study for the practical exam online, giving me the heads up on how many points I should expect to. Midoriya, your mumbling's going to be the death of me one of these days. All Might, in his frail form, responded in court to Izuku's ramblings as he started the car. Said boy recoiled in shock. Don't even joke about that, All Might. Izuku cried out, and Toshinori Yagi laughed it off. You're going to stress yourself out if you overthink things, kid. You're like a ball of nerves going to explode. The car began moving as All Might continued. Like I said, relax for a short while. You've got this in the bag. Any more of that mumbling's gonna short-circuit your brain. Don't want that happening now, do you? Oh, of course not. Izuku exclaimed, before slowly reclining into his seat. Maybe he was overthinking things? He had no reason to doubt All Might's training, that which included studying the most important parts of the hero course. And now he had inherited his quirk, one for all, or at least he thought he did. Izuku really couldn't feel any much different after eating the hair, but taking All Might's word like the law, he believed him nonetheless. Looking out of the window, he watched as buildings and people blurred past him, his eyes slowly drifting away. Gosh, was this chair always this comfy? Izuku's breathing slowed, as his eyelids closed completely, drifting into an exhaustion-fueled slumber. Ha! Ha! A small figure could be seen, kneeling on the ground, sweat dripping on down his skin. What? Izuku spoke, or at least he thought he did. He wasn't too sure, really. He felt weightless, light as a feather. It was an unnerving feeling, as Izuku took in the situation. In front of the kneeling figure stood yet another figure. Taller, firm, stood straight up, and held an aura of importance. Getting a closer look, Izuku could see he was wearing a suit. Stand up, little brother. The man who was standing had a loud, booming voice, giving Izuku sharp chills down his spine. Izuku's body began trembling, as did the figure who was kneeling. The suited man began laughing. Ha! Ha! The man held his face, shaking his head. Foolish little brother. You tremble, knowing full well what kind of person you're facing. He then held out his arm. How can you be satisfied with the Japan we live in today? Everyone ostracizes you, calls you out, saying the same thing over and over. He slowly started closing his hand. You're quirkless. The trembling figure ceased trembling after hearing his words, and Izuku felt a sharp jab in his stomach, wincing at the sudden feeling of discomfort. Here I am, changing Japan, making it better, all for you, my little brother. The suited man shook his head. So why must you be the hero of a clearly flawed nation that scorns you for your weakness? The man planted a firm kicking on his brother's side, flinging him away from Izuku and towards a wall, his back slamming hard against the structure. Jaya! Ha! Ha! The brother's breathing became rugged as he held his stomach. The suited man approached slowly. Izuku felt a similar jab in his stomach over and over again, almost following his own heartbeat. It was becoming painful, to say the least. Give up. Give up this dream of becoming a hero. Let me correct this country and give you the life you deserve. The man outstretched his arm, and a million different arms immediately appeared and branched out of his suit. Cease your resisting at once. A rugged voice, coming from the other figure, began laughing as he slowly stood up, his knees quaking, arms nearly limp from his movement, before he brought them close to his body, in a fighting stance. Izuku's body began curling, tightening as his stomach seemed to be lit on fire. Alaf. Constant pain rolled his body over back and forth, yet he continued to watch this figure in morbid curiosity. Big brother, you got this all wrong? He began speaking, his voice simply rugged and tired from the beating he's received. Correcting this country, flawed nation, all this lingo you talk, sounds like that of a cold-hearted villain. The shadowed figure shook his head. I refuse, big brother. I refuse to let you become a villain just for my sake. You'd rather die, fighting me, to protect a nation that has no respect for the likes of you? If I don't fight you, then who will? He screamed, mixed with Izuku's pained gasps of air, and felt an unearthly power curl in his being. I don't need the country's respect given to me on some silver platter. I'll earn it by becoming the world's greatest superhero. Even if it means defeating you, right here, right now. Despite his stance, the figure was once again trembling, and with a pained eye, Izuku glanced at the figure, almost to see a similar, worried look plastered on the figure himself, looking quite like one of Izuku's own worried looks. And yet, the figure smiled a bright, confident smile that seemed so out of place with the rest of his face. Izuku's mind cramped down, along with his stomach, as he blacked out in this dream, vision, whatever it was. But before he could lose consciousness, he heard one last, parting remark from the suited man. To think we were born of the same blood. Kid, hey kid. Wake up, darn it. Izuku could feel 100 frail slaps on his face, and noticed the form of Toshinori Yagi, slapping him awake. All might? Izuku whispered weakly, and Yagi reeled back. Shoo-sh. He hushed Izuku as said boy was firmly getting his consciousness back in order. Not so loud, you idiot, we're in public. Look, we're back at your home, but you only got an hour to prepare, and the train ride to you.a's at least 20 minutes. Only an hour? What the heck happened? All empty? Yagi quickly covered the mouth of the young boy, as the man's skin started sweating. Do you have lead for ears, kid? Don't say my name so loud. And it was a villain attack on the way to your house. Izuku, looking outside the car, noticed police cars around the area, assessing the damage from the recent attack that Izuku couldn't see. Look, I tried to wake you, but you just wouldn't budge, and I had to do something about it soon. He looked toward the sky, holding his forehead. Had I known the paparazzi would take so long interrogating me, I would have seriously given up the job to some other hero, but I couldn't just look away from the face of evil. My role as the symbol of peace wouldn't have it. He shook his head. So forgive me, kid, I tried to wrap things up quick, but life ain't fair. You should know that more than anyone else, right? It's okay, All Might. Yagi was caught off guard by how firm Izuku's voice sounded, as he continued, it's a minor setback, but I have everything I need to ace this exam, so it's okay. Whoa, kid, that's a whole lot of spunk coming from somebody like you, Urk? Yagi coughed up blood at the sight of Izuku, because despite his calm demeanor, his face was crying bucket loads of tears once again. I'm going to take this exam, and give it my all, even after this minor setback. Kid, you sound tough, but you sure ain't looking your part, Erp. 1 hour later. Ha! Izuku's running slowed to the crawl as he ran past the open gates of the prestigious Uraraka High, cherry blossoms blowing under the cold wind that flew throughout the property. Made it just in time. Izuku spoke in between haggard breaths, as he approached the tall, gleaming building. I'm so glad nothing else slowed me down. Even though I didn't study for the exam, prepare for what the practical would, didn't even try out my new quirk yet? His thoughts became more and more mellow, before he began shaking his head. No, stop thinking about it. All Might said to believe in myself, and that's what I'm going to do. Just believe in yourself, Deku. Believe. Get out of my way, Deku. Izuku gasped at the familiar voice, before looking around to see that, indeed, it was Kaken, draped in a coat and scarf to battle the cold. Kaken. Izuku spoke in recognition, as Kaken glared hotly. Didn't you hear me? I said move or I'll light you up. Katsuki exclaimed, sending warning symbols down Izuku's spine as he stood straight up. What? Hey, good morning. I just wanted to wish you luck in the exam and hope for the best out there. Okay, good luck. Izuku spoke in one fluid motion, repeating words unnecessarily out of fright. Katsuki, however, simply walked past him in silence, not even giving him a look of disgust or anything. Ha! Izuku let out some confused words at Katsuki's behavior, as his mind went back on track. Wait, he's not even going to bully me? What happened? He scratched his head, his eyebrows furrowed. Could it be that he's not nearly as mad at me as he was before, after the sludge villain attack? Deku? What the hell are you doing here? I don't know. My legs, they've just started moving on its own. Kaken, I couldn't have just stood around and watched you die. Ever since then he hasn't really talked, but during the training he never really came out to attack me. Does that mean? Izuku rapidly shook his head. One more time. No, I can't think about, especially not now. I'm not the useless Deku that I once was. I have a quirk now. And with all the work I've put in for it, thanks to All Might. He began making his way towards the school stairs. I'm going to take my first steps towards becoming a hero. Only to begin falling face first to the ground, tripping on his own leg in nervousness, or I'll just die trying. He thought, before being held up by some invisible force. Ah? He whispered, looking at the ground, before noticing his own legs weren't even touching it as well. Wah! Are you okay? He heard a female voice next to him, but, you a hag. Izuku was too distracted by the uncomfortable feeling of being held off the ground, squirming and shaking at the feeling, trying to reach the ground once more with his feet, before finally looking toward the source of the voice. Hey, the girl next to him laughed, and Izuku stared at her with beady eyes as she held her arms, felt her drag him effortlessly towards the ground, then propped him back on his 2 feet, before clapping her hands together, and by doing so, Izuku felt the weight of gravity placed once again on his shoulders. I stopped your fall with my quirk. I know I should have asked, but I had a feeling that it would be better than kissing the ground, right? Dead silence was Izuku's response, as his face matched that of a mannequin with googly eyes. Yet despite this, the girl continued, oh man, this exam's really got me all worked up. You think so too? Why, I mean, words were not Izuku's strong point at this moment. Once again she continued, well, I guess I'll see you inside. She then turned toward the school, not before waving her hand, bye. As the girl, whose name Izuku, walked off, Izuku's face once again matched the aforementioned mannequin with googly eyes, before burning hot red. Holy crackers, I just talked to a girl. Deku shined with manly boy pride, although nobody stopped him because ruining a cinnamon bun's happiness is a serious crime. Didn't actually talk. A caption appeared below his face. Surely whoever put that caption down was getting put into jail right this second. Waha. Izuku laughed hysterically at the thought of talking to a girl. Yep, make that maximum security. Our cinnamon buns corrupted. Inside the school auditorium, several lights started shining on stage, as the screen shined bright with Uday's logo burning through. Below the screen was a man, a familiar figure, the pro hero, Present Mike. What's up, Udada candidates? Thank you for tuning in to me, your school DJ. He pointed toward the crowd. Come on and let me hear ya, he called. Only to receive silence. Rocking to a tough crowd, huh? He spoke as his arms trembled with a shrug, before straightening himself out. Let's just get right into the good stuff. I'm gonna show you how this practical exam's gonna go down, ya hear me? Despite his less than stellar reaction from before, he threw out his hands and let out a big, "Are you ready?" obviously expecting an eager response. Only to be met with silence once again. Yeah. Present Mike whispered, almost as if to satisfy himself. Oh my goodness! Izuku exclaimed. Not even the first day, and he gets to meet one of the most reputable and popular pro heroes. It's the voice hero, Present Mike. I've tuned into every radio show every day of the week. He's so cool. Will you shut it? Katsuki Bakugo, who just happened to sit right next to him, muttered in annoyance. Despite his rock and roll talk, Present Mike made it quite clear what was to be expected of Izuku and the nominees. They would set out after the orientation towards their designated battle centers, a total of 7 between the letters A and B. The first thing Izuku realized was that both him and Kaken, despite being nominees with numbers back-to-back, were supposed to head out to neighboring stations. I see. Katsuki suddenly spoke, and Izuku looked at him to notice the hothead glancing at Izuku's card as well. They're splitting us up so that we can't pair up with any of our buddies. Why yeah, that's right. We're assigned to different battle centers because of it, aren't we? Izuku asked him, only for the boy to glare back as a response. Don't just start peeking at my card, Deku. Izuku immediately reeled away, knowing his mistake, as Katsuki glared at his card instead. Dim in it. And here I was hoping to smash you down to the dirt. Haha. Izuku laughed awkwardly. Say what you want about Katsuki, but he was very passionate when it came to curb-stomping his supposed childhood friend. And like that, Present Mike continued to explain what would happen in these battle centers. Robots of different sizes would emerge and cause havoc to the fake cities, hosted by these centers. It was the candidates' job to break these robots, using whatever quirks they have in their arsenal. By the size and capabilities of these robots, each would give them a set of points. 1 point to the quick and scrawny robots, 2 to the more capable robots, and 3 to the bulky masses of steel that, somehow, were still called robots, designated as the leader of the lower robot groups. Each had their own strengths and weaknesses, but for Izuku, each were plenty terrifying. If he had even a remote shot of passing the exam, he would have to beat quite a few of those machines, and even then. Excuse me, Mr. Present Mike, sir, I have a question. Another, new voice rang out, catching Izuku's attention as Present Mike pointed toward the candidate. Hit me! Present Mike exclaimed, as a spotlight shined down on the person in question. The man pointed to the paper showing the robot types being discussed currently. On the paper, you clearly list 4 different robot types, yet talk only about 3. If this is an error from Unit A themselves, then this is a shameful act that needs to be corrected immediately. Putting the paper down, he held a hand onto himself. As exemplary students seeking out Unit A as their choice of hero school, we expect only the best. Mistakes like these cannot be tolerated. Izuku watched with awe as the man spoke his mind clearly, until he looked straight back at Izuku and pointed at him, catching the boy off guard. And you, the one with the curly hair. Wchwa me? Izuku curtly replied as the man glared at him. You've been muttering during the entire length of the presentation. Stop that. Izuku immediately went to cover his mouth, sweating profusely at the idea of distracting his possible classmates. If you can't take this seriously, leave immediately. Don't distract the rest of us. The man continued, and Izuku couldn't help but tremble, before looking towards Kaken for any signs of him being annoyed, and indeed, his eyebrows were twitching rapidly. Yep, he was annoyed too. I'm sorry. Izuku weakly replied, and the kids around him laughed a little in response. Alright, settle down, rock stars. Examinee number 7111. He held out a thumbs up as the man was giving him attention once more. Thanks for calling in with your request. Don't worry, that was no error. However, the 4th and final robot was left out on purpose. It's simply an obstacle we will be throwing at you sometime during the duration of the exam. He held out his hand. Even if you do manage to defeat it, he will be worth only 0 points, so don't go slamming him down expecting for an encore. Thank you very much for explaining. The man, examinee number 7111, bowed deeply before having a seat. That's all I got for you today, listeners. He leaned forward, his pale yellow eyes beaming past his shades. Are you ready to go beyond? Can I hear a plus ultra? So much for 3rd time's the charm. Despite being met with silence, a thick atmosphere of anxiety filled the room, and Izuku could feel it. This entire room was anxious to get started. Good luck. Let's see what all of you are capable of. Present Mike finished, ending the orientation. And Izuku was feeling it too. The need to show his worth. Outside at Battle Station B. Outside the battle center, Izuku could be seen trembling in his shoes behind the crowd of other candidates, his face filled to the brim with anxiety, but a very worried smile was still present. It came as no surprise that he was the most worried of the bunch, but everyone else was just as anxious. It did not help that what stood in front of them was a towering gate, the sheer size of the entrance looming over them. Well, Izuku began thinking, trying to soothe his own inner crisis. This is it. Time to put 10 months of All Might's training to the test. His knees started shaking more as the pressure built up. I will become a hero, just like I had always dreamed. I won't let myself down. To return himself back to his senses, he slapped his face with both of his hands, and just like that, his body returned to normal, well almost, if not a little red from the fierceness of his slap. He got a chance to look at the battle center properly and, despite being merely a city for tests, Izuku was impressed on how lifelike it was. The buildings were nearly exact as the ones that could be found in big cities like Shibuya, and the sheer size of the place could be considered a landmark itself. Looking down, he then noticed that, among the candidates, the same girl that saved him from his doom with the ground was there, practicing breathing exercises to cool down her senses. Izuku found himself walking towards her. I should probably return the favor earlier this morning and wish her luck. But before he could do that, he was stopped by a firm hand placed on his shoulder, and looking back, he was completely taken aback to see the same guy calling out his mumbling from orientation, stopping him from saying his thanks to the nice girl. What? He's here too? Izuku screamed in his head as the man looked towards the girl Izuku knew from earlier. She looks like she's trying to put her focus into the exam. Looking down, the man's gaze made Izuku shrink. Are you going to distract her too? Are you trying to ruin her chances of succeeding? You? No. That's not what I was going to do, not by a long shot. Izuku tried to explain himself, before hearing some laughter, as looked back at the group to see the candidates. Talking about him. Look over there. Isn't that the guy from earlier? The one who got embarrassed? He nearly wet himself in the lecture hall. Guy's such a loser. That just means one less competitor to worry about, right? And then, for all the wrong reasons, everyone's morals got higher for the exam, not even noticing the gates for the battle center opening behind the group. Why do I feel like everyone's already written me out of the exam? Izuku asked himself, as the man in front of him crossed his arms, while beginning to say, "Start." Whatever he had to say, it was cut off almost immediately by the same man at the lecture, present mic, screaming for the contestants to begin. Everyone, then, was confused at the sudden outburst. What's the matter? Get a move on. Were you waiting for a countdown? There's nothing like that in real-life battles. If anyone could see present mic from the tower he was in, he'd be waving his hands like crazy, so get moving. Go, 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 go. Is he serious? Izuku first thought, then noticed all the examinees running through the gate, dread filling his body. Oh my god, he is serious. Almost tripping, he began to make a sprint himself, but noticed he was far behind of the pack. Crap, crap, crap. This is really bad. I've started late. He grits his teeth and began to focus. Alright, calm down, focus on what's coming. If you want to be a hero, then you have to think rationally. With heat in Izuku's eyes, he looked up. I got this. All Might's on my side. Running past a crossroad, he felt his mind send danger signals down his body, and before he knew it, thwack! A hard, metal surface slammed him in his side, making Izuku's eyes widen terribly. Gah! What the? His body was sent soaring towards the side roads, away from the rest of the group before he could even catch up to them. Quickly getting up, he looked to see a three-pointer robot, standing large and menacingly above him, with a few robots behind him. Sabotage protocol, successful. The larger robot spoke robotically, as it turned to the other robots. Proceed to follow other examinees. Roger. The robots spoke in unison, before setting back out on the main road, following behind the rest of the group. Now then. The robot turned, facing Izuku Midoriya, who was currently trembling at the sight of the menacing machine, his eyes wide. Examinee number 2234? Why can't I move? Come on, just get up and smash that thing. Smash it. Yet, despite his brain yelling to smash, his body didn't budge, not even for a moment. The robot lifted his arm and hurled it over towards Izuku, making his eyes widen. I'll kill you. The robot suddenly screamed, completely in contrast to its previous behavior. Izuku found his will to move after rolling sideways, away from the robot's fist. That crash made a crater on the pavement, spider cracks twirling around the rupture in the ground as Izuku's eyes shook. No way! Something like that? Izuku's mind went into overdrive as the robot easily lifted his fist off of the ground and faced Izuku once more. Something like that could actually kill me. Art of Stuckton. An extremely glittery blonde boy shot another laser out of his belly, destroying the last of the one-pointers that seemed to follow him earlier. Phew! See Tate Moines that was a close one. These robots have no tact. Looking elsewhere, the opposite of Izuku currently was, he began running once more. Better start finding more, Viet. Quick! Stand still, will you? The robot screamed once more, and on reflex, Izuku jumped backwards, and back on his feet, once again. Crash! Leaving an indent on the street once more, no thanks to the robot. Can people die in this exam? Have people died in this exam? His fingers began sporadically twitching as he walked back up to wall. There hasn't been a confirmed case. But that was before quirkless applicants could apply. Stop resisting and... The robot lifted his hand up in the air. And for that moment, time seemed to slow for Izuku, as he could see how the future could play out. This just in, a young boy, Izuku Midoriya, age 14, was pronounced dead on the spot during a tragic accident during the entrance exam for U.High. Some nameless news proctor explained, as a picture of himself was shown on the side. Sources say that he was killed by one of the obstacles during the practical portion of the exam. Some say the reason was because he was quirkless, being unable to properly handle the trails given by the school grounds, despite initially allowing quirkless examinees to partake in the entrance exam. Needless to say, this exception is being revoked as we speak. I don't want to die like that. The accident could have been avoided if he simply just had a quirk. Just pray that you have the quirk in the next life, and take a swan dive out of the window. Katsuki suddenly came into his mind, and Deku made a small smile. Kaken. His eyes teared up, as his stomach churned in what he assumed was, out of sorrow, what would you have done, Kaken? You wouldn't have let this robot kill you, would you? His teeth widened, thinking how amazing Kaken would have been during a fight like this. Wow, you're so cool. Kid Midoriya exclaimed, as him and Kid Katsuki explored the forest together, butterfly nets at hand. Your quirk is amazing, Kaken. Kaken. He closed his eyes, and his body began burning up as he remembered everything they did together, every fight, every laugh, every encounter they had, whether they were good or bad. Izuku reached toward the notebook, the one burnt by Katsuki Bakugo, and ripped out the page that featured Katsuki as a hero, using his quirk to save the day. Kaken! And ripped the page right out of the book. The robot lunged at the young boy, and Izuku opened his eyes wide, holding out his arms to cover himself. Stay away, ye! Midoriya screamed, and his arms suddenly crackled with light, before. Qua-boom! Moments earlier, inside the judge's tower, all cameras up and functional. All screens operational. A faculty member manning the computers reported, ready to proceed with the entrance exam. Great job as always. A furry creature no more than knee-length spoke in full English, wearing a suit and bow tie. It'd be quite the shame for one of our systems to suddenly break down, Mr. Faculty Member. You have my thanks. You're welcome, Principal Nedzu, sir. The member, confused by the name given to him, responded in kind. Anyway, now pay attention, heroes. I have a good feeling about this class. The creature, known as Principal Nedzu, spoke aloud among the other pro-heroes. While saying this, he gave a particular look towards Toshinori Yagi, who frantically looked at each screen trying to find a certain examinee. Yagi-san, he asked politely. Yes, Principal Nedzu, he spoke shakily, passing a glance at the screens every so often. I know that you have taken interest in one particular examinee here. He held out a finger, one short and white finger. But you must know that it would be unwise to choose favorites as a teacher. We must demonstrate equality among our students here in U.A. Putting his finger down, Nedza smiled. We must not fail to do this, else we lose our reputation as both teachers and as pro-heroes, understand? Right. You've told me this before, Nedzu. He looked toward the screen, much more calmly this time around as Nedzu noticed, and he smiled. All right, Yamada, Present Mike stood as he heard his name called from Nedzu himself. I think we've kept our budding students waiting long enough. If you could do the honors. All right, time to get this show on the road. Pumping a fist in the air, he made his way outside of the room and towards the top of the tower. Start. Oh man, talk about a wolf that's out of the pack. Another pro hero present for the judging spoke as they watched Midoriya chasing the other examinees. Don't suppose that's the boy you're talking about, Yagi? Nedzu whispered, making sure the other judges didn't hear. Yeah. He spoke just as quietly, watching him with a careful eye. While Nedzu did mention not to pick favorites, Yagi couldn't help himself but want to see Izuku in action. Over the long 10 months, he'd be lying to say he didn't get attached to the boy. His spirit and merit both screamed similarly to his. Before Nedzu could reply, however, some of the other judges gasped when the boy got slammed to the side easily by one of the robots, a 3-pointer to be exact. As the lower point robots head back towards the large group of examinees, the 3-pointer focused on Izuku at that given moment. Yagi watched with bated breath, as Izuku was as still as a puppet, only moving when the robot lunged at him. Come on, Midoriya. You need to defeat him. Like a worried father, he was yelling in his head as sweat rolled down his face. Watching Izuku dodge once more, only to back to a wall. Don't suppose he's got a plan? One pro hero spoke aloud. Hardly. A popular pro hero, the R18 hero Midnight, spoke in response. It looks like that kid is just flailing around. Not very youthful if you ask me. She finished. It got Yagi's mind jumping in circles. What are you doing, Midoriya? You're wasting precious time. Just use one for all to smash that thing to bits already. As the robot finally aimed his fist once more towards the boy suddenly acted only for the screen to suddenly flash bright, then black out. A big no signal was present on said screen. Toshinori Yagi jumped out of his seat, catching the other judge's attention as blood filled his mouth. What happened? He spoke through blood. We lost connection with the camera, sir. Shall I proceed to a different camera location? One of the staff spoke. Nedzu. Yagi whispered hoarsely, and the creature nodded, before turning to the staff. Please find another suitable camera, and refocus on examinee 2234. Nedzu gave out the order. Right. The staff members responded, switching through the different cameras, only to find one or two closer cameras also disabled for unknown reasons. What kind of quirk did that kid use, anyway? One of the pro heroes asked. It said in the files that he was registered quirkless. A more notable hero, Cementos, spoke in response. No way! That young man is quirkless. Midnight spoke in surprise. To think there'd be somebody who would actually apply to this course, without a quirk. That takes some serious courage. Well then, if he's quirkless, then there's a likely chance that he might. Before anything else could be said, vision was regained on the monitor that previously had no signal on it. We've regained visual contact. A staff member reported, as the pro heroes focused once more on the screen. Ugh, can't see anything with all of this smoke. Midnight spoke, her eyes squinting as if trying to see better through the monitor. Yagi Toshinori was also squinting at the monitor as closely as possible, trying to see any sign of the young boy he trained the past 10 months. However, he soon stopped just to notice faint orange glow through the smoke, sporadically appearing in different sizes. Yagi raised an eyebrow. What is that orange glow? As he spoke, the other noticed it as well before speaking up. It's kind of peculiar, isn't it? Cementos spoke. Seems to me like a rockin' light show. Present Mike spoke as well. Anyone know what it could be? Midnight asked, and heroes next to her shook their heads. The smoke began clearing up as more of the figure could be seen. Yagi sighed at the sight of the boy's tracksuit still standing, and he fell back onto his seat, holding his head. That kid's gonna give me a heart attack one of these days. He spoke solemnly, before looking back up to the screen only to see the orange glow present on the boy himself. What? Hey, what kind of CGI effect is this? Present Mike spoke loudly. I thought you guys said he didn't have a quirk? Yagi leaned forward, almost feeling like getting up again, incredibly quiet as he watched his trainee come into full view. Izuku was hacking out fumes and smoke as he tried to regain his bearings. After that robot launched at him, all he could remember was a blinding light before all this debris came into the area. What the heck is with this smoke? Izuku wheezed out, his voice hoarse from the lack of air as he tried opening one of his eyes. Where's the robot? Did somebody with a quirk stop him? Crackle fits. The sound of a firecracker was near Izuku as he looked up towards the noise, expecting some sort of person there, only to find chunks of the robot laying around. Is that the robot? Izuku began wondering. FTZZZZZZZ. More of that firecracker noise began popping in, and Izuku noticed a slight glow on his right arm. Only to see a tiny explosion appear on his arm once more. Izuku jumped, landing right back on his butt as he held out his right arm in fright. Crackle. The hand had more explosions popping out of it, causing Izuku's eyes to widen and for sweat to start coming out of his body. Crackle crackle. Fow. Causing more explosions to appear on his arm. A sharp gasp escaped his lips, and Izuku's other arm went for his mouth as he covered it, his mind suddenly running 1,000 miles an hour at this info. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Crackle. Pop-up. There's no way. This must be a joke. This isn't All Might's quirk. This is... Oh my god, this is... One more, definitive explosion rang clear in Izuku's ears. His eyes began tearing up as emotions flooded his being. This is... Kakens. He started speaking quietly, frightened, almost afraid to say it out loud, before gulping loudly, this is Kakens. Quirk. Why am I using Kaken's quirk? How am I using his quirk? What the heck is going on? He spoke aloud, his eyes shaking. Crackle. Judging by his reaction, it seems like the young boy finally acquired his quirk. Cementos spoke, catching the judge's attention. Wait, hold the phones. Present Mike spoke loudly, this late into the show? How is something like that even possible? Indeed, Nedzu spoke calmly as he rubbed his tiny chin, there had been cases of late bloomers, but even then, those were recorded way back before middle school. This boy either hid his quirk really well, or maybe the robot scared the quirk out of him. Nedzu glanced at Yagi, who had his mouth wide open, his eyes sharp and surprised. Yai-san? Nedzu asked for his friend's attention. Can somebody become a hero like you, even without a quirk? Izuku's words, 10 months back, rang once again inside Yagi's mind, as he looked just as shocked as Izuku. Young man, this is something you wouldn't lie about something like that, would you? Yagi asked himself as he closed his mouth, has your quirk finally awakened after all this time? Regardless of this development, the exam must go on. Nedzu exclaimed, before turning to present Mike. Yamada-san, give out the time, will you? Nedzu called out and present Mike grinned. With pleasure, boss. He exclaimed, heading outside and jacking up his quirk to something 100 amps. 8 minutes. Izuku immediately heard present Mike call out, his eyes widening at the information. 8 minutes? Izuku shook his head and glared at his hand that was sparkling with explosions. I don't need an explanation right now. I have to pass this exam if I ever want to be a hero. Holding out his arm in front of him, he closed his hand, and the explosions ceased to continue. Closing his eyes, he could feel the pressure building within him, the passion to build stronger, brighter firepower inside his body. And with this passion, he willed stronger explosions to appear, and indeed, more pressure and fire came out of his arm, making the young boy smile, with Kaken's amazing quirk. Stronger, more profound explosions made an appearance on his arm, and the recoil made Izuku shake, needing him to control the exploding arm with his free one. He felt the embers brush past him, aimlessly and free, blowing through the wind. It was enough to bring out a newfound confidence with Izuku Midoriya, one that wasn't found at the start of the exam. I will beat this exam, and become a hero, just like All Might. Izuku smiled, determination burning inside his being as strong as the embers on his hands. With Izuku's new quirk, that bore a very similar resemblance to his best friend Kaken's, he felt the burning desire to beat this exam to the ground. Indeed, he saw firsthand the capabilities of the explosion quirk for years now, thanks to Kaken, watching it grow to the quirk the hothead used proudly, and with expertise. This quirk was strong. It was very powerful, all right. And it was going to be the key to his place at High. Hey! He heard a familiar voice call out to him, and he turned to find no other than the guy back in the auditorium, the one that accused him of distracting everyone. "Are you all right?" he exclaimed. "I heard you scream and assumed the worst. Is everything?" Before Izuku could even respond, his eyes caught a shadow approaching behind him, and immediately noticed a large, moving thing approaching the guy, without him even knowing. Examinee spotted. It was yet another three-pointer who was following the man to this location. Said man turned around to face the robot, only for his eyes to widen. A three-pointer? I must have let my guard down. He crouched to a runner's position. Despite his proximity to the robot, I need at least few meters of running space to. He jumped at a sudden green blur that ran past him. Take this. He watched the plain-looking Izuku raise a palm at the robot. Flop him. Reeling back as the sudden explosion out of nowhere caught him off guard. Whoa! The man exclaimed, holding his footing at the winds billowing everywhere, watching the robot get launched as bits and pieces flew everywhere. The wind died down, and the upright man looked towards Izuku as he panted with an outstretched hand. Puff, puff, crackle, crackle, that had tiny pops of fire growing out of it. Izuku turned to face him. Yeah, totally fine. Perfect even, he exclaimed, answering the man's question he asked in the first place. What's somebody like you doing with such a destructive quirk? He responded, watching as the carnage in front of him, parts of the robot still falling from the sky and smoke was thrown around from the wind. He pointed towards the wreckage Izuku made. What you did was complete overkill. A simple explosion to the front should have taken him down just fine. Overkill? Izuku repeated, before shaking his head. I mean, I'm sorry. I just wanted to take down that robot B before he could get you, that's all. The man blinked at his honest response, his words sounding similar to somebody he knew. He closed his eyes and looked away. Despite my better judgment, you did take out that robot when I couldn't. So, he quickly bowed, his quick behavior change surprising Izuku. Thank you for helping me. Heh. An awkward sound came from Izuku's throat, as he was still as a billboard, feeling awkward at the man taking a bow out of nowhere. You don't need to bow. But I must. What you did for me, he looked up at Izuku, was a heroic act. And I respect that. Heroic act. Heroic act. Heroic act. Izuku went stiff, his eyes wide at the man's words. He then looked down at his hand, plumes of explosions coming out of it seemingly stronger now as Izuku's emotions burned brighter. What he did was heroic. It was only his thoughts until now that he would become a hero, but after somebody else saying it. Young man, you too can become a hero. Just like All Might. Izuku suddenly made a sprint towards the other way, away from the man as he watched with confusion. Is he offended from what I said? He thought, only then to realize what he was partaking in. No, he's focused on the exams. I shouldn't waste any more time. I just wanted to take down that robot B before he could get you, that's all. Cursing himself for becoming distracted, he thought back on Izuku's words, saying something like that. That guy. It's A10. Midnight, with hearts bouncing around her, exclaimed holding a sign saying 10 on it. Oh, the youth that young boy has. To jump in and save another man in action like that, we need more vigorous men like that in our generation. She began dancing around, getting a few sweat drops from the fellow pro heroes around her. You're being biased, Midnight. No matter how you look at it, Ida Tenya would have performed just the same as his other encounters. Cementos muttered, placing a cement-covered hand under his chin. I'll pass on this rating. He gave her a hard look, efficiently ending her dance of happiness. Save those for when they really matter. You know better than to toss points around like that. Buzzkill. She muttered under her breath, before noticing the other pro heroes following suit, refusing to give out their ratings. She sighed, fine. I'll take things seriously from now on. Bunch of herbivores. She remarked on their lack of backbone. Don't hesitate on what you feel is right, Midnight-san. Nedzu spoke up, gaining her attention. After all, heroes should always meddle and help those that are in danger, no matter who they are and what they're capable of. Izuku Midoriya seems to have those qualities, despite the competition this exam brings. He then held out a sign with a 5 printed out. I feel as though Izuku deserves this. The young man has certainly showed his hero spirit. Nedzu passed a glance at his friend Yagi. The man was silent, his hollowed-out eyes tracking Izuku's every move, curious and astonished. Nedzu, with a small smile, turned to the faculty staff. Very well. If nobody else will deliver their rating, then for Izuku Midoriya, he should gain 15 rescue points for his actions. Izuku ran. His blood was pumping, his legs were quaking, and his mind was going crazy. But most importantly, his new quirk was going wild. What that man said was going on repeat for a while now, as Izuku held a great big smile on his face, his eyes watery. If I can do something like that so easily, using Kaken's quirk, then... He stopped immediately when a one-pointer showed up in front of him. Target found. It spoke, and Izuku's first reaction was to blast it to smithereens, until the man's words spoke in his head again. Wasn't what you did a bit overkill? With a glare and a grin, Izuku dodged the charge the robot gave, and settled with a well-placed explosion dotted right on its side. FWAPMM. The robot crumbled before him, effectively shutting the robot down right on the spot. Izuku had a grand smile on his face, once again looking at his explosion-popping hand. Even with something as simple as that, and I barely broke a sweat. He clenched his hand and looked up towards the crossroads. This exam is going to be a piece of cake. Izuku began running again but started crying as tears wafted in the wind. It's so simple. It's so simple. He exclaimed in his head as he used his arm to brush away the tears. I understand now why Kaken is the way he is. Why he's so bossy. Kaken, you're so amazing. Your quirk is so cool. I hope mine can be just as great when it comes. With a quirk as flexible as his, it really... He jumped above a corpse of a machine and sought out more robots. His eyes continued to water up as he had no doubt or dread touch his being while using the quirk in his hand. It really gives me the strength to take on the world. Demenit. Izuku overheard another examinee cursing as he looked to find a man, surrounded by one-pointers. Really put myself in a pickle here. Izuku's mind clicked as he grinned at the sight before him. Izuku sprinted towards them and blew up one of the one-pointers to give him an entrance to jump in. Hey, think you need some help? Izuku exclaimed, and the guy looked at him as if he was crazy. Huh? You're that kid from before? He asked, shocked, before shaking his head and turning his back on Izuku. You know what? Yeah. You take those 3, I'll take these 3. The nameless man spoke up, and Izuku nodded, grinning. Right. Let's do this. Izuku exclaimed. Puff, puff, crackle, crackle. His quirk roaring once more. Despite this being a competition, the boy is taking it on himself to help other examinees. The cloning pro-hero, Ectoplasm, finally spoke up, being quiet for the duration of the judging for the most part. Say what you want about the man, Cementus. Midnight flicked her wrist and pointed a finger at the boy, but that young man certainly has the spotlight at the moment. While that may be true, Cementos responded, watching the boy carefully, he has only but a fraction of time to really show it. A little over 6 minutes left, to be precise. If he really wants to be in this school, he's going to have to make it count. We got a quirk match, Nedzu, sir? A faculty member exclaimed, catching everyone's attention as one of the big screens came to show none other than Katsuki Bakugo, blasting away robots with his quirk. Katsuki Bakugo, examinee number 2233. His quirk and Izuku Midoriya's sudden quirk are an exact match. A copy of the same quirk? Nedzu asked, curious. Yagi's eyes widened. Wait, young Midoriya's power, isn't even his own? Yagi immediately thought, his throat drying up at the thought. Are you suggesting that Izuku Midoriya copied Katsuki Bakugo's quirk? Ectoplasm asked, his face meeting the faculty members, and said member shrunk. This is uncertain. However, it's very possible. Another examinee. He pulled up another young man by the name of Nito Monoma, who was seemingly brushing past heroes, then using the most recent hero's quirk to defeat the robots. Examinee number 5179, Nito Monoma. He has a quirk that copies anyone else's quirk, simply by touch. But, touch, you said? Midnight spoke, confused. But that can't be the case, right? She pointed at Katsuki, then at Izuku. These two are at separate battle centers, are they not? I can tell just by looking at the scenery. Ah, that's right, Midnight-san. A faculty member reported, Katsuki Bakugo is currently located at Battle Center B, while Izuku Midoriya is at Battle Center A. Izuku was nowhere near the other boy when his quirk showed up. Interesting, very interesting. Nedzu was kicking his legs, a smile on its face. We seem to have quite the interesting roster going on here. I can't wait to see who will prevail. Oh. Power Loader, the excavation pro hero, watched both Katsuki and Izuku with mild surprise. Even if both quirks are a copy, the way they use them is completely different. He pointed at Katsuki briefly. He uses them solely for destroying the villains in quick and creative ways, but then he pointed at Izuku. He's been using his quirk to save fellow examinees. This is his third save in a row. I wonder if he knows the secret of this exam already? Ditch third save? Present Mike exclaimed, taken aback by the boy's guts. That kid's insane. And even then, he looked towards Nedzu, exasperated. Shouldn't we be tallying this kid's score up by now? When do we rate him? Once he finishes his saving spree, of course. Nedzu replied calmly, his legs still kicking. If he returns back to just defeating villain robots, that'll give us the moment to give him the rating for his performance. He gave Yamaha an eye smile. I've been watching him this entire time, and he's putting up quite a show. For now, Yamaha-san, give the time to our examinees, would you kindly? Got it. And I'm rooting for the little guy. He's turning out to be quite the underdog. Present Mike left with those parting words, heading outside of the judge's corner once again. 5 minutes, 2 seconds. Izuku heard Present Mike call out the time, and a tiny chill ran up his spine at the sudden call. 5 minutes, already? Izuku cried out before shaking his head. No, I mustn't lose focus. I'm already getting a big head start, a whopping 18 points, using Kaken's quirk. He overheard robots being smashed from the distance, and noticed the uptight man that told him about his heroic nature, smashing a robot with efficiency. All right. He spoke loudly, catching his footing as he made the landing. That makes 42. FO 42? He felt the confidence he once had completely drained from his body, as his hands trembled. Our release. He heard a familiar voice, and turned to see the very same girl he met at the entrance of U, dropping multiple robots onto the ground, disabling them as she wiped her brow. Phew, that's 28 points. 28? Izuku immediately thought about the girl's quirk, the one that simply caught the boys fall back in the entrance. If a quirk like that could rack up 28 points easily, then dash. Whatever, that. No matter what quirk you have, it's not going to compare to mine. Young Kaken's words rang clear in his mind, as he clenched his fists. I have no excuse to slack off with Kaken's quirk. He screamed in the back of his head, and with a worried face, sought out more robots to defeat. Examinee spotted. Hearing a familiar mantra, he turned to find a one-pointer approaching him cautiously. Izuku, with a panicked look, held out his hand. Eat this, Gakak? Izuku suddenly reeled back his hand, as he felt something similar to his muscles being sprained, almost torn, and in pain. Stepping back a little, he looked down at his hand. It was trembling, twitching, and incredibly dry, as if it ran out of fuel or fire to run on. Izuku's fears magnified, as he looked back up to the robot to see it charging at him. That, it exclaimed, and Izuku simply reeled back and guarded his face, losing his only real edge in the fight, until He heard the robot suddenly getting smashed, and pulled down his arms to see none other than the uptight man, using his legs to break open the frail robot. Now we're even. He spoke, catching Izuku's attention as he brushed himself off. I don't like feeling the need to owe another a favor, especially not for so long. Glad that's sorted out. You saved me. Thank you. Izuku exclaimed, and the man shook his head. Think nothing of it. And my name's not you. He placed a hand on his chest. I'm Tenya Ida, from Some Academy. And you are? Izuku branched at the sudden introduction. Izukami Midoriya. Nice to meet you. The pleasure's mine. Let's not waste any more time. And with that, he made a break for it, and Izuku noticed his legs spitting out fumes and then noticed the engines growing on the back of his legs. Cool. Izuku shook his head and focused back on his hand, and now's not the time. Come on, you need to have Kaken's quirk back up and running if you want to pass. He gripped his wrists hard and focused on making the explosions come back again. Puff. And they did, only to cause Izuku more pain. He closed both his eyes in response, before opening one in confusion, looking toward his hand. I don't understand. Kaken never had this problem as far as I know. Something like this isn't supposed to happen? Why? He thought back to Kaken, and how easy he used his quirk before. Am I just unlucky? Can I not use Kaken's quirk as much as he can? Tears sprinkled the side of Izuku's face, as he put more pressure on his wrist. No. I can't think of that. Not here. Not now. Far. Izuku gritted his teeth, as another surge of pain shot through his arm. Come on. Izuku cried out in his head, staring hard at his hand which refused to give out the amazing quirk anymore. Come on. While the other judges talked about the other examinees, Netsu noticed Izuku's plight, and had a small, sad smile. Finally reached your limit, my friend. It's better now than later, I suppose? Oh, it seems the young man finally stopped saving others. Midnight noticed as well before looking at Netsu. Shall we give him the rating now? Netsu jumped out of his seat and shook his head. Nope. I have a better idea. He then pointed at the faculty staff. Release the 0-pointer. It's time to wrap this test up. Oh boy. Present Mike exclaimed. About time. Cementos spoke evenly. Yagi was still silent, watching as the faculty confirmed the opening of the button labeled Determination Switch, before pressing it, leading to the release of the 0-pointer. Young men, it is time. He thought, looking back at the screen. Where Izuku was, where he was seen holding out his hand, it's time to make this count. Now or never. Rumbling, faint but disturbing rumbling could be felt around the area, and Izuku Midoriya was not one to ignore it. Releasing his hand, he looked around to find the source of it. An earthquake? Izuku first thought immediately, before noticing a large shadow appear, and began slowly turning around. And there it was, a giant, overbearing robot that seemed to scale even the tallest buildings in the battle center. Its shadow scaled far and wide across the roads and skyscrapers. The huge robot just screamed, "Fear me!" No way! Is that? Izuku's body stiffened up, looking at the beast of a machine. The fourth and final robot is simply an obstacle we will be throwing at you sometime during the duration of the exam. Izuku watched with cold fear all over his body, as the robot motioned to slam and smash through buildings left and right. Numerous examines were running away from the robot running past him, but Izuku couldn't do anything except look at the robot in fear. Even if you do manage to defeat it, he will be worth only 0 points, so don't go slamming him down expecting for an encore. That has to be the 0-pointer. Izuku's mind clicked into place as his body began moving. It's not worth anything. Just an obstacle. So I need to run, get out of here, and find more robots. Tripping on his own feet, he felt fear cloud his movements and decisions, and he was left scrambling on the ground, trying to get up. Come on, move. I can't stand around. Move. He felt scared, sick, and most importantly, frustrated. His quirk didn't work properly, and he was left with less points than other examinees. At this rate, he wasn't sure that he was going to pass. Less than 2 minutes remaining. Present Mike exclaimed, and Izuku's pressure peaked. What? Only 2 minutes? Izuku's eyes continued to water as he held his mouth. He thought he had a chance, a shining beacon of hope when Kaken's quirk appeared. He felt unstoppable, as powerful as Kaken himself. If he only knew there'd be a limit, then he wouldn't waste it on. Hey kid, you ain't so bad after all. Thanks for saving me before my goose gets cooked. One of the examinees that helped him said that before, and he froze up. Would he really have had an easier time? But I must. What you did for me, Izuku remembered Ida's words, was a heroic act. And I respect that. Would he really have an easier time? If he had simply ignored the others instead of saving them? Young man, for the umpteenth time, All Might's words rang clear in Izuku's head. You, too, can become a hero. If he couldn't save others, then what was the point of him becoming a hero at all? Ow! Izuku froze, hearing the girl back in the entrance exam cry out in pain, as he turned towards the menacing robot, to find none other than the same girl, stuck under a pile of rubble of concrete, her leg locked in an uncomfortable position, her face displayed with pain and trouble. She could barely get up to a crouched position. She was trapped. Izuku stopped thinking entirely. His mind halted, and ceased thinking about all the problems he faced. Not Kaken's quirk. Not the points, no matter how slim. Not the robot. To her. The first person that this place has shown any kind gesture to him. That helped him, saved him from something as simple as embarrassment. Even if it was a simple, small gesture. I stopped your fall with my quirk. I know I should have asked, but I had a feeling that it would be better than kissing the ground, right? Compared to everything before. That is also another way of saying useless. What? It's in your name, so it has to be true. Yeah, Kaken's right, Death. Since when is he ever wrong? One of them said. Yeah, what he said. What's wrong, Deku? Can't handle the truth? Save her? Oh no, Deku's gonna be in so much trouble. Do not call me Kaken again. You hear me? I make you regret it. Save her. Sorry, kid, it isn't going to happen. With this extra pinky toe joint, you're simply not going to develop a quirk. I'm so sorry. Izuku. You're just a quirkless loser. A hero wannabe. Are you still thinking about applying to U.A? Get real. You're much better off going to some other course. Without a quirk, you're nothing. Save her. Quirkless. And, for some reason, that suited man's words suddenly rang forth. Izuku didn't know the man, and yet, his words made him feel pure fury. If I don't. Izuku's legs resumed function, and Izuku got up immediately. He faced the robot. Then who will? Letting out a grunt, he sprinted, right toward the metal beast. PWPop. PWPPPPP. Izuku heard fireworks coming from his other arm, but he couldn't care less at its sudden appearance, unable to feel the pain anymore. His body was on full autopilot. Its course, to save the girl. An overwhelming feeling of power crashed through him, as he stood in front of the robot, crouched surging one for all, the quirk that was on the back of his mind since Kaken's quirk appeared, suddenly taking full effect. And Izuku launched. Soaring through the sky, like a plane and F-35 fighter jet. Even faster. He threaded in between the robot's fingers, and flew fast towards the robot's face. When you're ready to use my quirk, clench your butt cheeks as tight as you can manage. All Might could be here repeating how his quirk was performed, as Izuku ped his fist back. Using his right hand, the very same hand that Kaken's quirk was irregularly popping from, he channeled one for all through the arm, pumped it with energy, the sheer power coming out of his skin, ripping the remaining part of his tracksuit. And scream from the bottom of your heart. Izuku repeated All Might's words, and followed through with them crystal clear, as his arm eclipsed with strength Kaken's quirk, silent. Izuku's voice roared, loud and strong, as he threw the punch. Smash. What was a simple punch, ignited into flame. Quabion. And a violent, mother-of-all-bomb-level explosion racket the entire city, as the robot's upper torso was destroyed to smithereens. And all of the examinees, present at Battle Station A, were stunned to say the least. Not gonna lie, kid, you had me worried there for a second. Yagi was talking to himself as most of the other judges were cheering for the boy's heroic act. I was hoping you would show the same display of heroism that you showed back when we first met. He passed a glance at the other judges, and while some of them were more forthright in displaying their excitement for the scene, others at least had a smile on their face, showing the pleasure in what they just saw. Because if you want in this school, you have to go beyond just being a hero. Yagi looked back at the screen, taking note of how any examinee viewed in that moment was immobile, rooted in their places, looking at the boy in shock. And there is nothing more heroic than self-sacrifice. Peak. Numerous windows, destroyed by the sudden velocity of the explosion, rained glass down to the roads and shattered on the floor. The robot was violently hurled back, as it came smashing onto the ground in a heap of unmoving steel, numerous embers sprinkled on top of the destroyed carcass of a machine. When numerous bystanders watched the scene, they were at first in awe until the sound of the explosion came crashing into their ears, the many lot of them choosing to cover their ears as soon as they received the unpleasant ear waves. Standing on top of a heap of robots, Katsuki raised an eyebrow at the sound of a warhead going off, before snickering it away. Sounds like somebody's just died, I bet. Kaken joked with himself, cocky with his combat prowess as he jumped off the pile. Oh well. Just means less competition for me. The judges noticed the cascading amounts of damage appearing around the area, and watched with bated breath as examinees narrowly avoided falling glass and debris caused by the explosion. Isn't this getting a bit out of hand? One of the faculty members exclaimed as he stood from his seat. This couldn't have been caused by the robot, could it? The robots have been designed to maintain minimal damages when destroyed. This is not the robot's fault, Power Loader responded curtly. Then that means dash. Yagi's eyes widened at the implications, and his mouth opened. Midoriya? Did your quirk and one for all mix? Izuku, recovering from his sudden drive of adrenaline, felt gravity press itself on his back once more, and felt the rush of wind blow past his face. He looked down just to see how high up he was, only to see. He was, at this point, skydiving higher than the buildings around him, and he couldn't help but to scream. His voice came out, and he felt the vibrations, but everything he heard was muted, muffled, almost like earphones was placed on his head, but he couldn't focus on that now. Crap! Midoriya cursed, watching as the ground came closer into view. I didn't think of an exit strategy. I wouldn't think that I'd be so high up. Okay, think Midoriya. You can use one for all to land just like All Might, right? So just do that. Yes. Despite his brain signaling his body to move, he felt no response come from his legs or his arm. He looked to see. Broken, mangled messes of limbs flopping in the wind with no control. Izuku felt the shock rattle his entire being. My body's broken? No way. Was this because of one for all? Izuku tried to hold his arm, to put it into place, but felt tremendous amounts of pain from doing so. Izuku once again felt tears spring past his eye ducts. That's right, All Might said so himself. Now listen, you've taken this quirk under a seriously short notice. I can't say you can use this quirk and come out without a scratch. Izuku felt his hot tears fly past his face, up to the air. So in the exams, be prepared for some kickback, okay? I didn't listen to him. I failed. And now? No. Izuku shook his head and clenched his teeth. I can't lose focus here. I need to use All Might's ability and save myself from crashing. He reeled back his punch. If my arm breaks, then I can't continue the exams. Even if I have 18 points. Izuku felt uncertainty fill his being as the road got closer and closer. Will 18 points be enough? It's so small compared to everyone else. How can I pass with just 18 points? Izuku felt a scream piercing his throat, but he still couldn't hear anything at all. Everything was silent, and it just made the fast-approaching demise that much more terrifying. I can't do it too soon, or too late, or else I'd be paced. Izuku felt fear frantically run up and down his spine. I have to do it. I have to do it, even if I won't be able to do the exam anymore. If I don't, I'll... I really will die. Slap. Izuku felt his cheeks burn a hot flash of pain as his face forcefully tilted to his right, before feeling his body press upwards and made an incredibly fast stop above the ground before he could crash into it. He then felt gravity return, but his body only slammed uncomfortably onto the ground, his broken limbs rattling onto the floor. He looked to his left to see the same girl that saved him from embarrassment, and immediately put two and two together, his eyes widening. She saved my life. She must have broke my fall with her quirk. His eyes meet the ground as he bit his lip. I really owe her for the save, but now. Izuku, using his free, fully moving hand, he pressed hard on the ground and pushed himself forward, moving at a snail's pace on the ground. Thanks to her, now I can have a chance to get more points. I just need more points. Izuku cursed under his breath as he pushed at the ground, tears filling his cheeks. I don't have enough. Under $73.9. Izuku thought he heard present mic for a second, but it only came to his ears as a mumbled mess. He could also hear the faint wailing of a siren, but thought nothing of it. Still pushing himself on the hard ground, his eyes darted past the watching examinees, looking for a robot that was moving. Just 2 more points, at least. Please. Uraraka Ochako, the zero-gravity girl that saved Izuku from his fall, could be seen resting on the metal pile that was once a part of a robot she previously defeated. Using this metal pile before to reach Izuku, she had to levitate herself, the pile, and eventually Izuku once she rose high enough to meet him head-on. Unable to handle the strain of it, along with the previous exhaustion she had after the duration of the exam, she promptly puked out the contents of her lunch after she had released her quirk. She overheard the young boy talking about his points being too low and felt immensely guilty for being a burden to him. Because of her, he would sacrifice a good amount of points that would have helped him pass the exam. His sacrifice would not go in vain, she had decided, and made sure that after the written exam, she would head to where the pro heroes were, and ask for them to give him some of her points even if it costed her the chance of entering that as well. Time's up. Present mic called, halting everyone's movements any further as a siren wailed to accompany the end of the practical exam. Uraraka's guilt for the boy the hero that saved her, magnified, but felt too tired to make any motion to respond to it. Just 2 more points, at least. Please. Uraraka Ochako was then confused, once the boy said that, and looked toward him only to see the man still moving against the ground, his eyes filled with tears. Did he not notice present mic say that the exam was over? Uraraka thought, tired, before feeling something warm and stick on her hand the hand she used to slap Izuku, and therefore use her quirk on him. Her eyes widened. Meeting her hand was a familiar, red liquid she knew all too well. Blood? Uraraka felt her body stiffen, looking at the foreign substance. Is that from me? But I didn't. She then looked towards Izuku, or rather, inspected Izuku's body. It didn't take long to notice that there was, indeed, blood present on his face. Her eyes widened when she noticed the source of the blood. The man's ears were bleeding profusely. She immediately understood the situation he was in. He can't hear anything. Uraraka felt her previous fatigue leave her as she carried her body and lifted herself off the heap of metal she used as a platform. Oh God, he's deaf. The explosion from earlier. She tripped on a spare pipe that was laying on the ground. Gee. She let out a grunt, but didn't stop as she started crawling her way towards him and grabbed his shirt. Hey! Hey! Uraraka then noticed the limbs that were sprawled around the floor in irregular positions, and her eyes shook from the sight of them. He's a mess. He can't go on like this. Stop, please. She pleaded desperately, the guilt she felt from before making her voice emotional, catching the other examinee's attention. Izuku felt a slight tug on his shirt and felt muffled noises from his side. Curiosity getting the best of him, he looked to see the nice girl he saved and saved him back, tugging on his shirt, kneeling toward him. He could easily tell she was tired from the way her body was leaning. It desperately wanted to fall over, but her face it screamed panic. His attention was on her, as he wondered why she was so desperate looking at him, until she opened her mouth to speak. 534 RM3? Izuku blanched when he heard only muffles come out, and became incredibly confused as to why he couldn't hear her. Judging by the look on his face, Ochako could tell he couldn't hear a thing he was saying, and tightened her face with determination. She tilted her head slightly, so her ear was present, and she pointed toward it. Izuku watched as the girl moved slightly, then suddenly pointed toward her ear. He looked at the gesture with confusion, then it clicked. "Can you hear me?" That was what the girl said, but he could only tell from the way her lips moved, which meant no. He could not hear her, but why? It was then he felt, on the backs of his face, a foreign liquid that caused a minor irritation to his nerves. With a shaky hand, using the only arm he had functioning, he pressed his ears, and felt something sticky and warm, drying up quickly on the sides of his face. His eyes narrowed, and he brought his hand to the front of his face, only to find his fingertips painted with blood. His blood? Could he not hear her because his ears were damaged? Before he could even deduce what that meant in the grand scheme of things, he could feel the effects of everything: fatigue, blood loss, pain, all bringing his body to a cold, hard stop. He passed out on the spot, not knowing whether or not the exam was finished. Ochako could only watch as the boy fell down, stopping his movement entirely, and immediately thought the worst. With worried eyes, she looked towards the examinees. Somebody, please help. This person is seriously hurt. Is anyone a doctor?" She cried out, unsure whether to call 119 or not while being on UDOTA grounds. "Recovery girl is who you'll need." She watched a blonde boy, with a calm demeanor on his face, step forward with a swish of his hair. "She's the very heart of you. If anyone is capable of healing him back to 100%, it's her." "Then, can somebody please find her and get her here quickly?" Uraraka called, and some of the examinees looked towards one another, until, "I'll go." Uraraka looked towards a tall man with blue hair, his glasses shining against the sunlight. "I'll head back to the entrance and ask the staff there for this recovery girl." All the way to the entrance? Can you make it?" Uraraka exclaimed in surprise, and the man nodded. "With my quirk, it'll be easy." Facing away, he crouched into a runner's position. "Please keep watch over Izuku until then." And with that, he made a run for it, his legs spewing fire as he reached incredible speeds. Uraraka let out a heavy sigh, depending on the man to bring recovery girl here quickly. He looked down at the boy that was on the ground. "Izuku, huh?" she thought, recalling what the man said. She had a conflicted, troubled look sent towards Izuku, simply just worried that the boy was going to get himself in the hospital, just to save her. But then, she thought of how quick he was to jump in and rescue her, as well as how strong he was defeating the robot with a single punch. She then smiled, her eyes glowing with respect. "Thank you for saving me, Izuku." While what the boy did was incredible. Yagi watched the judges discuss amongst themselves, choosing not to opt in. "We simply cannot ignore the pure destruction caused by the quirk he has." And Cementos was just as harsh as he ever was against the boy. Many judges have felt proud over what Izuku did in the situation, but only until have they assessed the damages did they take a more critical evaluation. But his quirk is incredible. Not to mention the pure potential it has with somebody who helps others, compared to that other boy, Bakugo, who simply chose to fight villains. Midnight spoke her reason, once again against the cement-covered hero. To lose a boy like that is to lose another great hero taught in our school. There are many great heroes here, Midnight-san. It would be unfair to single out one boy among the rest. Ectoplasm spoke as he looked at Cementos, and I agree with Cementos. If he is to be taught here, it must be under a watchful eye. You're talking about not singling the audience out, aren't you? Oh man, I can smell the irony from here. Present Mike tuned in. We need no watchful eyes in our school. That rock star just needs a bit more polish to shine bright, just like anybody else here at our school. I already know my rating, he smiled, and a bling on his teeth could be seen. The boy certainly has the strength down, Power Loader began talking, and his heroic deeds are not misplaced, but using moves like large explosions have to be taken into consideration and moderation, else they could easily be mislabeled as acts of terrorism in the real world, rather than actions of a hero. It's quite clear that our opinions for young Izuku Midoriya are spread out quite unevenly. Netsu nodded, hearing each of the judges' voices, and said heroes went silent to hear their leader out. But please, do not forget to factor in his previous actions beforehand, like we all previously agreed. He has saved 3 other examinees beforehand, not including young Tenya Ida, which we have already given a rating for. This will be a total rating, one that adds on to Izuku's previous score of 15 rescue points. Netsu looked onward to the screen, watching the young girl Izuku saved sit next to the boy's side. And as heroes, you must recognize those that have budding talent, and those that have none whatsoever. Netsu looked at the judges. Now then, everyone. Please give the ratings with fairness in mind. How much score does everyone deserve? Who has earned the privilege to be in U.A? Yagi watched the discussion unfold before him, a feeling of uneasiness washing over his body. If he had just used one for all by itself, simply to enhance his strength, this divide between the judges wouldn't have been made. Yagi proceeded to hold his head, a headache forming amongst the chatter of his neighbors. Young man, I pray that you haven't messed up your chances, before they could even happen. I'm so jealous, an examinee commented from afar, and Uraraka bit her lip, ignoring the comment. Currently, Uraraka was kneeling on the ground, with Izuku's head on her lap. Convinced that having the injured boy just lying on the ground wasn't suitable for the heroic deeds he had done for her, she took charge of the situation. And the feedback was less than desirable, to say the least. Oh man, that guy's seriously lucky, another replied, and Uraraka bit her lip just a bit harder. It's a shame that he's out cold. He'd be having the time of his life. Just a bit longer, Ochako, you can do this. Uraraka talked to herself in her head, mustering the courage not to attack the examinees that were embarrassing her right now. That guy said he'd come back as soon as possible, right? I'm sure he'll be coming any second. Ochako snapped back into attention when she heard the sound of a man running towards them, the other examinees' voices dying down shortly after. She looked to see the man that said he would get Recovery Girl return, and noticed that he had an elderly woman on his back. My, you young people sure know how to get around quick, the lady exclaimed mirthfully, not fazed in the slightest at Ida's speed using his quirk. My sincerest apologies, but I had to bring you here as soon as possible. Like I said, he turned towards Ochako and Izuku, it is of utmost importance. Well now, she began walking up to the two, a big needle in her hand was used like a cane. I don't suppose this boy is the one in need of attention? She then looked at Ochako and smiled. How kind of you to lend this poor boy your lap. He really must be something to you. That's not it at all. She exclaimed, blushing at the kind grandma's words, frantically waving her hands. It's just this man I mean, this person saved me from the robot, and hurt himself for doing so. I didn't want him lying on the ground. So having him on my lap was the last I could do. She spewed out her logic and the grandma just laughed. Sure, I understand, dear. She replied, and Uraraka's blush magnified. I'm serious. She cried out in dismay, convinced that she was going to die in embarrassment. Recovery Girl approached the duo, looking at Izuku more carefully. Oh my goodness, you kids were right. He's got quite a few injuries on him, doesn't he? Without mentioning any more, her lips suddenly extended, right towards the top of the boy's head, catching everyone off guard as Izuku received a kiss from the old lady. And everyone reeled back in disgust, even Ochako, who had the front seats of the event. I'll take back what I said before about that man being lucky. One of the examinees spoke up again, turning away from the sight. Ochako then noticed a green aura appear around Izuku, and all of his injuries began healing back up. His legs locked back into their normal shape, and his arm once again regained his normal color. Good as new. The lady responded in kind, before facing the examinees. Okay, line up everyone, I have something to give all of you. Wait! Ochako exclaimed, catching the old lady's attention. I'm sorry, Ms. Recovery Girl, but he also couldn't hear me before. He might have gotten ear damage as well. Are you sure he's fine? She asked, worried deeply for the boy that risked his life for hers. The old lady simply laughed. It's been a while since my quirk was tested, ho ho. Recovery girl laughed before walking over to her and held out her hand towards Ochako. Ochako blinked before holding her hands out and received gummies? Bear gummies to be exact. She gave the nurse a confused look. Worry not, dear, your friend will be just fine. But, since you're so concerned. She looked towards the boy with the engine quirk and spoke again. Ida-kun, would you be so kind as to carry Izuku back to my office? Ask the staff back at the entrance and they'll tell you where it is. Of course. I'd be glad to do this request for you, ma'am. Ida motioned towards Ochako, and Izuku picked the boy up carefully. Ochako, feeling the weight on her lap disappear, looked up towards Ida. Ida-kun. Ochako stuttered, making sure she spoke his name correctly, and she received the attention of the young man. Thank you for helping me out. And my name's Ochako Uraraka. I hope we can be friends in the future. Ida blinked at the sudden friend request, before nodding all the same. Mine is Tenya Ida, and I wish for the same as well, but he looked at the boy on his back, a solemn smile on his face. Save that thank you for Izuku here. After all, he's the one that's saved. You right? Ochako nodded, happy to receive a positive response from the man, right. Now all that is said and done, everyone, come here and get some gummies from me. Recovery girl exclaimed, and the examinees approached her. They'll give you back your strength for the written exam. Just make sure you eat only one at a time, okay? Now then, do we have our ratings? Nedzu asked the group, and the board of judges held out their signs, making their final decisions. Yagi passed a glance at each of the points from their respective judges, and cursed under his breath. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. He's receiving less points than what he could have gotten. He held his head, conflicted about the new information, about Izuku's sudden new quirk. Had Midoriya avoided giving off that huge explosion with both of his quirks, he would have received a near-perfect score for just using one for all, but on the other hand, if Izuku's quirk hadn't shown up, Yagi glanced at the huge board of points, rounded up to the top 500. Soon noticing Izuku Midoriya, listed with 18 villain points and 15 rescue points, he was only ranked at the bottom 400s. He would not have been able to use one for all anyway, if it meant destroying his body in order to do so. Yagi played the scenario in his head multiple times, over and over again, and just kept thinking that Izuku would be unable to really defeat any robots with just one for all alone. Yagi closed his eyes, a sigh escaping his lips. Maybe this was the better route after all? Then it's settled. Nedzu exclaimed, and Yagi looked towards him with a worrisome look, as Nedzu gestured at the faculty staff. Staff, if you would be so kind as to update the board, please? Nedzu's eyes beamed with light. It's about time we got a good idea on who our next year's students will be. Yagi watched the board flash with all the new information present and immediately noticed that Izuku Midoriya wasn't in the same spot as before. His eyes shifted to the higher numbers from the 300s to the 200s to the 100s. Oh my! Yagi's mouth opened wide, and his eyes widened at the sight. Izuku, you've actually... Izuku Midoriya woke up to the pleasantly unpleasant smell of hospital sheets and perfume, finding himself laying on one of its beds as an occupant. What happened? Izuku held his head, trying to remember the events that happened beforehand. Did I black out? Wait, is the exam finished? He ripped the blankets of him and jumped on his feet. No way. I need to head to the written exam. Relax, young man, relax. Izuku's body jumped at the sudden new voice, as he looked to see a small, old lady walk up to him with a needle like a cane at hand. There's no need to rush. You've just gotten out of bed, so you need time to recuperate. She spoke, and Izuku then realized who she was. Why, you're a recovery girl. Indeed, Izuku's research on the pro-heroes of Yuta certainly helped, as a pleased smile appeared on the lady's face at being recognized. So that means... I had to be sent to your office to be healed. He then noticed his limbs being completely functional, compared to before when he used one for all with them. You've healed me completely, in with such a short notice. Izuku looked at the doctor. Thank you. You have no need to thank me, young man. And it seems your ears are working just fine too, correct? She spoke, and Izuku became confused. Am I ears? Before he remembered how he wasn't hearing anything, wait, my ears, were they injured too? Yes, but they're all better now thanks to me. She spoke, before pointing at a monitor next to her, repeating the scene of him blowing up the giant zero-pointer, and Izuku gasped at seeing himself deliver such a violent explosion to the robot. That was, from me? Izuku asked, not once remembering seeing Kaken display such a ferocious blast from his quirk. He looked down at his hand. Was this, because One for All strengthened my body as well? Isn't it just a strength enhancement quirk? He asked, and the lady coughed, giving him her attention. Young man, I'm not happy in the slightest for destroying your body the way you've did, protecting that girl. She spoke, and Izuku reeled back at the harsh words. It seems to me like your quirk has just recently developed, with just how rash you were using it during the entirety of the exam. What you did was complete overkill. Izuku remembered Ida's words at that moment, and he looked down to the ground as Recovery Girl continued. You could have seriously hurt yourself more, you know? You could have given yourself shell shock, or blown one of your limbs right off. Her voice turned harsher, and Izuku began sweating profusely before looking at her slightly. Is it shell shock? Izuku asked meekly, unsure whichever the two worst-case scenarios she mentioned was, well, worse. PTSD. She spoke like a knife was her tongue, cutting with such cold anger as Izuku shrunk again. Post-traumatic stress disorder. And with an explosion like that, you'd be hearing it, feeling it, non-stop, no matter if you were using it. My quirk can do many things, and judging by how you recognized me right away, you seem to know this, Recovery Girl continued, before pointing at him, but it can't fix everything. I can't make limbs magically grow back, nor can I fix any mental problems you incur on yourself. The point, young man, she faced him completely, and held out her needle in front of her, placing it firmly on the ground, is to never do this again, you understand? Riri. I understand. Izuku squeaked out, in despair, and Recovery Girl couldn't help but sigh. She glared at the boy. You mustn't use your quirk like you have today. Practice control, and DSPLN. Never go out of bounds like this, or else you won't just risk hurting others. You will be hurting innocents, too. Innocents? Izuku spoke out loud, clenching his wrist hard at the info. Kaken's quirk? She's right. I can't use it perfectly right now. If I were to use it among other heroes. A big kaboom appeared in his head, and what once stood all might, stood only his almighty shoes. Despite the comical image, Izuku paled horribly at the sight of accidentally blowing up his role model. Take what I said today in consideration, and hopefully the next time I see you, you'll be in much better condition to use your quirk. Recovery Girl spoke, handing him some of the gummies that were given to the other examinees, as well as a pink note with written info on it. Take these gummies one at a time during the test. The info on that card will lead you to your room that will hold the written portion of the exam. I wish you luck. Recovery Girl finished her speech. Speaking of which, Izuku immediately held back his voice that came out too loudly, and Recovery Girl looked back with a small look of irritation. I got 18 points during the practical exam, defeating those robots. Do I have a chance at getting into you, Dada? Izuku asked, almost pleaded for the answer, and caught Recovery Girl slightly off guard. For a moment Recovery Girl smiled, which brought a glimmer of hope inside Izuku, until, I'm sorry, sweetie, she spoke, making Izuku blink in surprise as she continued, that's not information I can give out freely. I apologize. Oh. Izuku, not satisfied with the answer, looked down at the card given to him. But don't give up hope, young man. He immediately looked back at Recovery Girl, who was giving him a thumbs up. Just perform as strongly as you did on the practical exam, onto the written exam, and it should all be worthwhile, I'm sure of it. All right. Izuku, much more pleased hearing that, nodded. I will. Just don't start exploding the room when you come across a hard question, okay dear? I won't. Izuku said in stark contrast to before, embarrassed by the old lady's words. Izuku gulped loudly, as the only ones who were present in the room were him and a weird, sleeping, yellow bag of a teacher laying on the ground. He was taking the exam, pencil in hand as he answered each question to the best of his ability. For once, Izuku was happy that all of these answers seemed easy enough thanks to All Might's training plan, his studying seemingly paying off. But Izuku's mind was rattled, swimming with questions that he could not find answers to. Did he make it? With only 18 points, did he stand a chance at entering? Or was he doomed to fail despite taking the written portion right now? Izuku's hands started shaking, as he felt almost helpless at the situation, hot tears already forming in the corner of his eyes. Just perform as strongly as you did on the practical exam, onto the written exam, and it should all be worthwhile, I'm sure of it. Despite how positive it sounded before, Izuku couldn't help but think about how general-sounding it was, and how it didn't say firmly to him, yes, you passed. Or, no, you failed. Have faith, young Midoriya. Just then, All Might's words rang clear, and Izuku's trembling ceased, as his face was filled with determination once again. I can't give up now. All Might's counting on me. Izuku began furiously writing the answers once again, and I won't let him down. The teacher was found standing once again, as he looked down at Izuku holding his exam properly. Done already? That was quick. You didn't cheat, did you? Izuku stiffened. No, of course not. But didn't want to go through the trouble of going through the camera footage. Izuku gasped and looked around the room, something that he noticed. Don't bother, it's well hidden, you wouldn't know where to look anyway. Oh. Izuku then looked at the teacher holding out his hand, and followed with giving the papers to him. The teacher looked through the papers, making Izuku immensely nervous, before blanching once the teacher just shrugged afterwards. Doesn't seem forged. Oh well. You'll want to make your way back to the entrance after getting your stuff. Within a week, you'll know whether or not you made it in. Take care. The teacher made a reach for his yellow sleeping bag, and Izuku blinked at his dismissal. That's it then? I have to wait a week to know if I pass or not? Izuku's hands clenched, as he willed the determination to ask one of the strongest questions, burning on his mind. Hey teacher, Izuku started. It's Aizawa. Izuku recoiled at the sudden answer, suddenly meeting eye to eye with the person he was asking the question to. Dinin, Aizawa-sensei. Just Aizawa. The man's tone was forceful, making Izuku shrink in shock. I'm not your teacher unless you have a class with me. He explained, his voice commanding. Izuku noticed. Until then, it's Aizawa. Okay, Aizawa. Izuku gulped once again, before returning back to his senses. I only received 18 villain points during the practical exam. Looking up at the not his teacher Aizawa, he continued, will it be enough for me to get into U.A? For a moment, Aizawa was silent, giving Izuku uncertainty, before he sighed deeply, something Izuku was not expecting. Kid, I'm going to be frankly honest here. We teachers aren't allowed to give out answers to questions like that. Izuku looked down, not sure whether he was expecting something different for an answer, until. But with a score like that? Then, Izuku looked up when Aizawa continued talking, only to be met with a hard glare. You should throw away the hope of getting into U.A, and instead start practicing more on your quirk for next year's exam. Izuku blinked, then his face slowly turned into confusion. Izuku asked quietly, and the man snickered, laughed at him. Don't what, me kid? You of all people should know the answer yourself. Aizawa shrugged. I mean, 18 points alone is a stretch to be top 500, with how many participants coming in today. So, let's be realistic here. Izuku, hearing this, went numb as the man walked towards the exit. Unless you aced this written exam with flying colors, which I assure you haven't. Izuku's heart throbbed at the awful words, preparing defenses once again after the longest time, since before All Might came into his life, then you won't be getting in that easily, unless by some slide of luck, you manage to earn yourself a place at UA, then you have proved me wrong. Don't get mad at me, kid. You wanted a straightforward answer. He called, and Izuku turned towards him, only for the teacher's back to face Izuku. I'm only saying this for your own good. Goodbye. Closing the door, Izuku stood in the middle of the classroom, a classroom he might never see again until next year. Izuku felt hot tears trace down his cheek, but this time, he made no motion to stop him. A familiar feeling of his glass world that he desperately tried to fix from before, ever since he was told he could become a hero, began shattering once again. Izuku had a shaded look on his face as he walked past the entrance of the school, his hands holding firmly on the arms of his backpack as his eyes continuously met the ground, unable to look at you like he once did at the start. His mind was clouded with dark, depressive thoughts as every step he took away from the school was akin to him stepping away from his dream as a hero. He felt like he let everyone down. He felt like he let All Might down. Maybe he just wasn't meant for One for All like he thought? Maybe he was just lucky to earn such a thing, and that was that? No matter. He'll hear from All Might again soon, he was sure of it. Whether that was a good thing or not was to be decided. Ayu. Izuku snapped out of his funk and looked up to see, in his surprise, the girl he had saved earlier before. She had a bright smile, just like the start of the day as she ran towards him. I'm surprised to see you out here so late. Must have taken the written exam after you woke up, huh? She then pointed at him with mirth in her eyes. Your name's Izuku, right? How do you know my name? Izuku responded, embarrassed, but not to his usual lengths like before. She gleamed. Ida-kun told me, she then caught herself, before rubbing the back of her head. I mean he only told me your first name, so I don't really know your last name and… She coughed into her hand, catching herself before she could needlessly rambling which amused Izuku to some extent. My name's Ochako Uraraka. She spoke, and Izuku blushed, receiving her name. Uraraka-san. He whispered, and she nodded. Don't wear it out, she exclaimed, before turning slightly red looking at him, and, thank you for saving me back in the practical exam. She began, and Izuku silently gasped in remembrance. I'm not sure if I could have escaped from that robot. I think… She looked away, brushing her hair with her hand. I think you really saved my life back then. So, thank you, Izuku. Don't. Ochako looked back at him, to see the boy trembling. Don't thank me. I've only done what a hero would have done at that moment. Izuku? Ochako asked, noticing his sorrowful tone, until he noticed his cheeks were shining, which meant, why are you crying? Ochako asked, concerned, as the man immediately moved his arm to wipe the tears away. Because, he spoke, his voice in anguish, I'm not a hero. I'm just a really, really lucky person. He spoke with bated breaths, and Ochako was unsure what he was saying. But now, my luck's all. He didn't finish that statement, as he trembled more ferociously. Izuku, how many points did you get in that exam? She asked with a bit of worry in her voice, and Izuku shook his head and breathed deeply. 18 points. Izuku firmly responded, and Ochako winced, before smiling. That's okay. 'Cause I've talked with the teachers myself. She spoke, surprising Izuku. I asked them to give some of my points to you, and they said that wasn't needed. So surely you must have passed. Do you know for sure? Did they say this, or to you about me? About if I passed? Izuku quizzed Ochako, and she reeled back slightly, not giving an answer for a few moments. No, they didn't. Ochako spoke, and Izuku nodded. Then it's the same. Izuku spoke, looking down at the ground, the same as me when I asked the teachers if my score would be enough. They all said some ambiguous answer. Then you shouldn't give up so easily. But Izuku felt more tears, felt more frustrated with himself at being so sad and pathetic in front of this girl, but he was just so broken over today, broken and confused about he wanted to be. I asked the teacher that gave me my written exam, just him and me in a room together, after I finished the exam. But I must. What you did for me, Ida's words rang in his head, was a heroic act. And I respect that. I asked him if my points were enough to get into U. Then he laughed. Told me that 18 points wasn't enough to be even in the top 500. Izuku exclaimed, his frustration leaking out through his voice, and Ochako could only watch in silence as the man that saved her broke down, even though I tried so hard to make it happen. Izuku's eyes were clouded with misery, and it was shown in his voice. To have a pro hero laugh at me at my dreams like that. I almost don't want to be a hero anymore. Don't say that. Ochako suddenly exclaimed, catching Izuku off guard at her sudden voice. He felt his frustration leave him at that moment, when he noticed she was crying, and he was shocked. You'll make it. Ochako spoke firmly, and for a second, Izuku felt that drive to be in you. A return after being gone for so long. You'll make it, because heroes were made here. And what you did for me was a heroic act? Right? Izuku thought he knew the words that were coming, but was the most heroic thing. Izuku's eyes widened at the girl that saved him, shed tears with a smile, the same kind smile that greeted him back at the start of the day. That any real hero has ever done for me. Uraraka-san. Izuku whispered the name he just learned of, loudly, honestly at awe from what she was saying. And if this place doesn't recognize you for the hero that you are? Ochako continued, her voice getting rough. Yagi looked up at the boards, his eyes still in shock as he looked towards the top 20s, passing by. Tenya Ida, 9th place, 52 villain points, 9 rescue points. And to believe, I told you not to doubt yourself this morning. Yagi continued through the ranks. Ochako Uraraka, 3rd place, 28 villain points, 45 rescue points. But I couldn't help myself from doubting you, all the same. Yagi exclaimed, ashamed of himself for, once again, not following his words to heart. Katsuki Bakugo, 2nd place, 77 villain points, 0 rescue points. Izuku Midoriya. Yagi looked at the very top, his eyes shining with pride, as he settled on the name for 1st place. Izuku Midoriya, 1st place, 18 villain points, 60 rescue points. This will be a mistake. His wrists tightening, Yagi grinned to himself, that I won't be making again. Then, Ochako, her tears running freely, her face red from the emotion she felt, this place really shouldn't call itself the #1 school for heroes in the first place. Izuku felt grounded onto the floor, his heart shaken by the sincerity of the words this girl was saying, as he found the courage to believe in himself that wasn't there before. So that's why. Ochako was wiping her face clear of the tears, and looked back at him with determination. You'll make it into you, and we'll even be in the same class together. You and me. With the sun beating behind her, she seemed radiant. She was glowing, almost ethereal to Izuku. It was as if she was an angel, sent from heaven, to tell him not to give up. And something tugged on his heart, that day. Izuku's face heated up, but he couldn't find the words to protest against it. Once we see each other again, Ochako continued, holding out a fist, we'll be working hard to become the best heroes possible. So don't give up just yet, you got that? She demanded an answer, and Izuku stepped forward. G got it. Izuku stuttered, but he meant his words 100%. Ochako nodded. Good. She replied before turning around, it's a promise, then. Izuku faltered when he heard her say that. A promise? I'll see you later, Izuku, she exclaimed, and ran off before hearing his answer. Izuku was silent, just as silent as he was before, but now, not so much depressed. Rather, feeling hopeful once again. Just those words from the kind girl Ochako, rather, seemed to have stirred up an incredible feeling from him. And also, well, I guess I'll see you inside. He remembered what Ochako said at the start of the day, bye. See you later, just sounded so much better at that moment, than bye, for Izuku. Izuku turned toward the school, the dawn sunlight glowing on the edges of the school in a bright array of blue and orange. Izuku couldn't help but smile anyways at the sight of the school, and soon enough, it'll his school, without a doubt. Because, see you later, meant that they were sure to meet again, no matter what. Izuku could be seen entering his house. The windows outside were black as it already became night, long before he could make it home. After closing the door, he couldn't help but rest his back against it, bumping his head onto the wood as if to rid all the thoughts running through it. He needed a nice long bath, and his phone to check up on recent villain attacks, just something to ease his mind off things. Izuku? His mother called for him, and he opened his eyes to see her approach him, a worried hand close to her chest as she walked over to him. Izuku, honey, are you okay? You've been gone for an awfully long time. She placed that worried hand on his shoulder, and he couldn't help but smile. Is there something you'd like to talk about? Maybe about the exam? Did you pass? God, his mom really was worried about him. And yet, despite each question, he felt happier and happier just hearing her voice after so long. His stress, unwinding at the presence of his caring mother. Maybe, Izuku thought, looking to his hand, it wouldn't be so bad to tell her everything. Izuku. He glanced at her, and she had a worried smile. Come on, please talk to me, dear. Izuku laughed weakly. There's so much to talk about. I don't know where to begin. Well, we have the whole night to talk, don't we? He assured him, and a grand smile was on Izuku's face. I guess. He nodded. I hope you're ready for a long night, Mom. I'm ready for that, Izuku. Feel free to let it out, okay? She spoke, and Izuku felt his face flush at her kind words, before looking at his arm. His look got serious once more. I'll start by saying this. Mom. Inko Midoriya was prepared for a lot of things, but jumped once she heard the sounds small explosions, like gunshots and firecrackers, and immediately turned defensive. Izuku, what is? It's me, Mom. He immediately called her out, and she stopped as he lifted his arm. Puff, puff, only to be greeted by explosions, dancing around it. Her eyes widened as he continued. I finally... Izuku's voice cracked as he had watery eyes appear once more, despite how hard he wanted to appear tough. Have a quirk, Mom. Indeed, Inko was prepared for a lot of things, but her son saying that he finally had a quirk, after all this time, that was not one of them. Inko's watery eyes matched his, and he made a toothy smile that looked silly with his tears. I'm so happy for you, Izuku. This is... Inko suddenly wrapped her arms around him, and Izuku was careful not to press his exploding arm onto his own mother. He instead returned the hug as hard as he can with his other arm. This has to be a miracle. I'm so very happy for you, Izuku, she finally spoke her mind, and Izuku felt his heart clench. I know. He spoke roughly, his voice filled to the brim with happiness. I feel like I'm the luckiest person alive, right now. What are you feeling like eating today, honey? Izuku's mom called over to him, who was sitting on the kitchen couch, holding his arm carefully, almost inspecting it. Do we have katsudon, Mom? Izuku asked, still looking at his hand, flexing it and observing. Of course we do. But eyes towards me when talking, okay? She gently scolded him, and he stiffened. You're making me feel like you're talking to your new quirk instead of me. It's making me a bit jealous, you know? Don't be silly, Mom. Izuku straightened up, his cheeks flushed. That's not the case here. I'm just making sure I'm not hurting myself, using Kaken's quirk on accident. Looking back to this moment, finding out just how capable my quirk really was didn't take place in some groundbreaking moment. No epic death battle, no 10-month training regime, nothing like that. Still calling it that? She pouted, boiling up some hot water and preparing some skis. You know it's your quirk, right, Izuku dear? You can't just keep putting yourself down like that, especially not to that ill-tempered boy Katsuki. She grabbed a ladle and pointed it at him. That quirk's your own quirk now, not his. And you better make use of it, you understand? Why yeah. Izuku exclaimed, trying to appease her mother before her attitude worsened. The moment I found out about my quirk's real ability was actually very tame compared to back in the entrance exam, when it first showed up. It was more like a simple desire, really. You know, this Ochako girl really sounds like the one for you, Izuku. Inko suddenly said while they were eating their food, and Izuku choked on one of the pork cutlets, immediately after she said that. Izuku cried out, embarrassed. She laughed. What? It's true. She brushed back a little of her hair as he looked at her food. Girls nowadays are all into makeup and keeping appearances. It's all smoke and mirrors, every one of them. She gently blew on her food, before eating meticulously and swallowing. Having a girl that's upfront about everything is a great start for a relationship. She pumped her fist. It's a good foundation. The both of you can be honest with each other and work things out if times get rough. She held out a thumb. I would support a relationship like that, 100%. During her talk, Izuku got progressively redder and redder, until steam was billowing out of his ears. When she stopped, he then responded by jumping out of his seat. Aren't we too young to have relationships like that yet, Mom? Izuku exclaimed, and his mom simply blew raspberries at the thought. Too young? You're going to high school, honey. You're going to be seeing couples whether you like it or not. She waved her hand, and Izuku simply sulked into his seat. I should have never talked about her. Geez, this is so embarrassing. Izuku whispered, his face drained from stressing out too much. What's that, dear? Are you hiding stuff from me? Inko curtly responded, hearing his whispers, and Izuku jumped back into attention. Oh, of course not. A desire that became reality, and paved the route that I was going to take to become the greatest hero around. Where that route started, however, all right, I'm finished with my food, Mom. I'll be heading upstairs now. Before we do that, Izuku, said Boy looked back to see her mom had a very conflicted look on her face as she looked at him. Let's talk for a bit, okay? Izuku blinked before nodding. Sure? Was a little bit close to home. Chapter 4, Down to Earth. Sit down, please. Izuku followed his mom's advice and took a seat back onto the wooden chair he was on before. Inko sighed before looking up at him. I've been thinking about what you said 2 days ago, that night when you returned from the exam. She began, and Izuku's lips thinned a bit as Inko looked away, and to be honest, a lot of it just seems crazy, you know? She looked back at her son and cleared her throat. You had to fight robots for this UA's practical exam. That, alone, is plenty terrifying to me, but she held her head as the information she was speaking boggled her mind. That's when, out of any quirk that could appear, it was Katsuki-chan's quirk that became yours. His quirk, of all things. I'm not sure where you're getting it here. Izuku asked, confused despite being pretty knowledgeable when it came to his own mother. Her eyes softened, and Izuku watched her with bated breath. I'm going to be a little selfish saying this, but why wasn't it either your father's quirk or mine? She began, and Izuku immediately realized where this conversation was going. I mean, I get it. My quirk might not be the bee's knees when it comes to beating robots up, and I'm not even sure if your dad's breath would get hot enough to melt the robots. She was twiddling with her fingers while saying this. But she shook her head, as if trying to swing away any thoughts that didn't make sense during this conversation. It's kind of hard to understand why something like that has happened. I certainly had no relations with Katsuki's father before I had you, and both me and your father know this, despite him being gone all the time at work. Izuku's eyes widened when she said this, and immediately stood up. That shouldn't be the case at all, Mom. Izuku exclaimed, trying to make sure he dodged the landmine that he had avertedly set on accident for his parents. She was worried that his father would take the news wrong, that his mom and Mr. Bakugo were instead the mother and father of Izuku, rather than his real father, Hisashi Midoriya. That was something he couldn't afford to happen. I remember back when the robot cornered me, what happened? He looked at his hand as he continued. I was scared, frightened even, but I couldn't help but to think how Kaken would have handled the situation. I thought hard about what he would have done, and the answer was the same. Pa. Izuku smiled, seeing his best friend's quirk, and Inko looked at his hand with mild shock. Blow it up. To smithereens. And leave nothing behind. Izuku went back to having a serious face as he looked at his mother. That's all there really was to it. It was that passion, to become Kaken, that gave me this quirk. Izuku, that's not it. Inko shook her head solemnly, and Izuku stammered at how sad she sounded. That doesn't explain where you got it from, or who you got it from. That's what's important about your quirk right now, she exclaimed, her eyes watering, and Izuku felt his grip on Kaken's quirk slipping away. Your quirk, Izuku? It's an enigma. It doesn't make sense how or why you have the quirk. It really shouldn't have existed in the first place. Why, you should have never had it to begin with. Mom. Inko recoiled at the tone of voice her son gave her, and she looked back at him to see her eyes widened. His face was straight, but his body was trembling, and his hands were clenched. A small indent on his face told her that he was biting his lip, obviously not pleased with yelling at her in the first place. Tears rolled down his cheek as he spoke, his voice cracking. You sounding a lot like our doctor when he told me I was quirkless, he said, and Inko covered her mouth, tears of her own sprinkling her eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't. Inko's eyes lowered to the table, and Izuku sighed. It's fine, Mum. With conflicted feelings himself, he turned away from her. I'll just be in my room if you need me. He took a step and then looked at her with a sad smile. Thank you for the meal. He finished, before continuing to his bedroom. Inko couldn't bear to look him in the eyes. She cursed the emotions she was feeling right now, the conflicted mess between feeling proud of her son for having such an incredible quirk, and for being scared stiff at the implications of what that meant to her husband. She really went out of line, saying something like that to her son, the one that's been keeping her company all this time, when her husband was away. It torn her apart, seeing the look he gave her, and wished she could just forget it. Isashi, dear, I really screwed up again today. She clenched her eyes, and held back more of her tears. What can I do to make this right? For you, me, and our dear son? Izuku laid on the bed, facing up at the roof of his room, with a simple look of thought on his face. What his mom said out of the blue hurt him quite a bit, sure, but something about what she said kind of made sense to Izuku. This is Kaken's quirk. Why am I using Kaken's quirk? How am I using his quirk? What the heck is going on? At that moment, back at the practical portion of the entrance exam, he was plenty confused himself at why or how he was able to wield Kaken's quirk all of the sudden. It seemed just way too convenient at the moment. When he was cornered, to simply think for the quirk, and then for it to magically appear just like that. And back then, Izuku didn't even think about what having that quirk implied for his parents. He simply thought he had earned Kaken's quirk by wishing for it to come. It wasn't something genetic or something that he was born to use. It was a quirk that came to him when he needed the most. An awfully convenient quirk for a scary and life-threatening moment. And Izuku pondered, was it that simple? He thought, looking at his hand, before raising it towards the ceiling in a grabbing-like motion. No. It's too easy. Something like that can't be right. He thought against it. But then again, he had this desire, more so now than ever, to see if he could grasp another quirk just like he did with Kaken's. And the first thought he had in his mind was his mom's quirk, the attraction of small objects. Before now, Izuku selfishly thought that the quirk, by itself, was useless for being a hero. Being exposed to her quirk the most during childhood made him think like that. Simply because it only worked for small objects. For what reason, Izuku didn't understand why. And small objects weren't useful for saving others, or for beating up villains. But now, after seeing so many quirks around him, from both pro heroes and his potential classmates back at the entrance exam, he could already paint out a pretty picture in his head at what her quirk could be useful for. Yeah. Izuku exclaimed, his eyes closed as he imagined a scene, something like in a villainous headquarters, perched on top of a mountain with thunderclouds cracking right above the site. Flashes of light could be seen in the window. BW ha ha ha. Some cloaked villain laughed loudly towards the sky. Your match has come, Izuku Midoriya. Now I've got you trapped right where I want you. He pointed towards Izuku, who was trapped in a cage of iron. You'll never get away with this, you hear me? Izuku exclaimed, holding the bars of said cage, snarling at the villain. The villain just scratched his ear, without a care in the world. Or what? Like you can do anything in that cage. That cage was made to withstand against All Might's smashing abilities. Izuku's eyes widened as the villain laughed. And don't even think about using that explosion quirk. It's strong enough to withstand that as well. It's strong enough to withstand any quirk you hurl at it. And now watch. The villain hit a button, and out came Ochako Uraraka, who was also trapped in a cage as well, much to Izuku's surprise. as I do unjust, villainy things to Ochako Uraraka here. Bwaha-ichith. Uraraka-san. Izuku exclaimed, and Ochako was surprised. Izuku! She cried out, her eyes watering, this villain has trapped me. Please, you have to save me. Her voice made him revel with emotions, but he kept a straight face. Don't worry. His eyes caught a particularly shiny object in the distance. A pair of keys sitting on the table, just out of his reach. I already have an idea. It's no use. You can't smash or blow up my cages. What can you hope to possibly do? The villain was laughing once again, but Izuku looked at the keys, and using his mom's quirk. The keys were right in his hand, and he unlocked the cage with ease. There's no way. You have not bested me yet, Izuku Midoriya. The villain backed away, his form trembling, as Izuku smiled. Have I? Izuku then reeled back a fist, and channeled one for all with ease, smaz. The villain's headquarters crumbled down to the ground, and on top of the ashes, Izuku stood with Ochako in his arm, a dreamy look on her face, my hero. And she gave a fat steamy kiss on Izuku's cheek, as Izuku laughed triumphant, like All Might. Ha ha ha. Yeah. Izuku has a stupid blushing face as a little bit of drool came out of his lips, something like that. Izuku whispered like he was in the dream, feeling bubbly over the idea of being the hero and saving the day. Izuku shook his head free of all silly junior high thoughts, and looked down at his hand, trying to make sense of his thinking. He had to think realistic. Quirks don't work like that, do they? He wasn't simply going crazy, right? Izuku noticed an All Might figurine just sitting on his desk next to him. Slowly, he reached his hand out towards it. Methodically, he made movements with his outstretched hand. He could see his notebook, unnumbered and unrecorded. Flipping through the pages, he saw his mom drawn on there, her quirk info. A frustrated look came on Izuku's face as he stopped making those motions, only to look at his hand with an equal amount of confusion. I never really asked how her quirk worked in the first place, did I? Her quirk info was messy and dirty, as if somebody brushed the lead of the page before it could settle. Izuku? Dear. Izuku blinked in surprise when he heard his mother's voice come through behind the door, muffled. Are you in there? Yeah, Mom? Izuku spoke, a little embarrassed at what he was doing earlier as he looked at the door. Surprisingly, however, she didn't make a move to enter his room. I just wanted to apologize about what I said at the table earlier. Izuku's eyes widened a bit as she continued, what I said wasn't right, and I was out of my line when saying it. You've always wanted to have a quirk, ever since you were little, and now that you have it. Izuku could hear her sigh behind the door. I guess, all that I'm saying is, I'm sorry, and I'm still very happy that you have a quirk. I'm very happy for you, Izuku. Mom, you're not wrong. There's more to this quirk than we both think, I just need to figure it out. Was what he wanted to say, but thinking about how what he said came through in their last conversation. That's all there really was to it. It was that passion, to become Kaken, that gave me this quirk. That doesn't explain where you got it from, or who you got it from. It would sound just as childish if not more. So Izuku decided to keep silent, and looked down at his hand, just feeling ever more frustrated with himself. Just know that I love you, Izuku. Never forget that, okay? Izuku bit his lip as his mom's footsteps could be heard outside, getting softer and softer with every step as she moved away from his door. Brushing his hair back, he took a deep breath, and thought rationally, he initially thought, if I can't get any quirk that I don't know how to do, he looked at his hands once again. His hands suddenly cracked with an explosion, and Izuku naturally smirked at the power he felt, using Kaken's quirk, then I might as well work with what I have now. Izuku decided, as he laid on the bed and held out his hand right in front of him, that he wasn't going to train Kaken's quirk, rather. Pop if it. Kaken's quirk abrupt stopped, as Izuku closed his eyes, and felt the feeling of shutting off his quirk. Izuku's quirk came back, and said boy nodded as he felt it. That ting. The spark in the back of his head. Izuku nodded again, feeling the spark fade into nothing. Izuku worked on tuning the feeling he felt, when activating his quirk and deactivating it as well. Before the green-headed boy knew it, it was already dinner time. And judging by the awful atmosphere that was left the last time he and his mom ate, it wasn't going to be a very talkative one. Izuku found himself twirling the fork he was given to him, finding it more interesting than the food itself. Inko took it as a sign of being impassive towards her, and naturally gave in her bad habits. She began eating her food a bit faster than usual. That is, until Izuku finally spoke up, "Hey, Mom." Inko choked on her food a little before grabbing a napkin and patting her mouth with it. "Weiss, what is it, dear?" "How?" Izuku narrowed his eyes, trying to find the words to speak his mind, until speaking again, "How does your quirk work, exactly?" "And my quirk?" his mom repeated, before she pondered the thought herself, until she looked at the salt shaker in the middle of the table and smiled. "Well, that's easy, Izuku." Seeing how she was stuttering, she placed a hand on her chest and controlled her breathing, something that Izuku noticed, but paid no attention to. "My quirk is attracting small objects, but you know that pretty well, don't you, honey?" Seeing Izuku nod, she continued, "Well, the way I see it is that my quirk's, well, a helping hand really." Izuku's eyes widened as she continued, "I'm only able to pick up the objects that fit in my own hand, per se." She made grabbing motions with her hand towards the salt shaker, and said object floated harmlessly towards Izuku's mom. "I simply motion for the object to come closer, and my helping hand brings it around towards me." She grabbed the shaker when it came close to her, and smiled with it next to her face. "See?" Although, her look drifted to that of a scolded puppy, but she had a smile nonetheless. "It's nothing special compared to your friend Katsuki's quirk, isn't it?" "That's exactly it." Inko jumped when Izuku jumped out of his seat literally, both of his arms on the table, towering over his plate of food, a helping hand. "It makes so much more sense." She watched as Izuku looked at his hands. "It makes little sense to be called attraction of small objects because you don't attract every small object at once, nor is it simply telekinesis because the object is never thrown." Izuku put out fingers with each fact he spoke of, and Inko just watched until. Izuku looked at Inko with an intense look. "Why didn't you change the name of the quirk to something else, Mom? That makes so much more sense." "Helping hand?" Izuku asked, or rather yelled. Inko looked away, slightly blushing with embarrassment. I didn't see the point of changing my quirk's name, really. I didn't think it was all that important, dear," she replied, and Izuku shook his head. "No, it's very important, Mom. For heroes, their quirk means just as much as their costume, their hero name, their identity." Izuku spoke proudly, and Inko let out a short laugh. "What are you talking about, Izuku?" She joked around, and Izuku's lips thinned. "I'm not a hero, silly. But you are, Mom. You're my hero." Izuku spoke firmly, effectively silencing her, as tears became apparent on her eyes. She put her hands to her mouth, covering it. Izuku." "Mom." Izuku spoke, gaining her attention. He took a deep breath before saying, "Can you put that salt shaker on the table, please?" Inko's eyes blinked. Twice. Before feeling just a little part of her fall over and laugh itself to embarrassment at Izuku's sudden request. Regardless, she nodded. "Oh, okay, honey," and placed the shaker onto the table. Izuku, still standing, took yet another deep breath before holding out his arm, placing his other arm below it to give support. Izuku's mind then began racing. It's not just attraction. He began thinking and closed his eyes, awaiting a certain feeling to appear in the back of his head. This is sort of like the page being opened in a notebook. Rather, Izuku thought again. He felt one of the notebooks, his notebooks, being opened wide, revealing a page with info on his mom, her quirk, and all the abilities she could do with it. It's a giving Izuku his toy back, helping him reach the cereal, bringing the covers over him and his mom after talking about a nightmare. All seemingly mundane things that made his mom a hero in his eyes, helping hand. Rip. There. Izuku couldn't help but exclaim, making Inko jump for the fourth, fifth time today. Izuku faced the salt shaker, and in an adrenaline-fueled rush he pulled hard on it from afar. Thwack! Ow! Izuku yelped loudly, falling on top of the chair with force enough to tumble over onto the floor, as Izuku held both sides of his head. Ow ow ow. That really hurt. Izuku? Inko gasped, and he opened his eyes towards her, then looked back at the floor to see what hit him. The salt shaker, rather, the one he was aiming for, was on its side, on the floor, salt sprayed all over the place, and Izuku gasped. At first, there was silence. Only the sound of birds chirping outside, as the both of them processed what actually happened, until, Izuku, you actually... Izuku then heard his mom hyperventilate. He quickly got up. Mom? Mom. Breathe, breathe. Izuku exclaimed, rushing over to her side, as she held a crazy look on her face. Izuku. My baby, Izuku. He has my quirk. Hearing this himself, he couldn't help but smile despite the situation. He has my quirk. He has my quirk. Oh my god. My. Oh my. Izuku watched his mom flop over her chair, passed out, and almost panicked. Before sighing, well, can't say something like this wasn't going to happen, Izuku? Despite that, Izuku couldn't help but feel giddy, feel excited. I knew it wasn't just Kaken's quirk. Now. Izuku glanced at the salt shaker that was on the ground, and pulled it towards him. The salt shaker started floating towards the boy as he pulled and pulled, until it was simply right in front of him, just like the demonstration that his mom showed him earlier. A toothy grin was on his face. I can use my mom's quirk as well. Hi. Can I speak to Hisashi Midoriya, please? Izuku heard his mom over at the front lobby, on the phone ringing his dad up. Before, she was hesitant about calling his father over Kaken's quirk, which made him a bit sad. But now, as Izuku jumped back and forth between each side of the room, he played with his new quirk, moving a small black remote across the room until it reached him, only then for the remote to float aimlessly as Izuku made his way to the other side of the room, before repeating himself again. It's his wife, Inko Midoriya? Thank you. Despite that, her voice was awfully calm. Izuku had second thoughts over whether his mom was really eager about the development, until, Hisashi? Honey, I've got some great news to tell you. She was actually almost yelling to his dad, and Izuku sighed in relief. What? No, Izuku didn't get laid, you big buffoon. Izuku's face turned bright red at this, and he lost control over the black remote he was practicing his quirk on, feeling sheepish at that comment. No, even better. Our boy, he's got a quirk now. Izuku smiled as Inko's face radiated with pure joy. Not a mix, honey. It's my quirk. She paused, waiting for his response, and she laughed. Now's not the time to get jealous, dear. We've had this talk before we had Izuku. It was going to be my quirk that our sweet angel was getting. Izuku felt like laughing himself overhearing his parents talk so joyously over his development. His smile turned into a sad smile as he looked at his hands. How easy could it have been for it to just be his best friend's quirk? Had he not found the inspiration to figure out how his mom's quirk worked, what would that conversation have been like? Shaking his head, Izuku decided not to dwell on those thoughts any longer, feeling more confident about now than ever before. He has mom's quirk now, and it was incredibly easy to get, too. It was just a matter of understanding and application. So, with that thought, shouldn't his dad's quirk be just as easy? Izuku, honey. The boy heard his mom call out his name, and he looked over to his mom to see her hold out a phone. Daddy wants to have a talk with you, okay? Outside of a well-established, 5-star restaurant located in Hollywood, a man holding a property-owned phone in his ear perched up at the sound of his son. Dad? How are you doing, champ? The man's rough, coarse voice came out, as he flicked the butt of a cigarette awaiting his response. You, pretty good. What about you? Izuku exclaimed through the phone, and the man chuckled, watching taxis and cars pass by. Just fine. A little lonely, but hey, the man, Hisashi Midoriya, closed his eyes. Hearing you two makes it worthwhile. Dad. Izuku's eyes watered as his mouth became parched. There's so much that's happened. You really surprised me, you know? I never thought my son was going to beat the odds and get himself a quirk. The man on the other side of the phone laughed. Color me shocked. Izuku, you really know how to catch a man off guard. Yeah. Izuku scratched his cheek, feeling a little flushed. I'm just full of surprises, aren't I? Meeting All Might. Applying to you talking to you Uraraka-san. Izuku felt tears in his eyes, but regardless, he kept smiling, happy to hear his father again, despite it being behind a phone. There's so much I want to say. But I'm proud of you, kid. Izuku gasped silently at that, his lips trembling, and I really, really miss you both. Ha? Izuku let out a silent whisper, but his father caught it. You're crying, aren't you, kiddo? Izuku, hearing this, immediately went to wipe off his eyes. No, I'm not, I'm just… No. Can't fool me with that voice, boya. I can hear it miles away. Izuku stopped his useless attempts at wiping his tears, and looking at his mom, he could see her tearing up as well. You know it ain't manly to cry in front of a lady, right? But it's my mom, why big buffoon. Hey, your mom can get away with that, but you on the other hand… He could hear him sigh, and Izuku laughed quietly. You get a freebie, kid. You earned it. Dad. Izuku stopped talking and looked down at the ground at his feet, then at his free hand. Shouldn't his dad's quirk be just as easy? Like I've said, Izuku, you've made me proud. His dad could be heard through the phone. I've got to take off. Looks like the breakfast rush is coming in. Breakfast? Wait, Dad, hold on. Izuku, snapping out of his confusion, spoke loudly. Much different. Dad? How does your quirk work, again? What? My quirk? His dad sounded surprised, as if not expecting a question like that. You gotta know it isn't the quirk that works and pays the bills, it's your dad that works. Stop with the dad jokes, Dad. Izuku cried out in embarrassment, and he could hear his father laugh on the other side. Tell me. Before you go. Please. Izuku? He looked at his mom, who was slightly concerned at how demanding he was sounding. But Izuku kept firm, nonetheless. Well, if you… Izuku smiled, hearing his dad agree to speaking. Not sure why you're suddenly so into your old man's quirk, but hey, how can I refuse? Izuku, keeping quiet, heard his dad clear his throat. So, my quirk, fire breath. It's like breathing hot air through your mouth, like how you blow on your hands to keep warm during the winter. Despite being on the phone, Izuku nodded as if to agree with his statement. Well, just think, hotter than that. I hold my breath for a good 4 or 5 seconds, let the heat really sink in my cheeks, then, in public display, that man with the phone blew hot flames up into the air, from his mouth, as sparks of fire billowed into the wind. That area felt just a few degrees hotter at that moment. I blow. Simple, right? He spoke to his phone, and smiled at the response. I see. The man let out a chuckle. Before, hey mom, can you talk to dad for a second? Huh? He curtly responded, a freckle of flame coming out of his mouth as a response. Izuku opened a window towards outside, and leaned out to make sure there was no leaves or trees surrounding the area. I don't know honey, he just opened a window but he looks kind of intense. Inko could be heard talking to the phone, and Izuku nodded. This should be a good spot. Izuku, putting his footing on the ground, took a deep breath, then held it. He's holding his breath, dear. I'm not sure why, though. Inko made a comment, not being able to hear his and Dad's conversation on the phone earlier. What? Izuku couldn't hear it, but Inko heard how surprised his father was. Izuku felt his breath get hot, but it wasn't intense enough, Izuku noted. His mind pressed his thoughts away from the task at hand and focused. Because of Dad, I was able to go and complete All Might's training without a hitch, Izuku began thinking. And felt the very same notebook, in the back of his head, starting to open. His work is keeping our family secure financially. Even though he's not around as much as Mom is, he tries to keep in touch. A page opened to his dad, drawn poorly in a tuxedo with fire going out of his nose. He's like a machine, working hard overseas, just to keep Mom and I together. He reached out to grab for the page and firmly grasped it, so that's why. Just like Mom. He's a hero too. Rip. Before Izuku could feel the tingle of acquiring a quirk, he felt his cheeks become hotter and hotter and hotter. Izuku felt the searing heat, like a bathtub with the heat valve turned way up. But no matter how hot it was, it never got to a point of burning his skin. Rather, it was moving wildly in his mouth, ready to burst. Phew. Now. And indeed, Izuku blew. And out came flame. Izuku watched the intense flame blow wildly out the window, before quickly dispersing into sparks and lights in the dim night sky. His eyes watered as he watched. This was the closest he ever felt to his father. Dad. I have it. Honey, oh my God, honey. He has it. It's a miracle. Inko became a crying mess as he fluttered her hand in front of her facing watching the scene in front of her. He has your quirk, too. He has your quirk, too. Oh my God. The man was sitting on the floor, one leg outstretched as he covered his eyes with his big hand, his other hand holding the phone. Really now? He spoke, his voice cracking, and his shoulders trembled fiercely. Hearing excited responses, ones that couldn't be heard properly from outsiders, all he could do was laugh. And cry. Like the man he was. Goddamn. Izuku, you really can make an old man proud, huh? Izuku, billowing that last of his fire breath, smiled towards his mom and made his way towards her. Put it on speaker, Mom. Okay, dear. Inko couldn't help but agree as she pressed the button he mentioned. Hey, Dad. Izuku exclaimed, and he could hear sniffles in the phone. What is it, Izuku? Izuku couldn't help but laugh at the voice his father had. I thought men didn't cry, Dad? Izuku laughed, and both Inko and Hisashi laughed as well. D-minute, you got me? He exclaimed, adding fuel to their laughing stock. Once you get back home, Dad, Izuku began, catching both Inko and Hisashi's attention, the first thing we're doing is having a contest to see who can blow flames the farthest. Really now? Izuku's dad began, now I've heard of sing contests, but this is something else. Dad? Izuku reeled back at his father's crude humor, but nonetheless, the man laughed. I kid. You're on, Izuku. The man challenged, and both Izuku and Inko smiled bright. Once I get my vacation, that's going to be the first thing I do. Both of Inko and Izuku's smiles wilted to that of sad ones, bringing them back to reality, but Izuku shook his head. Come home soon, okay? And Dad? Well, Izuku held back tears until he spoke firmly. I love you. Izuku spoke loudly, and Inko felt tears of her own come up. I love you too, Izuku. His dad came through, and Izuku nodded, smiling some more. Stay safe, kid. I'll be home before you know it. Izuku wiped his face before speaking, right? Izuku and Inko laid on the couch, watching some family movie they found on TV. Inko rested her head on Izuku's stiff shoulder before talking. Izuku, today, you've made your father the happiest I've ever heard him. You know that, right? Yeah. Izuku looked away. Wish we could see him, though. He spoke, a little downtrodden at that fact, and Inko was the same. He'll be back, Izuku. Just be patient, okay? Inko spoke, but her voice was a little uneasy as well. He never lies about something like that, you know. Of course, ma. It's just. Izuku, once again, was looking at his hands. So much has been happening that I just want him to see it here now. Izuku smiled a sad smile. I want him here, so badly. Me too, baby, me too. Inko called to him and wrapped him in a hug, which he warmly accepted. And who knows? When you become a hero, you'll be able to bring him back too, won't you? Izuku's eyes widened when she said that. How could he have forgot? Heroes, they get paid for their work, don't they? In their line of duty, with their morality rate so high, get paid tremendously for their duties as heroes. In fact, All Might, being number one, should be loaded with cash right now from what he does, shouldn't he? Izuku was not one for considering heroes as a source of income, rather he just thought of heroes as idols, all the same. Untouchable, perfect figures high in the sky, that Izuku aimed to reach someday right next to All Might, in the stratosphere. But even then, after having the conversation between him, his mom, and his dad, Izuku's thoughts reflected a little bit, back to home, to his family, and to the life he was living right now. Yeah, you're right. Izuku broke from the hug, smiling. Once I become the greatest hero, I can bring Dad back. And with this quirk. Indeed, his quirk, along with All Might's One for All, was going to be the ticket to the heavens, wasn't it? He already put up his very best show, trying to enter Yun. But even if he didn't make it, it wasn't going to be the end of the world, was it? Izuku stood up, firmly clenching his hands while looking at his mom, who was still sitting on the couch. We'll be like a family again. He already had all his tools to work with. And if he didn't make it, then maybe it was better for him to be grounded back to reality, for his thoughts to focus back down to earth, with his family, rather than the skies his idols all but took up? Oh, Izuku. Inko couldn't help but feel happy with Izuku's new resolve, before laughing. Even then, dear, you're making a big statement, saying that our quirks will get you to be number. What? Mom, it's not just both of your quirks. Izuku said firmly, catching her off guard, as Izuku's eyes narrowed. Your quirk, Dad's quirk, even Kaken's quirk. For a second, Inko completely forgot about his best friend during their family moment, but it was brought back to her attention once more. Izuku held out a fist in front of his face and looked at it. I've been thinking for so long now, it just didn't make sense to me, but now it does. This quirk is more than it seems. Those quirks before just branched off of another quirk. An incredible ability. He cleared his throat before he could mumble any further. Mom? He spoke as if surprised, but his face held no doubt whatsoever. I have a quirk that lets me copy others' quirks. 1 week later. A week has passed ever since he talked with his dad and acquired both his and his mom's quirks. Until now, he's rummaged through his notebooks and scrapped up every volume since his first one, looking through the pages and observed all the heroes and their quirks. Izuku didn't need to think about whose quirk he should have copied first, back then. Out of eagerness and excitement alone, he thought of the next big quirk. He could think of the number 2 hero, Endeavor. If it wasn't for his mom, he could have easily burned the house down, and all his notebooks with it. Ironically, he wasn't sure which was more important at that moment. It was immediately then that Izuku realized his quirk had limits, and they were some pretty big limits, he noted. Izuku could copy emitter quirks fine. He acquired some of the best quirks used by heroes like Endeavor and Best Jeanist, only to find out his control over them was pure and utter garbage. Endeavor's quirk Hell Flame burned like hell compared to his father's quirk, Fire Breath, as it encompassed his outer frame wildly, enough to start a fire on the hard floor he was on. Inko quickly doused him with fire extinguisher fluid, and despite it being dangerous, Izuku found himself surprisingly unharmed, just a bit shocked at best. Best Jeanist was a joke compared to Endeavor using his quirk, Fiber Manipulation. Izuku could only maintain 1 fiber at a time, and ended up using all of the fiber on his shirt, making it entirely disappear into a pile of thread. Izuku could only cry half-naked, as he ended screwing up one of his favorite shirts, the plaster of All Might's face sitting on top of the thread pile, almost as if to insult Izuku. Deciding on starting small afterwards, Izuku looked into the new and rising heroes, Deathgaro, Ingi Lady, Backdraft the Fire Hydrant Hero, and Kamui Woods. The ones he saw from the attack on the day Bakugo blew up his latest notebook. Their quirks were still written nicely on the burnt pages of his notebook, Izuku could remember, so he had no trouble interpreting what he wrote that day, but he came across yet another cliff. Once again, his control with emitter quirks were utter garbage, as he only shot out small jets of water from his hand using Backdraft's quirk Hydrokinesis, and grew small twigs out of his hands using Kamui Wood's quirk Lumber, which, by itself, was disappointing to say the least. But what confused Izuku was the fact that he had no acquirement of MT Ladies or Deathgaro's quirks. No spark or ability to use said quirks, nothing. It was then that Izuku realized something awful. While emitter quirks were something he acquired so easily, he had no real way of acquiring mutant or transform hybrid quirks. Izuku deducted that those quirks were something that shaped the body into its desired state, changes that happened during crucial moments in a person's life, like growth spurts or PBRDY, something that he's long since passed. The quirk melded its user to be perfectly capable of handling the quirk, and afterwards, the person learned to manage and use that quirk to his or her ability. Izuku just simply couldn't do all of that with the quirk he has now. It didn't change his body, made it different, made it special. It only allowed him to use others' quirks, nothing more, nothing less. It was one hefty roadblock, but Izuku wasn't no idiot. He knew there had to be a loophole, somewhere. There had to be a quirk that either created matter out of thin air that he could use on himself, or a quirk that would let him change his body freely to whatever he desired. But where did a quirk like that exist, however? There wasn't a single pro hero that existed in Japan, much to Izuku's knowledge. Today, he found himself biting the top of his pencil, trying to keep his cool despite the frustration he felt kicking in. With the emitter quirks he knew, only his mom, dad, and Kaken's were the best ones he had. Everything else was just counterfeit, nothing compared to the real hero's quirks. Maybe there was more to it than Izuku initially thought? More than just knowing the function, then putting in application of the quirk. Was there a third step? What was different? Between his parents and Kaken, compared to everyone else in this big, wide world? Izuku. Izuku could hear his mom frantically enter his room without notice, and his eyes blinked, before looking down at what she had in her hand. It was a plain white letter, with a B stamped on the folds in front, and Izuku immediately knew. "It's here!" Inko cried out, and Izuku slowly nodded, reaching out for the letter. His fate was sealed inside. While Inko was pacing back and forth outside his door, Izuku shut off the lights, only leaving his desk lamp on, as he crudely stared at the envelope in front of him. It was on the back of his mind until now, this letter, this seal of something, whether it'd be approval or dismissal, Izuku did not know. Izuku had a lot of questions. Why did he get this letter? Didn't he fail? Were they rubbing it in? Did he actually make it in? Was he successful in taking his first steps in becoming a hero? Once we see each other again, Ochako continued, holding out a fist, we'll be working hard to become the best heroes possible. Was Uraraka-san right in believing in him? Or was he never going to see her again, after reading this letter dash? Izuku was already frustrated enough, with the way his perfect quirks suddenly became imperfect. The weight was killing him. It was time now or never. With a fierce tug, Izuku ripped the envelope in half, a plenty stupid decision if he had a letter inside it. But instead, a small, black disc jumped out and hit itself on Izuku's desk, and before he knew it, a large, bright projection appeared in front of him. Testing 1, 2. All Might, decked in a brilliant gold suit, was in front of him talking. Is this thing even on? All Might? Izuku couldn't help but gasp, remembering how he hadn't seen him since the day of the entrance exam. His eyes widened comically as he looked back at the ripped-up envelope, making sure the location was right. This is from you, right? What the heck is going on? I humbly apologize, Izuku Midoriya. This presentation took some time, and some troubles, to make properly. That's my bad. All Might spoke gallantly, through the screen, and Izuku couldn't help but be at awe once again, at his idol. Incredibly confused awe, but awe nonetheless. I wasn't allowed to say this to you earlier, but I have a job of teaching bright students now, here at UA. You can bet on seeing each other more often, okay? All Might exclaimed, and Izuku just felt more surprised. All Might's at U.A? He's a teacher? What's that, citizen? Turn to the other camera? All Might let out a huff, and Izuku could note a small bit of frustration coming out of his breath. I was in the middle of telling something important to the boy. What? You'll fix it after this presentation? Whatever. Izuku Midoriya, All Might began, and Izuku's eyes narrowed, his but clenched. This was going to be it. Do or die. Now or never. You passed the written exam just fine. But Izuku gulped, with only 18 points on the practical. You failed. Izuku felt his breath taken away, and a cold surge of dread washed over his heart, like ice. Reality started to kick in, and Izuku could already feel tears welling up. He failed. But no matter how hard he hoped for it to be the opposite, how much his peers and family rooted for him, this world seemed to still kick him where it hurts. Oh God, did it hurt? But still, I knew that. Izuku whispered, tears finally rolling down his cheeks as he said that, with a grim smile on his face. I really wanted to believe in myself for once. But wait, there's more. Izuku heard All Might call out, and Izuku couldn't help but look. I find myself to be quite the entertainer, but just watch this. All Might gestured to a TV right next to him, and clicked a button on the remote that All Might suddenly had in his hand. Izuku looked at the TV and noticed right away, a familiar face. No way. That's... Izuku couldn't help but speak. Excuse me? Indeed, on the screen, was none other than Ochako Uraraka herself. Izuku felt his fears slowly diminish at the sight of her. After the exam, this pretty little lady came up to us afterwards. You wouldn't believe what she asked us. All Might's voice boomed in, as Uraraka continued. I'm very sorry to bug you all, but I have a request. Izuku watched her speak, and after hearing that he realized something. This is... Izuku began only to be cut off. There's this boy Izuku, that's his name. Curly hair, freckles, kinda plain looking. She began describing him, and Izuku slowly stood up. This is... When she asked to, once again, Izuku began only to get cut off. Could you please share some of my points with him? She exclaimed, and tears welled up in Izuku's eyes once again. She wasn't lying. Izuku could only gasp in joy, finding confirmation in the video for one of his bigger doubts if what Ochako Uraraka said was true. If that's okay. I've talked with the teachers myself. She spoke, surprising Izuku. I asked them to give some of my points to you, and they said that wasn't needed. So surely you must have passed. He saved me in the exam. Afterwards, he said that he needed at least 2 more points, or something. Ochako exclaimed, her eyes intense for this boy, him, that she just met. So please, if that's all he needs, then just take them from me. He lost out on that many points because of me, it's only fair, right? So please. That boy. He watched Ochako clench her eyes. He really saved my life. Izuku fell onto his knees, watching the display, as Ochako continued pleading, please. Please. The display abruptly paused, as Izuku looked at the back of All Might, the one responsible for pausing the display. Being a hero is more than just smashing robots or defeating villains all day. All Might turned to face Izuku, his megawatt smile piercing the screen. It's about making actions, quirk or no quirk, that'll change the lives of those around you. Izuku held his mouth open as All Might continued, and if you think, even for a second, that we here at a hero school made by heroes don't respect the actions you've made, and if this place doesn't recognize you for the hero that you are. Ochako continued, her voice getting rough. Then, Ochako, her tears running freely, her face red from the emotion she felt, this place really shouldn't call itself the #1 school for heroes in the first place. All Might pointed at him, then you better be prepared to hear this, young man. Oh my god. Uraraka-san was right. Izuku could only watch the screen as judges held out signs showing numbers, after every action he made during the exam, saving Ida, saving a few of his fellow examinees, and finally, saving Uraraka. Izuku Midoriya, with 18 villain points and 60 rescue points. All Might's voice boomed loud and proud, and Izuku felt hot tears streaming down his chin. You've beaten the herd and landed first place. First. Izuku was in shock. Ochako's words back at the entrance screamed in his head as he found the leaderboards on the TV. His name was, indeed, sitting in first place, sitting on top of Katsuki Bakugo's name, no less. By 1 point. Izuku Midoriya, you make me so freaking proud, you have no idea. Izuku couldn't comprehend the sheer amount of joy he felt, from his rank, to the praise from his #1 idol. To Uraraka, for believing in him when he couldn't. He felt weightless, as if it was a dream, until All Might spoke again. So that's why, Izuku Midoriya, for anyone else, I would have begged to have them come here. Before Izuku could think of All Might, begging, he continued, but I know you, Izuku, more than anyone else that applied. And that time has finally come. Izuku felt his heart shake with excitement and joy, his dream finally recognized after all this time, as All Might held out a hand. Come, Izuku Midoriya. Your hero academia welcomes you with open arms. Izuku had nothing to worry about. The hurdles he would face with both of his new quirks would come with ample amounts of support, and he had no doubt about it. Why, sir? Izuku finally exclaimed, his voice loud and proud, just like All Might's. No matter your response, which I'm sure is a nice big is. All Might. I'm sure. Izuku could only sweat drop, temporarily forgetting his drive that he had before. I wish to see you at Dagoba Municipal Park. None of your business, citizen. This is between Izuku and I, alone. Izuku blinked at his request, before he continued, but don't forget to tune into your school and give them the news. Make it official, you know. Make sure you have the official UA stamp on the envelope. Bitch. Izuku exclaimed in his head, looking at the shredded envelope, and with it, the official UA stamp as well. I ripped it in half. But I'm sure this projection would be good enough as well. Only those that made it and get to see me, All Might. The others get some lousy letter, I'm sure. What? Wait, seriously? Every examinee? How many took the exam in the first place? Okay kid, gotta go. Wish you luck. Oh, before I forget, yes, I know citizen, just wait 5 seconds. Izuku looked at All Might as he made a salute. I'm sure that young man Bakugo would be pleased to hear how you got that other quirk of yours to form. We've had to show him your performance as well, to avoid confusion down the road. What? Once again, Izuku felt dread fill his being. But, seeing how you two are classmates in your school, I'm sure he'll be interested in your endeavors. This is All Might, signing off. And with that, Izuku had only the desk light brighten up the dark room. All Might. Izuku cried out in despair in his head, why did you have to show him too? Why, All Might, why? Yeah, it was official. This world hated him. Despite your best performance, Katsuki Bakugo, the ill-tempered blonde, could only watch with rage. As All Might continued talking, you have only ended up in second place. Second place? He exclaimed, fiery explosions erupting from his arm. And you were just shy of 1.2. 1 point? Katsuki screamed. His explosions were like miniature nukes on his arms. Hey, punk, would you quiet it down up there? I'm watching Game of Thrones, dim it. Kaken could hear his mom coming from down below, and he begrudgingly bit his lip, forcing his quirk to calm down. Who the hell did it? Who the hell beat me? I'm going to tear him in two. Kaken cursed the person who beat him's name down to the dirt, as he impatiently watched All Might finish his speech about pride, or some shit he could care less about. Regardless, you should take note that the boy who bested you was none other than Izuku Midoriya. What? Kaken felt his heart stop. His quirk barely made an action as he looked at the screen in disbelief. Deku? He whispered, his voice betraying what he was feeling on the inside. Indeed. It was thanks to his hero spirit and charisma, and Katsuki watched All Might turn on the screen, showing Deku on display, not to mention the help of your very own quirk, that led to the boy's success. He watched the boy jump around, parading his very own explosion quirk like some toy. Using it aimlessly, carelessly, and the DM and Bizu looked happy doing so. Then he watched as Izuku launched at the robot, a large zero-pointer that he himself hadn't encountered during the practical, and blast it to dust. Look at the destruction that young man's making. I'm not sure even you could pull off such a stunt. Katsuki Bakugo was not a silent person. When he encountered problems, he'd shout and scream them into SBMson before pounding him with his awesome quirk. But today he was silent, motionless, unmoving. He did not make a single movement towards himself, towards the screen, nothing. But that day, Katsuki stared at the screen, with hollow, glowing, red, burning eyes. And there was one, and only one person on his mind after that. Both of you have passed the exam. I'm sure you have many questions for the young man, so find all the time you need to ask such questions. Here at Yuda, Izuku, Midoriya. The rest of All Might's speech was incandescent, unnoticeable by Bakugo. As he slowly leaned towards the projector, That's why you must come, Katsuki Bakugo. Come, to your hero academia. And smashed it, to bits. I've made my way to the school, to report my success, only to find Katsuki there as well. At first, he seemed quiet and uncaring, like usual. I honestly thought I was safe at that school at that moment. Everything almost went without a hitch. When I made my way towards Dagoba, to meet up with All Might, my eyes widened immediately, my back went straight, and my hairs stood up out of my skin, when I heard that voice. He caught me red-handed, like the little thief that I was. Zoo! My head slowly turned behind me as I processed the voice, but my mind kept denying it. No, it's not him, he would never. I thought I was going to go away, scratch-free, like some lucky mastermind, like some villain. Kuu. And yet, there he was, the person he would have never, ever imagined saying my real name in public, Katsuki Bakugo. I should have figured as much. I knew, right as soon as All Might said those words, my fate was sealed. Sealed and bolted to the wall like some decoration. How long have you been lying about not have a quirk, Izuku? And why the hell is it my quirk? I've tried so hard to figure out the right words to say to him, that day. Anything that would have pleased him, instead of making him angrier than he already was. It was all for naught. Izuku cleared his throat. I have a quirk that lets me use others' quirks, so long as I know about them well enough, Kakin. Izuku's eyes began tearing up, as his glare softened to nothing. Because of your quirk, I did pass. It was thanks to you. So, thank you. Thank you so very much, Kakin. Deku, I'm really going to kill you now. When I broke free from Katsuki that day, I snapped what little bond we had left of, the bond that had connected me and the Kakin I used to know. Not that it wasn't already just a mess of bits and pieces to start with, but on that day Katsuki changed. He would no longer be the Kakin I looked up to and admired. He'd be somebody completely different, a real monster towards me, and me alone. Izuku, after his encounter with Kakin in that alleyway, began sprinting towards his home, his adrenaline slowly leaking away, and his breath leaving him. But he refused to stop running until he was safe from his childhood friend, of all things. Izuku ran, far away from Katsuki, as he cried out, Deku! He could see it, the door of his home, just ways away from here. His legs almost toppled over themselves, just out of sheer exhaustion, but his watery eyes kept his sight on the goal, his labored breaths getting ever more sharper. Get back here and face me, you goddamn copycat. Tears were searing through Izuku's eyes once more, and he couldn't help but feel afraid. Afraid of facing Katsuki, afraid of facing Kakin. Izuku felt his exhaustion finally taking over him, as he was meters away from the door of his home. His eyes were drooping just by the amount of stamina it took to get there as quickly as possible, but he didn't hesitate, opening the door the way he did, and almost slamming the door behind him, locking it for extra measure. Once he knew he was okay, he turned his back to the door and leaned against it, looking up and taking in much-needed gulps of air. Ha! Ha! Izuku expressed his tired form perfectly, his eyes closed and his mouth wide open. He wasn't too sure just how far he ran without stopping. a mile? 2 miles? Izuku! He could hear his mom call out, and he opened his eyes to see her approaching him from the kitchen. Dear, what's wrong? Why are you panting like that? She walked over to him, and he stopped leaning against the door. Ma. Izuku tried to say words, but his labored breathing wouldn't allow him, so he simply walked over to his mom slowly, before quite literally toppling over her, as she caught him out of surprise. Izuku? What are you, good lord, you're sweating so much. Have you been running? His mom made comments on his physique, but Izuku could only feel comfort in her words, away from the outside world, and back in his home, his comfort zone. His body began trembling as he remembered what happened to him. Mom. He finally worded out as he clenched his eyes, unable to cry anymore. Mum? Kakin? Kakin? Katsuki? Inko's eyes took on a fierce shape, prepared for the worst as she always was when Katsuki is brought up. What did that boy do to you now, Izuku? I swear, I'm going to let his parents have a piece of my... Don't. Surprisingly, Izuku shut her off before she could continue, and Inko could only gape in surprise. It's not like that. It's... Izuku took in a gulp of fresh air, tired of, well, being too tired to properly express his feelings. He's mad at me for using his quirk. What? Inko could only respond, and Izuku clenched on his mom's clothes. All Might told Kaken about my quirk. He looked up towards his mom, his eyes red from crying all the way here, and now. He hates me. He really, really hates me, Mom. What should I do? He shut his eyes hard, feeling frustrated. I only did what I could to pass the exam. Inko, looking at the disdain her son was showing, could only frown at being unable to help her son's problems. Still, though, Inko put up a tough face as she prepared her words carefully. Listen, honey, Inko spoke up, and Izuku tilted his head up towards her. One day we need to talk about what Katsuki is to you, especially now that you'll be heading to high school with the boy. Mom? He finally looked up to her, only to blink as his mom had a sour look on her face, one of her hands wiping away the air like some sort of windshield wiper. But first you need to take a shower, honey. You're giving off some B.O. A small blush was on her face as she said this, and she could only smile. I guess my son really is growing after all. I'll be in the shower. Izuku cried out in embarrassment and ran to the bathroom with renewed vigor. Inko could only laugh, happy to see Izuku attempting to forget his previous troubles, before taking a glance at the phone. Seeing Izuku in such an awful state really made her tempted to call up Katsuki's mom, Mitsuki Bakugo. This wasn't the first time something like this happened, and every occurrence beforehand, Inko would find herself calling up the Bakugo residence afterwards. However, this time, it had something to do with Izuku's quirk, and quite frankly, Inko had no idea how to handle the situation compared to before. Hearing the water running in the bathroom, Inko felt against picking up the phone this time. She sighed at her lack of action. I guess I should hear Izuku out first before making my decision. Maybe I was just so happy, so overjoyed over finally having a quirk for myself, that I didn't think of the consequences at the time. After Izuku followed his mom's advice and took a shower, he had time to really think about what happened between him and Kaken. About why his backlash was so great, and the chances of him possibly fixing what's left of their relationship. I knew that Kaken was a prideful person. Out of everyone else in this world, I knew that the best, but still. He remembered how he felt, using the explosion quirk in the practical. He was excited, surprised, but most of all, confident. Confident on Isai the practical, which he ended up doing in the first place. But as a result, he ended up beating Kaken in the first place, and hurting said boy's ego as a result. To make matters worse, All Might ended up showing him how Izuku won in the first place, stealing his quirk. It only added fuel to the flame of rage that Kaken felt towards him. But what can I say? Was I asking for it? Maybe. Get back here and face me, you goddamn copycat. But Katsuki made me realize one thing. Something I've decided to be careful with during my stay at High. That's what he called him. Not just Deku, but a copycat. Something like that, with the rage of an entire sun, made a mark on his mind. Deku's lips thinned. Is that all I am? Just some mimic with nothing special of my own? Even All Might's quirk. I'm just borrowing from him in the first place. Deku held his head. He could already feel the onslaught of emotions coming through. I'm just borrowing from other pro heroes, their quirks. If I do something like that without asking first. See him? Deku's his name. Some shaded-out man spoke out in Izuku's mind. That person can steal your quirk and get away with it. He's definitely not the hero you'd want to be around. I see, Ida sighed, away from Izuku. It seems I've completely misjudged him before. Ida glared at him, like before during the practical exam explanation. He's just a villain from the very start. How could you? Uraraka was in front of him, crying. Izuku balled his hands up into fists, as his teeth clenched at the vision. shocks of fear going up his spine. How could you something like that? Stealing quirks? Uraraka turned away from him. You're a monster. Thump. Before he knew it, Izuku punched the shower wall and left his fist there, his body trembling ever so slightly. His other hand found itself holding his face once more. How easily could something like that happen as well? Izuku pondered, but simply didn't have the answer for it. Back then, what I thought was, don't think about copying others' quirks so freely. Otherwise, you're going to end up with a lot of hate on your hands. With my awful kindergarten memories growing up quirkless, and after my crappy junior high experience and everything in between, this was the last thing I wanted to happen for Yuta. I wanted my time at the school I dreamed of to be the absolute best there was. To copy no, to steal quirks so freely, was something that would ruin that dream for good. Izuku released his face and nodded to himself, full of determination. If that's the case, then I was going to avoid that landmine at all costs, no matter what. Inko could be found standing beside a kitchen counter, not sure whether to start making dinner or to worry about Izuku and the crisis he was dealing with. He's been in the shower for a good 20 or 30 minutes now. Inko thought worriedly, twiddling with her fingers while glancing at the closed bathroom door. I really hope Izuku is. Crap. Inko blinked in surprise at Izuku's sudden profanity as the bathroom door suddenly opened. Out came Izuku, with dripping wet hair, trying to aggressively put on his clothes as he made his way out of the bathroom. Izuku, watch your language, young man. Izuku reeled back at his mom's sudden, harsh words. He cowered in response. I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. I completely forgot about all. Izuku cut himself off quickly, before he could finish that sentence. My trainer, he wanted to see me back at Dagoba Municipal Park after I went to school today. Almost forgetting the fact that he didn't quite tell his mom about All Might training him all these months to use his quirk, Izuku made the correction immediately. Your trainer, again? Inko stepped forward, giving a worried look to her son. Are you sure you'll be fine? I thought Katsuki gave you a hard time earlier. Don't you want to talk about it? I'll be fine. Izuku nodded, feeling much better after giving himself some time to think about said situation, before looking at Mom with a nervous smile. And Mom, thanks for, suggesting taking a shower. It really helped clear my mind of things. You're welcome, sweetie. Stay safe, okay? Inko, relaxing at Izuku's confident demeanor, responded in kind. Izuku nodded. I will. I'll be back home as soon as possible. And with that, Izuku headed outside once more, leaving behind a happy and slightly perturbed Inko Midoriya. Sheesh, that boy, sending me on an emotional roller coaster like that. Inko shook her head, but still smiled despite what happened. She knew one thing for certain, though, her son was far stronger than he looked, being able to brush off something that seemed really stressful to her son. She just hoped that something like this wouldn't happen again. Otherwise, she wouldn't know if her heart could take it. Izuku found himself at Dagoba Municipal Park at dawn, the clear blue waves giving off a shimmer of orange thanks to the low-hanging sun. He could easily see All Might standing near the shoreline, and felt himself brighten up once again, before running down to the beach himself to greet him. All Might. Who's Thagth? Said man responded almost in a panicked state, blood spewing out of his mouth. Izuku realized this as him, dodging his hero name once again. What, did he just say All Might? No way, I would love his autograph. Izuku blinked and looked behind his idol to notice, wait, there were people here? Since when? Crap. Kid, say it was a mistake quick. Yagi responded after hearing the bystanders make those comments, and Izuku flailed around his arms. Nothing. I was kidding. It's not All Might. Izuku exclaimed. Sheesh, really got my hopes up there. No way. That darn kid really fooled me. Izuku sighed, and noticed that Yagi was doing the same thing. Yagi then raised a big hand towards him, and Izuku noticed what he meant by it. He was giving him a high five. All Might of all people. Good job out there, kid. All Might said. Izuku stuttered a bit, feeling a little sour over the incident with Bakugo, but immediately shook it off and raised his own hand to slap his. I couldn't have done it without you, All Might. Izuku exclaimed, and the man billowed out a laugh. Speaking of that, just wanted to let you know that the points you've gotten during the exam, you earned them, fair and square. All Might spoke, and Izuku blinked at that statement. Seeing his confusion, All Might continued, Really? I wasn't one of the judges, and the other judges didn't know about me training you. He held out a hand, so whatever you earned by yourself. All Might finished, and Izuku smiled. Wow, that means a lot to me, thanks. Izuku initially spoke, before remembering the presentation in detail. I was also surprised to hear that you're teaching Yude. I mean, your hero company's located all the way at Minato, Tokyo, isn't it? That's pretty far away. Yagi's sweat dropped at Izuku's fanboyism showing once more. A little creepy there, kid, but yeah, you got it. However, All Might looked towards the shoreline, an intense look in his eyes. I talked to Udade's principal about my predicament, finding a successor for One for All. He decided to have me as a teacher there in return. I couldn't tell anybody until I made the official announcement to all the students who passed the exam. All Might continued to speak, and Izuku noticed what he meant. He was looking for a successor. Rather, somebody with a really good quirk to take up One for All. Izuku looked at his hands, feeling a little somber about the chance of him not getting One for All, then immediately shut it down. Because of recent events he had a quirk now. An amazing. Get back here and face me, you goddamn copycat. And, slightly troubling quirk after what had happened. All Might. Izuku first began, itching to tell him about his newest quirk. Could somebody become a hero, just like you, even without a quirk? But he simply didn't feel the courage to talk about it. He felt like he cheated, both Bakugo and All Might. So instead, he began talking about One for All. Your quirk, it ruined my body when I used it. Izuku's eyes went lidded with sorrow. I can only give one punch or kick before it breaks my bones. I really have no control over it whatsoever. Well, yeah. Yagi spoke as if saying the obvious. I mean, I'm not surprised that something like that's happened to you, to be honest. Yagi scratched his head as Izuku's eyes widened in shock. You knew that I was going to get hurt that badly? Izuku exclaimed, his intense voice making Yagi reel back in surprise. Of course. We were in a time crunch, you know? Don't look at me like I haven't warned you. Yagi pointed a finger at him. Be prepared for some backlash when using my quirk, I said. Besides, it turned out all right, didn't it? Heck, you even landed yourself in first place. All Might immediately cut himself off after saying that. Something Izuku noticed right away as he blinked in response. All Might? He said quietly, making sure not to say it too loud, to attract the couple that was away from them. Tashinori Yagi looked towards Izuku, dead in the eye, and began to speak, which brings me to my next point. All Might's tone got serious, and Izuku couldn't help but gulp some air in. He felt like he knew where this was going to next. I've wanted to talk to you about this ever since it appeared during the practical. Yagi continued, and Izuku's eyes grew soft. Young man, you didn't lie to me about being quirkless, correct? He asked. And no, of course not. Izuku responded immediately, albeit with a stutter, as his eyes showed offense to being asked such a question. Yagi nodded. With a look like that, I can't help but believe you. However, Yagi stared at him hard once again. How did you acquire Katsuki's quirk in the first place? Izuku stood silent, not finding the strength to explain how his quirk worked. After what happened back with Katsuki, he felt doubtful of his own new quirk in the first place. What happened with Katsuki? Started because of All Might showed the hothead what Izuku did, after all. For I say anything. Izuku first started, and Yagi's eyes narrowed at how he dodged the question by saying that. Regardless, Yagi let the boy continue. All Might? What? Did you have to go and tell Kaken about me using his quirk? You aren't denying the fact that it's his quirk. All Might responded, and Izuku gasped at how easy he worded it out, for All Might to put the puzzle together. Which means you copied it after all? Izuku, feeling defeated, soon found his voice again, to answer his question. Yeah. I copied his quirk. Yagi nodded. Thank you for being honest, young man. Yagi looked up to the sky, releasing a sigh. I told him, because the school told me to. Izuku. Wait. Izuku could only gasp. It wasn't your fault? Well, no, but I agreed with what they thought about your performance. All Might began, scratching his cheek with a frail finger. By copying somebody else's quirk, that was the only reason you've managed to get in first place. Not to mention Bakugo was just shy of a point to begin with. The other teachers thought it'd only be fair to notify him of his shortcomings. But now, Kaken, he hates me. Absolutely despises me because of it. Izuku said his outcry, feeling betrayed by his idol. Izuku received a sharp look by Yagi, one that seemed furious. Take responsibility for your actions, young man, he spoke, almost angry at Izuku for what he was saying, and Izuku himself shrunk. The man sighed loudly, looking at the fright on Izuku's face. I'm sorry for stepping out of line. Yagi kept his fierce look, however, something that Izuku felt was very nerve-wracking. But you need to learn, Izuku. Yagi proceeded to hold his head. You can't just pin the blame on me or the school, simply because one student's angry at getting their thunder stolen. It happens all the time. It comes with the business of being a pro hero. So, with your new ability in mind, you need to make a choice. Releasing his head, Yagi's bright, blue eyes stared right into Izuku's green ones. Either you learn to SCK it up and take responsibility for it, or never use Bakugo's quirk ever again. All Might. Izuku was surprised just at the wisdom his idol was giving, before nodding to himself. These were the choices he had to make, using his new quirk not just for Kaken, but for anybody else that might get mad over him, using their quirks. Okay, got it. Izuku spoke, feeling more confident. Glad to hear it, young man. Now, please tell me, Yagi continued, his look less serious than before, just how did you get around to using Bakugo's quirk in the first place? He was nowhere near you during the exam? His voice was exasperated, almost comical. Izuku, feeling put out of place, tried to explain how his new quirk worked. I just wished for it to happen. And it did. However, Izuku did not word it out correctly, and All Might was helplessly confused. Huh, he simply spoke out, and Izuku could only gap in surprise. I mean really, that's all there was to it at that time. I didn't have to do anything special, like the other quirks I know. Yagi's eyes widened at this. Other quirks? What was going on with this kid? He thought before speaking. What do you mean, other quirks, Midoriya? You're making no sense here. Quirks don't just suddenly appear. But they do for me, all m. Izuku felt his mouth get covered, as Yagi pressed his hand over it. Like I said, kid, not too loud, okay? Yagi cursed over his breath, looking over to the couple that was standing on the observatory above the ocean, before sighing to himself. Fine. So these other quirks you mentioned before. What are you talking about exactly? All Might. Izuku stared up at him, with a serious look on his face. As of right now. Izuku held out his hands as he spoke. I can do Kaken's quirk, explosion, as you already know. Yagi nodded, as Izuku pointed out one finger, until he continued. But now, I can also do my mom and dad's quirks, helping hand and fire breath. Yagi blinked at how he said his parents' quirks separately, and not like other kids with their parents' quirks merged together as one. Izuku was holding 3 fingers out at this point. Then, there's Endeavor's Hell Flame. Izuku spoke loudly, as if really happy to report it. And Yagi's eyes widened out of anyone for Izuku to copy. He wasn't expecting his unintentional rival, Endeavor? Endeavor, of all people, would be the very last thing he could see Izuku know. Yagi couldn't even think about anyone but that man himself, using that kind of quirk. For Izuku to say something so bold was, as well as Best Jeanist's fiber manipulation. Best Jeanist too? That guy was also quite the hero himself? As well as Kamui Wood's lumber quirk, and Backdraft's hydrokinesis. Izuku held out, with both his hands, 7 fingers, 7 quirks, in total. And while it just barely hit double digits, Yagi couldn't help but find himself shocked at the claim he made. saying something so ridiculous, so crazy. Although my control isn't that great for most of these quirks. Izuku looked at his hands. Before clenching them, I can perform Kaken's quirk, and both my parents' quirks, at a very good level. For a moment, Yagi was stunned, speechless. Izuku, he knew, was not a kid to lie, but just hearing how serious the kid was. Something like this just seemed unimaginable for a kid who was deemed quirkless just before Yagi met him. So, with 2 words, he solidified that fantasy. Prove it. Yagi requested him, his voice crystal clear. Izuku just stared at him, before nodding. And Yagi watched as the kid in front of him suddenly lit a flame, in a flurry of fire, dancing around his skin, and he noticed, right away, the resemblance that Izuku aimed for. Using Endeavor's power really kinda hurts right now, All Might. He heard the boy's voice, reminding him that the user of the quirk this time was an Endeavor. But even if only for a second, I can handle it. Izuku spoke out with a pained voice, as his eyebrows took on a greenish-orange transition to flame. Yagi could only stare back at a green, mini Endeavor, and dim in it, he was going to remember that smirk that Izuku had, wielding that power for himself, enjoying the sight of his idol, just in complete and utter shock. Is this enough proof for you, All Might? Izuku spoke out loud, matching the same voice All Might had, asking him to do the quirk in the first place. Yeah, All Might said, looking behind to see that their audience was also stunned at the display of flame. Wow, that's so cool. Is that boy Endeavor's kid? Herc. Hearing this, All Might suddenly spewed out blood from his mouth, out of stress, and began eyeing Izuku. Forget Bakugo, if the media catches this, poor kid's going to have Endeavor all over him. Alright kid, shut off your quirk and meet me up at the parking lot. Now. Izuku, hearing the urgency in All Might's voice, reacted almost immediately. Alright. Izuku felt himself closing the notebook in his head, and with it, the quirk dispersed into nothing as well, the previous flames burning off him quickly disappearing. All Might's breath hitched at the sight. Like a natural, shaking his head, All Might snapped that train of thought immediately. Let's make a move for it. And with that, the frail man, not in his hero form, began running, with Izuku trailing behind him. Crap. All Might, already feeling the wound on his stomach taking its toll, began panting immediately. I should have switched to my other form before running. All Might? Izuku asked, sweating nervously as he watched the man breathe hard and heavy, trying to regain his breath. Fine. Despite the sight, Yagi insisted on his well-being, and Izuku laughed nervously. If you say so. Izuku responded quietly, and finally, Yagi regained the air he lost by running. Now kid. Panting quite a bit still, Yagi began talking, catching the young boy's attention. I was prepared to teach you how to control one for all, but this new quirk is. All Might seemingly stopped talking after mentioning his quirk, and Izuku could do nothing except wait for him to finish. Allow me to be a bit selfish and just talk to you about one for all for now. Yagi sighed, and Izuku blinked, as he continued. Back at the practical exam, indeed, you haven't been able to control your quirk properly just yet. Not that I wanted you to break your bones, kid, but I wasn't expecting you to grasp it 100%, right off the bat. You can only control one for all at either 0 or 100%, at least for now. All Might stared back into Izuku's eyes as he continued, but there is a way to control one for all. There is? Izuku gasped, and All Might nodded before suddenly turning into his buff form. You have to feel it, he exclaimed, his voice booming over the shoreline, and Izuku reeled back in shock. Feel it? That's right, young man. All Might laughed, and Izuku could simply watch in awe at the display, while All Might moved his mighty arms in a boxer-like fashion. You've gotten a chance to use your quirk at full power, now tell me, what did it feel like? Wah! Izuku, put on the spot, immediately started thinking, it was like a pow, or a speed, or no rather. Spurting out random comic book sound effects, Izuku finally nailed the head on what he felt. Oh, I know. Like a microwave cooking an egg and exploding. Bahak. Promptly transforming out of his All Might form, Yagi laughed out blood if such a thing was possible? That's incredibly random and boring, but hey, let's go with that. Yagi held out his hands in an explaining-like motion. So think of that image, but instead, think of the egg in the microwave not exploding. Think you can do that? Izuku's eyes widened at the image. Is it that simple? Izuku murmured, before nodding to himself, I can definitely do something like that. Indeed, young man. Do that, and in no time, you should be able to find your limit with One for All, and keep it there. Once you do that, we'll work on the next step. All Might finished proudly, and Izuku smiled. Now that's out of the way. As for your other quirk, Izuku. All Might spoke afterwards, and Izuku's smile dropped at the sound of his voice. Like I said before, I was only prepared to teach you One for All. This quirk, Yagi looked at Izuku with particularly tired eyes. This quirk is something that I was not expecting. If it were somebody else, somebody with a quirk themselves since their childhood, Izuku felt a little depressed at him saying that, talking about the chance of another person being his disciple, but Yagi continued, then it would have been no different. I would expect the kid to know how his quirk works from the very beginning, and just taught him how to control One for All from there. Izuku blinked at what he said. All Might, are you saying what I'm saying, kid? All Might cut Izuku off quickly, before he could assume anything out of his speech, is that I cannot help you with your new quirk at the slightest. This is something that you're going to have to learn how to make it powerful, all by yourself. Yagi finished, and Izuku was slightly disturbed at knowing that he wouldn't be receiving help this time around. Yagi sighed, I'm sorry if this offends you really, but I simply don't know your quirk enough to teach you myself. For a moment, there was silence, only the sound of the waves breaking across the shore, as Izuku processed what his idol said to him. Thinking long and hard about it, Izuku clenched his fists, and opened his mouth to speak. Izuku began, only to lose voice but only for a second. It's okay, All Might. It's not your fault, really I can't expect you to teach me everything after all. Izuku, noticing All Might's guilty expression, cleared his throat. You're making this seem like it's a bad thing. It's not. In fact, Izuku held out a fist in front of him. Just you watch, All Might. I'll make sure to become the greatest hero yet. Izuku's eyes held fire within them as he spoke, and the first step is making this quirk, as well as One for All, my very own power. Even if it takes a long time, I'm ready. Izuku nodded. I'm prepared to make my dream become a reality, no matter what the cost. Izuku, saying that with such conviction, made All Might seriously impressed at that moment, as Yagi let out a short billow of laughter. You really are quite something, young man. Very well. Then allow me to repeat the motto of my alma mater, kid. All Might pressed his own fist against Izuku's held-out hand, bumping knuckles. Learn both of these quirks, to the very best of your ability. Show me what you're made of, and go beyond. Izuku's eyes shimmered, feeling fired up after their talk, forgetting all the bad things that's happened before. Plus ultra. Both him and All Might spoke aloud, the sun beating down on them both with hot orange light. Before I knew it, it was April, the very first month of my stay at Udata High. While nothing much happened between then and now, it wasn't like I haven't done anything during those last few months of winter. Ever since All Might's speech, I've decided to take up my own training regime, using the quirks I've acquired now up till this point. Everything except One for All, under the fear that I might break my bones once more. Using my quirks every day, I aim to make them stronger just by exercising their abilities like muscles. After all, quirks are part of the body, just as much as my head or my feet are. With training, they're bound to become stronger application. In my downtime, I'd scout out the internet and the media for news and headlines on the pro heroes from their greatest feats, to even the most mundane interviews as celebrities, and writing down as much as I could in my notebooks, updating constantly about their quirks' understanding. With time, my control of the quirks turned out to be much better, from Endeavor's Hellflame to even Backdraft's Hydrokinesis. I've managed to establish a much reliable control over the quirks I've previously had a poor time with. But even then, there's always a catch. While my control was good, it was never great like Mom or Dad or even Kaken's quirks. I could never reliably switch to the other quirks as fast as I could with those three, nor did I have the same amazing amount of strength or control. It was like something was blocking me from using those abilities to their fullest. It was almost unfair, because I didn't have the slightest clue as to why that was the case. It led me to believe that my training regime was lacking something. It was a 2 out of 3 part plan, and I was missing a part. Understanding the quirk. Then putting the quirk in action. Application. So, what was missing? Izuku could be seen putting on his shoes, in an almost frantic pace. Okay, I'll be heading out, Mom. Izuku, wait. Inko called out, walking over towards the boy, who had an impatient look on his face. What? Mom, I'm going to be late for the train. Izuku immediately quieted up, looking at the sad yet happy look on his mom's face. Stay safe, will you, dear? Inko responded immediately, losing the bashful side of hers a long time ago. After Izuku acquired his quirk and made both his parents proud, she no longer felt guilty about herself. I love you, Izuku. Have fun, okay? Inko finished, and Izuku had a small smile, before nodding. Of course. Love you too, Mum, he replied, before finally heading outside. Izuku could not have imagined himself running through the halls of the esteemed UA Academy, like he was now, but he couldn't help it. He didn't want to afford being late to his first class. Class? Where is it? Izuku muttered to himself, panting as his constant running was taking his toll on the boy, until he finally found it. A big, grande red door with 1, almost inscribed on the front of it for added measure. A sign was above said door, saying, Class 1, to those that might have missed it. This is one big door. Izuku felt in shock once more, first the practical exams gate, now his own classroom. Did you not just have a thing for big entrances? Realizing the implications of opening said door, he felt nauseous about facing his potential classmates, one of them being Confronting Bakugo, giving him an awful glare, just like back then. Once we see each other again, Ochako continued, holding out a fist, we'll be working hard to become the best heroes possible. Izuku remembered the girl Ochako Uraraka, and the words she said the last time he was in this school, and held a determined face. Thanks to her, I'm actually here now. I can't stop now. Opening the door, he was greeted by the sound of, Get your feet off the desk this instant. Tenya Ida, exclaiming so loudly about desks. Ha! And the person Izuku dreaded the most, Confronting Bakugo, wearing a sheet-eating grin like usual, as Tenya Ida continued. It's the first day of school, and you have the nerve to disrespect this school and its property. What are you, some delinquent? He spoke loudly, passionate about protecting the school's integrity. But Katsuki simply just had a laugh at his behavior. You're joking, right? What? Your old school taught you how to put a stick up your butt? Katsuki spoke in response, his crude language disturbing the neighbors slightly. Man, that guy's really got a mouth on him. A girl with pink skin noted, her face turned into a crass look. So noisy. A man with a bird's head spoke, his eyes closed. Not very romantic language, Jiro. I'll say, the blonde kid with perfect curls said with a straight face, his eyes almost glittering. Whatever Ida had to say, noting the other students' reactions, he simply stopped, then placed a hand on his chest. Let's start over. I'm Tenya Ida, from the Semi-Private Academy. Semi, huh? Katsuki suddenly spoke out loud, interrupting the man from speaking. So, you must think you're better than me, is that right? What? No, that's not. Ida tried to speak, but Katsuki pressed forward. Don't worry there, Four Eyes. It just gives me a better reason to end you in this stupid school anyway. Katsuki threatened, and Ida looked simply shocked, as he let out a sharp gasp. Why you would threaten me? Your own classmate? Are you sure you're in the right place? Doesn't sound like it. Karo, a girl with a tongue sticking out of her mouth, spoke her mind, hearing the conversation. Yeah, I'll bet. That guy needs to be sent to anger management classes before taking on this one. A man with incredibly red spiky hair spoke aloud, feeling heated over their argument. And now, Don't you think that's a bit harsh? A voice, what sounded like a girl, came from a desk that had only 2 floating gloves and a school outfit. So noisy. The bird guy spoke, only just a little bit louder this time. Pa! Katsuki let out an indistinguishable noise, hearing their classroom chatter, before turning to the entrance. And this time, Katsuki's eyes narrowed dangerously, something that sent Izuku felt chills over. Deku, he muttered, and managed to catch the entire class's attention, as they all also looked over to him. Ah! Izuku, noticing that all of the classroom's attention was on him, felt quite a bit sheepish, as well as terrified, seeing Katsuki glare daggers at him. Hi! Izuku's voice cracked, as he tried to dodge everyone's attention by looking up to the ceiling. Izuku Midoriya. Morning. Tenya Ida's voice was a little bit sharp for his liking, but that was probably only because of his high-strung argument with Bakugo. Ah, good morning, Ida. Izuku responded in kind, and the boy curtly nodded. Izuku Midoriya? A boy with electric blonde hair spoke aloud as he scratched his chin. Wasn't that the name of the first-place winner on the practical exam? No way, that guy? A girl with dangling headphones for earlobes replied in disbelief. I wouldn't believe that. He looks too simple-looking. First place, you say? A girl with a long ponytail spoke, her finger under her chin in a thinking pose. That guy must have talent to earn a place like that. A boy, in the far back of the class, with glacial ice covering one side of his body, remained silent over the conversations between his peers. Likewise, a golem-looking man who sat in the middle of the class also remained silent, tense, as if easily scared at the slightest movement. I must say, Izuku, you truly have surprised me during the exam. The man with glasses began speaking, catching the plain-looking boy's attention. Not only have you shown your ability to fight during the exam, you also managed to figure out the secret behind the practical exam. Trembling ever so slightly, Ida held out his hands in a bowing-like fashion, looking away with a pained expression. You've once again proven to me that between us, you're truly the superior student. His voice croaked with sorrow, and Izuku's sweat dropped at his performance. Aren't you overreacting just a little bit, Ida? Izuku only wondered, but never spoke aloud, as it was like Ida used his hands to almost prostrate himself into a lower position. Izuku could only find it in himself to laugh at Ida's shortcoming. Hey, I recognize that messed up hair. Somebody spoke loudly behind Izuku and he noticed, right away, the sound of her voice. It's her. Izuku turned around to see none other than Ochako Uraraka, the girl who gave him support that day after the exam. Falling boy, she exclaimed, and Izuku almost faltered, being called such a nickname. Falling boy? Izuku spoke, exasperated at such a nickname, not finding the ability to even be embarrassed at being so close to her. Oh my god, she's really close. Kidding, she spoke, laughing, and Izuku felt his face heat up as she looked at him with grateful eyes. I knew you'd make it in, Izuku. Izuku felt his heart almost stop entirely, and his face went nuclear. Izuku. The way she said his name was put on repeat in his head, and he slowly covered up his face. But, yeah. Izuku muttered, his voice covered by his arms. Why wouldn't they? Those pro-heroes must have gotten an eyeful at how you blasted that huge robot back then. Uraraka suddenly exclaimed as she held out a fist, waving it back and forth. You sent that robot reeling with one huge explosion. Seriously, it was so amazing. It went like, kaboom, and stuff. All the while, Izuku had a burning face as he looked away, blushing very hard. Alright. Someone like him can do that? But explosions sound pretty cool. A buff dude with thick lips finally spoke up, cracking his knuckles all the while, his eyes focused on the green-haired boy. Explosions, huh? The ponytail girl spoke, overhearing their conversation until... Oi! Izuku jumped at the harsh tone his friend-turned-enemy yelled with, and looked to see Katsuki stepping on the desk with one leg, his arms next to each other, blowing up constant explosions. Don't get the wrong idea, you bob-headed bimbo. Deku over there stole my quirk. Exploding villains is my power, not his. Katsuki nearly screamed, making sure the whole class heard him. KK Kaken? Deku reeled back at his declaration, surprised at how blunt he was at Izuku's quirk. Oh no, this isn't good. If he convinces the class that my quirk steals other quirks, then... How could you something like that? Stealing quirks? Uraraka turned away from him. You're a monster. Izuku's body began trembling wildly, as the person he was thinking of was just behind him. Hey, who are you calling a bimbo? Uraraka cried out, obviously offended, and I doubt you two have the same quirks. Could you defeat one of those huge 0-point robots yourself, like Izuku did? She exclaimed, pointing both her fingers at Izuku, catching the hothead off guard. Remembering how easily Izuku blasted that huge robot in the footage, Katsuki stammered for a moment. Oh, of course I could. Who the hell do you think I am? Bakugo exclaimed, his pride tarnished once again. That didn't sound very confident. A guy with large appendages on his elbows, looking almost like tape rollers, spoke with a large grin. And who asked you, huh? Katsuki exclaimed at the guy, and said guy didn't back down. In fact, his grin seemed even bigger. Why would he go after a 0-point robot in the first place? A man with a large tail pondered, looking confused. I'd pee my pants if I had to go up against one of those huge things. A small kid with purple ball for hair spoke crudely, getting very interesting glances from his neighbors. Are you all finished? A firm yet tired voice spoke outside the class, catching everyone's attention. If you stand around and fight amongst yourselves, then do it outside of the classroom. Ah? Izuku and Uraraka both spoke at the same time, and slowly turned around, to find a lump of yellow on the ground. Oh wow, that lump of yellow has a face, a very worn-out one at that? Yui? Wait? Izuku, recovering from his initial shock, had a good look of his face. That's the guy that I had the written exam with. You should throw away the hope of getting into Yuta. I'm only saying this for your own good. Goodbye. Izuku felt his body start trembling once again. No way. First Kaken, now him? His eyes started watering. His first day was already turning out to be an awful one. Could he be our? Welcome to U.A's hero course. The man, Izuku remembered his name Aizawa, right? Izuku watched him fish out something from his sleeping bag and sek it up, nonchalantly. He felt his classmates Ida and Uraraka cringe at the sight. And if you take more than 10 seconds to shut up at the start of class, then things need to change. Immediately. His voice, despite what he looked, sounded firm and absolute as he took off the sleeping bag, showing the outfit that Izuku saw him wear earlier, large white wrappings around his neck and all. Time is precious, and rational students would know that. Aizawa. That's his name. But I don't remember hearing any pro-hero starting with that name. Who is he? Izuku, trembling with nervousness, tried to think rationally, but it wasn't any good. Hello. I'm Shoyuta Aizawa. Starting today, I'm your teacher. Everyone except Izuku showed some signs of shock. This guy's our teacher? The redhead spoke in a harsh whisper. Dude looks like he's ready to take a nap. Why? Why couldn't it be some hot lady instead? The purple ball kid also whispered, crying some tears and cursing his awful luck. Let's get right into it. Aizawa then shuffled through his yellow sleeping bag and pulled out a blue gym uniform with the letters "He" on the front. You'll find these in the desks you're assigned to. Put them on and meet me outside. He ordered, and everyone else, including the ones who were previously aloof before, reacted in surprise. Huh? Most of them responded, and Izuku clenched his teeth, fearing for the worst. Somebody like that? Somebody like him? Izuku's mind continued to run frantically. Then you won't be getting in that easily, unless by some slide of luck, you manage to earn yourself a place at UA. Then you have proved me wrong. He's on to something. He doesn't look the part, but he's going to be a tough teacher, I'm sure of it. With determination in his eyes, he stared at the teacher. Something that didn't go unnoticed by Aizawa. Walking out in the hallways once again, the students were in their gym uniforms, and heading outside towards the location their teacher asked them to go to the Uraraka practice field. One of the students, none other than Izuku, had a shaded look on his face, which was in stark contrast to his previous behavior before class started. Izuku? His look disappeared immediately when he heard Ochako call out his name, and he looked back with a slight blush. Uraraka-san? Izuku stammered out, Haya, he spoke, and if it weren't for her next question, she would have laughed at his funny behavior. You were looking kinda depressed there for a second. What's up? Ochako asked, her voice concerned, and Izuku was surprised at how keen she was. Izuku's eyes went downcast for a second, remembering his previous thoughts, before speaking, remember, back at the entrance after the exam? Seeing her nod, Izuku continued, I was talking about a teacher who laughed at me after I asked if I made it into Uraraka? Yeah. What about it? Ochako pressed on, and Izuku held his forehead. Well, Aizawa, after placing a pack of syllabuses on the presentation desk in the front of the classroom, double-checked his roster of classmates that were in his class. His eyes noticed right away, 1, Izuku Midoriya, labeled on the sheet. I only received 18 villain points during the practical exam. Looking up at the not his teacher Aizawa, Izuku continued, will it be enough for me to get into Uraraka? Have a look at the scoreboard. One of the judges said proudly, to the rest of the teachers that awaited the results of the practical. And at first place, stood Izuku Midoriya, with 18 villain points and 60 rescue points. Wow, that Izuku kid must have been quite the hero, getting that many rescue points to begin with. He wasn't like Confronting Bakugo with his sheer fighting power, but he definitely pulled off something amazing, defeating that zero-pointer with only one hit. You of all people should know the answer yourself. Aizawa shrugged. I mean, 18 points alone is a stretch to be top 500, with how many participants coming in today? Aizawa felt a headache rise up, staring at the name for a good 30 or so seconds. Aizawa wasn't really one to throw Uraraka hopefuls into the garbage, but after waiting for him to recover and finally arrive in the classroom, that wasn't an excuse. Aizawa knew that. He was being realistic with him. That boy had his head so high up in the clouds dreaming of being a great hero, a behavior that was so comparable to another teacher he knew of, All Might himself. Maybe he was out of line, saying that? Maybe Izuku did have some sort of potential that he didn't notice right away? Aizawa sighed. Troublesome. He muttered, before grabbing his things and beginning to head out of the classroom. What? That's the guy? Ochako couldn't help but cry out in outrage, and Izuku flushed at her loudness. He saw other students looking at them as well. Yeah, he's the one, Izuku gulped, clearing his throat, that told me that I wasn't going to make it in. That's so mean. Another voice made itself present, and both Izuku and Uraraka jumped behind them to see a walking uniform. What the? Ochako gasped in surprise, and two gloves waved back. Hi. Sorry for eavesdropping on your conversation, a girl spoke, and Izuku noted that it was the uniform talking, My name's Toru Hagakure. I couldn't help but listen to your conversation, seeing their evident surprise, her gloves held out peace signs. Oh, and my quirk's invisibility, just to let you know. Oh, that's why. That's so cool. Izuku suddenly shined in amazement, and if Toru could be seen, she would be blushing at the sheer awe coming from his voice. That would be perfect for things like stealth. That's an awesome quirk for a hero. Thanks. Anyways. She moved the conversation forward, bunching her gloves into fists. What he said was so uncool. I'm already not liking the sound of our own teacher. It's not like it matters now. I mean, I got in anyway, so it's not like what he said turned out true. Izuku tried to rationalize what his teacher said before, but, got in? You got first place, she suddenly exclaimed, and Izuku already was scratching the back of his head as she continued. It's not right for a teacher to say something like that to you, anyways. He really should apologize. I'll say, another voice came through, and a man with red spiky hair stepped up, a fierce grin on his face. Throwing somebody else in the dirt like that is just not manly. I agree with what she said. The man pointed a thumb towards himself. Name's Jiro Kirishima. He moved that same hand with the thumb, and made it flat, with all fingers sticking out before suddenly sharpening it rock hard, his hand entirely transformed into something like a weapon, and my quirks hardening. Not that you had to know, or anything, but seeing your reaction to her quirk made me want to show off, too. Incredible! Izuku glowered, and the man smiled to himself, eyes closed. Your quirk makes your hand solid as a rock. Could you do that with your entire body? Izuku asked, and the man's teeth shined bright. You got it. He responded proudly, before turning off his quirk and crossing his arms. You know, for a guy who got first place on the exam, you're not half bad. Thanks. Izuku could only say, his cheeks bright red at the attention he was getting, a warm bubbly feeling in his heart. What's your quirk then, Izuku? Izuku's eyes widened, that bubbly feeling ceased hearing the invisible girl ask out loud, before hearing her laugh. Sorry, that's your name, correct? I overheard it from Uraraka-san here and I heard her name from you. Hee hee. Apparently her stalking skills were on point, as she laughed it off like it was nothing. Yeah, I'm curious too? Something about explosions. He looked all the way towards the front of the hallway, to see a brooding Katsuki with hands in his pockets. But that guy also said you stole his quirk, or something? Not quite sure what his deal is with you, though. It's... Izuku began loudly, catching their attention, before watching as Izuku scrunched up his face in frustration. Complicated. What? How can a quirk be complicated? Jiro spoke out loud, taking on a laughing face, before noticing the serious vibe coming out of Izuku. Oh shoot, you're serious? Izuku? Ochako called out, finally getting her voice in, looking at his frustrated look. Well, no matter. Toru cut the tension in half, almost easily. I'm going to have to be extra careful with our teacher, hearing what he said to you. Thanks, Izuku. Why, you're welcome? Izuku didn't know what he was being thanked for, but he had to thank her, just for dodging that conversation about quirks, saving him the trouble of explaining his own ability. One that he wasn't too sure that it would be received well by his classmates. What? A quirk assessment test? All of the students of Aizawa's classroom, at least the ones who were most vocal about it, exclaimed. Ochako stepped forward, a concerned look in her eye. But orientation? We're going to miss it, she spoke, but Aizawa had his back on facing the class. If you're going to all become heroes, then we can't waste time on pointless ceremonies. Aizawa spoke, his voice still holding firm, and what he said earned a few gasps from the classmates. Pointless? I thought those kind of things were important for students. The man with the big lips scratched his cheek, obviously confused. Whatever. Didn't want to sit around for an hour anyway, so any reason to skip that is fine by me. The girl with the earphone jacks shrugged, indifferent. But what if All Might was giving the presentation? The guy with electric-like hair spoke immediately after she said that, holding out his hands. Isn't he going to be a teacher here, this year? I wouldn't want to miss that. Then maybe if you quit your babbling you won't. Aizawa spoke louder, and the electric boy froze, his form straight like a board. Why, sir? He exclaimed, his voice shaky. The girl with jacks for earlobes sighed. Here in UA, we're not tethered to traditions. Aizawa began speaking, and left no room for interruption, which means I can teach my class the way I see fit. Saying this, he looked over to said class, and his intense stare received a few unsure gasps for quite a few classmates, Ochako included, Izuku noted. You've been taking standardized tests ever since middle school, however you were banned for using your quirks while taking them. That said, Aizawa held out a phone given to him by the school, and on it were egged particular tests the same as the ones they've took before in other schools. Softball pitch. Standing long jump. 50-meter dash. Izuku read off the names of a few tests and gasped. He's right. These are all tests we've taken before. But now. Today will be different. Aizawa cut Izuku's train of thought, as he continued. The Department of Education banned quirk usage to avoid singling out students with weak or no quirks. They've tried to make all students equal, and for those that aim to be heroes, that's something that needs to be addressed in the future. Tired of the needless rambling, his eyes shifted over to Izuku, and said boy stiffened in response. Aizawa seemed to think about something for a long second, before shifting his gaze over to Katsuki. Bakugo, he spoke, and Izuku held back a sigh of relief. Why did he look at me like that? Izuku could only wonder, as the hot-headed boy near him gave the teacher his attention. You've gotten the most villain points during the practical exam. Your control over your quirk must be pretty good for something like that. Izuku noticed how the teacher praised his childhood friend, despite being the one to get first place, and felt a little sour over the development. Tell me, how far could you throw a softball in junior high? 67 meters, I think. On the Katsuki responded, although his answer didn't raise any eyebrows. Head over here, and take this. Aizawa watched the young man walk over to the throwing range, and tossed over a softball, to be precise, towards him. Try using your quirk this time. As long as you don't exit the circle, anything you do is fine. Katsuki straightened himself after hearing this, before having a massive grin, all the while giving Izuku a massive stink eye. How convenient. He spoke coldly, and Izuku felt the back of his spine brush up in fear. I've been bottling up some very strong feelings for a while now. I think this'll be a perfect time to let him loose. Katsuki started stretching his throwing arm for a bit. Before getting into position, his arms started crackling with raw explosions. Once more. Tossing the ball, he added a little to his fire by saying in a very refined manner, "Die!" Boom! And just like that, the softball soared with a trail of fire and smoke behind it, launching into the sky like some sort of mini-rocket. And despite his initial fright, Izuku could only watch the display with a deadpan look in his eyes. Oh boy! Izuku murmured, seeing how his childhood friend brutally murdered that softball. Holy crap, that's intense. Jiro spoke loudly, behind Izuku, as they watched the softball land hard on the ground, what seemingly looked like miles away from where they were. All of you must know your capabilities with your quirks. Aizawa spoke up, bringing the class back into attention, as a soft click could be heard from his phone. Aizawa turned over to the class. 705.2 meters and held out a phone to them, saying the data that was on the screen, "It's the best way we can figure out your potential as a pro hero." Once again, the class was in shock at the display Katsuki showed them, having a clear divide between what he said his junior high score was, compared to now. Whoa, over 700 meters, no way. Pikachu Boy spoke aloud, and the pink-skinned girl got all fired up next to him. I want to go next. This looks like fun, she exclaimed, her eyes glowing with mirth. Now this is what I'm talking about. Being able to use our quirks as much as we want. The guy with tape dispensers as elbows spoke up. But Izuku could notice Aizawa's frown deepened as his look was shaded. Fun, huh? He spoke, almost like a whisper, before properly staring his class down with intense eyes. You have 3 years here in you to become a hero. Do you really think it's going to be all fun and games? Idiots. Saying that, Aizawa finally gained a smirk on his face, but for all the wrong reasons. Today you will be competing against your fellow classmates by taking 8 different tests to gauge your potential. There was a but to that statement as Aizawa's eyes narrowed. It will determine who has the least potential in this class, the person who ends up in last place at the end of these tests. Aizawa, particularly looking at Izuku while saying this, raised his head, will be expelled on the spot. Huh? The entire class collectively shared their thoughts at the news, all taking it with mixed feelings. A sharp bolt of anxiety ran through Izuku, seemingly amplified by the fact that his teacher seemed to stare at him while saying this, and his body began trembling once again. Expelled? Izuku dreaded the thought. After working so hard just to make it in, there was a chance of him still getting thrown out? Izuku felt something press within him, something along the lines of determination, as Izuku's mind came in to save the day. 8 tests. But I have 8 quirks. Indeed, while some of them were not as legendary as One for All, just the sheer amount of variety he had should be enough for whatever test that might be tossed his way, and indeed, as he thought about the 8 standardized tests, he could already put a quirk on each and every one. He didn't need to just rely on One for All this time, and worry about breaking his bones. He had a chance at this. Like I said, Aizawa spoke up once more, catching the boys' attention as well as the rest of the class. I get to run my class how I wish, Got it? If this is a problem, feel free to pack your things and head home right now. Aizawa's tone got particularly harsher, coupled with the grin he had on his face. He was intimidating as hell. However, you can't send one of us home. Ochako made an outcry, and Aizawa's grin quickly faded away. Izuku could only watch her as she made her voice heard. I mean, we just got here. Even if it wasn't the first day, doing something like that to anyone isn't fair. Looking at Ochako, Izuku could also notice the other students agreeing with her and remembered that the other students would be here, taking the test with him. But that guy also said you stole his quirk, or something? Izuku remembered what Jiro said to him in the hallway before. He started feeling doubt about using his quirk once more. The same anxiety that shot through him made itself known in his system. Not fair, Aizawa repeated, almost surprised that Ochako stepped up to the plate before speaking again. So what, you think natural disasters are? Ochako, as well as the rest of the class, was surprised at the sudden analogy, as the teacher continued. Or villains who go mad with power. How about them? Maybe even catastrophic accidents that wipe out entire cities? Is that fair? Aizawa didn't even let them finish the question. No. Aizawa held out a hand, his tired eyes being more apparent than ever. The world is full of unfairness. It's a hero's job to combat that unfairness, and if you're going pro. He clenched his hand, his face unchanging. You have to push yourself to go even farther than what you're accustomed to. After today, for the next 3 years, Uraraka will send out terrible hardships to you, one after another, without any breaks in between. Izuku, despite the anxiety that he felt, started to realize just why this school was the top school for heroes, the best of the best. From Aizawa's words, although they were incredibly harsh, they were realistic for those that wanted to become heroes. You were going to have to do your best, to be the very best. So go beyond, Aizawa suddenly said, and Izuku almost immediately knew what was coming next, plus ultra style. Learn both of these quirks, to the very best of your ability. Show me what you're made of, and go beyond. Plus ultra. Both him and All Might spoke aloud. That's right. I can't let All Might down for something like this. Izuku clenched his fists, and felt inside him the swirling potentials of all the quirks he learned since today. Izuku looked at Aizawa, to see him motioning his finger in a come-forward-like fashion. Show me that it's no mistake you're here. So, with that thought, Izuku decided that he was going to use both of his quirks to beat this test and solidify his spot in Uraraka. Around him, the other students were getting fired up as well. Aizawa nodded to himself. Now let's stop wasting time. Pressing a button on his phone, he brought out the tests once more. Let the games begin, he said, his voice almost uninterested, but his face showed otherwise.